What's up?
What's that?
Ready to talk. I gotta get warmed up before I roll. I'm glad everybody came out. What am I doing? Randy, want to get spiritual, Father? Thank you for this time. Father, thank you for this fellowship. We ask, Lord, that you move by your Spirit and bless us and open us up in Jesus' name. Amen.
Okay, what up, y'all? Thanks for everyone taking their time out to come. This is session number 3 of many. Thank you. Tone is not going to be here today. He's going to slide in here later. He is on call today. So they had a class 1 or whatever he did. He works at the gas company, so they had like some class 1 thing. He said he had to be here. So he will not be here. He'll slide in when he can. So in his absence, I want somebody with a New York accent.
Fuck out of her.
Fuck out of her.
In his absence, we just gonna have PJ be a seat filler, like the bread and crab meat.
Oh, man.
Okay. How everybody doing? All right, we're going to start off with introduction for everybody that is attending this men and women session. I'm just going to start off. My name is Kenneth Coleman, Mr. Coleman.
Bruce.
Will. Breeze.
Okay.
Crazy.
Yeah, with a K.
With a K.
Crazy. Silk.
2 Ks. Sincere. Right, we got one over here. We got
Brittany, Dion, and Tice. Cha-Cha. The Mother Queen.
All right, Mama.
Nomi. Brandy.
I'm Kiki.
Welcome, everybody. Welcome.
Wisdom sends his love and blessings to the city.
Yes, I know. I missed him about a few minutes.
You want to kick off with?
I know. Oh, the whole honesty thing. So everybody took their time to be here. This is real talk. It ain't just the name of the show that's being on. It's real talk uncensored. Like the things that we discuss here, honestly need to come from here and here. Don't just do something just to say something, because people in here take in what you say and they use it and they apply it where they can. I learned that from doing these sessions, that people hit me afterwards and say something that somebody said or somebody was really inspiring to them. So I encourage everyone in here to be as honest as they can. If you find that you can't do so, then just don't say nothing. We're going to pass the mics around. We're going to give everybody ultimate respect, whether we believe or care what they're saying. But we're going to try to respect. We're going to respect everyone in their opinion. Because that's all it is. Oh, Judge Free. She said Judge Free's home. So, I'm going to I don't know why the men went first with introductions. I don't get that. But they did. So, I don't understand that. But that's what
You took the
happened.
lead.
So,
Take the lead with no.
No, please.
no, please.
PJ said he's taking the lead. Taking the lead said would have been, we're going to start introductions and said, here, Kiki, you go.
It didn't happen that way, though.
They say the best
There, no.
Isn't it?
Is that a problem?
Isn't it, Mr.
It's always a gentleman to have ladies first.
Not in introductions.
Why not?
I ain't got no business.
Do you introduce your wife first, or do you introduce yourself first?
With the exception of 2 people in here, none of us are controlled.
Oh, but the question was, do you introduce your wife first, or do you introduce yourself first?
In most cases, a man would introduce his wife first.
So why is it an issue because we did it here?
But you introduced yourself and not the wife.
Pause. I wasn't talking to you.
They don't matter. I answered.
So why is it an issue now?
We just started.
You know what I'm saying? Why is it an issue now? You know what I'm saying? That, for real, that was something small to me.
It was.
That was something small to me. Like, if the house is on fire and somebody gotta go in, I bet you ain't gonna, you gonna look at me like, you gonna go?
Actually, in 2021, you probably be able to do it first.
Oh, hell.
Real stuff. It is probably the woman who's gonna go in and try to come back and get you. I'm sure. If listen, this is the truth. I find a lot of people things that should have attention brought to them. It's like this. So if you want to go as big as the house fire, fine. But other than that, y'all don't pay attention to details, and it is the woman that's real that come back around and make sure everything is straight. Debate me.
Facts.
That's what y'all supposed to do.
Never know.
According to who?
Never know. Expound, please.
I'm again with his headache leave. I'm coming. But listen, look. This whole Kevin Samuels thing, right?
Yes, my boy.
Listen, the thing is, man, if the roles are being reversed, where women, you guys think you have to take the lead. I don't know if society told y'all that, or y'all past experiences have told y'all that y'all gotta be independent and take the lead, but it's a lie. Y'all don't have to take the lead, y'all just need to get out your way, and y'all will be led.
It's called learned behavior. It's called learned behavior. It's not the fact that we think we have to take the lead, but in past experiences of learned behavior, there are a lot of women who have not had their fathers in their lives for more than half of their life. In most cases, when they're in their teenage years going into adult years, they are learning from their mothers, who are they primarily in the household with. So that is a learned behavior. Mama's doing it all, so I'm gonna get out here, bust my ass, and do it all my damn self. Not that I don't want a man, not that I don't need a man, because I need that companionship. However, I've learned to do it myself. He comes along, I'm open to receive it. I will submit to him as long as he shows me that he earns that. But it is called learned behavior. It's not that we think we gotta do it all.
What do you need a man for?
I just said that, for that companionship.
And what else? Because you need a dog for companionship.
Not that kind of companionship. I can't fuck a dog.
So say that.
Tell me everything you need a man for.
I need that companionship, that love, that dominance, that strength. Definitely his man needs,
You said,
because I have needs as a woman.
okay.
But when it comes to taking care of things, I have been doing my own go-getting shit for this long, so I don't need you in that sense. But if should you come along and stick around, it is very much welcome and received. And I will give you that respect that you earn. It does not come naturally, because understand, I am an alpha first. Then I am a woman.
Would you relinquish that control or that?
I have no problem with submitting.
Relinquish, not even
Look,
submit.
Kiki, I have no problem with submitting. I'm here to submit.
Baby, she just asked.
But he has to earn that. That's not naturally given up.
So let's circle all the way back to the beginning of this whole session, right? And I'm gonna take the words that you said out your mouth. You said that you are willing to submit. He has to show his worthy of submitting, right?
Yes, for my submission.
So that means he has to take the action initiative to be first to show you that he's worthy. Why do we always have to go to a situation where we have to show our worth first before you submit? But if that's going to be the case, that's going to be the rules, that's going to be the game, then that means I'm taking action first, I'm taking initiative first. So when I started this whole session, I started first by taking action first. So, but
You taking that action.
and then this is another thing about men and women and this conversations that we have. I could do a million things great. A small petty thing as far as me kicking off, because let's be sure, I saw the beginning rocky, uncertain. We didn't know which way, how we wanted to start this. I had an idea of how to start it. So by me kicking this start, we got to where we want to be right now, and that is communicating amongst each other. Why do we have to pick something small and petty as who introduced their name first?
Because it came out, and this was a male, female, on relationships, on communication, and on everything. When you said, well, if we go first, I went first. We made the comment of, and Will's point even put it out there, if a man and his wife, and you're making the introductions, and he even said, the man will introduce his wife.
No, that's not
Yes.
what I said. That's not what I said.
Oh, you didn't say your man, he said
No.
he'll introduce you first?
No, I don't walk up to a strange man with my wife and say, hey, strange man, this is my wife. I'm Will. I'd be like, hi, my name is Will.
And
This is my wife, so-and-so.
Right, and okay, I get that, but my point is none of us here, except for what, one or two?
That's what she was saying off the truck, she said that.
Okay, so her point was the gentleman factor. What I took of,
Yes.
why did the women get introduced first, was you as the man starting it out saying, hey, we are going to introduce ourselves, and then you just passed it and said go, and not send it over here to the woman as the gentleman, as in ladies, you first. That was the issue of the comment, oh, why did the women not go first? It ain't about, we ain't smitten, we gotta always take care of things, we gotta do shit. No, it ain't got nothing to do with that. It could be a simple point.
Well, with 3 sessions in, and the men always went first. Even we can start it off with an insult or a funny jab to start off the situation. But this is my thing about men and women when we talk about communication. We will let something this minor build to something so much bigger. Everybody said their names. Let's move on to the next subject. When we're in relationships and we deal with people, we let the smallest rock turn into the biggest boulder. We let the smallest thing that starts your day off fuck up the rest of your day because we're stuck on something that was not that serious. And can we all agree it wasn't that serious? I get your point. It actually is a great point. It's a great conversation icebreaker.
Yes.
But overall, and big scheme of things in relationships, a lot of arguments start off with something that is a misunderstanding, miscommunication, or something that's very small, and we build it to something bigger. And I think it draws a line of the communication between the men and the women in the household.
That's a very good point. But you know what the problem is? You see what you just did? Accepted accountability for what could have been or what should have been. A lot of people don't do that. It would have just been like, we started, or well, move on. You said something very simple that made a lot of sense. I apologize. Maybe it should have went that way. A lot of people won't accept that.
Well, let's put it on display for everybody then, so we can start a new trend.
I don't feel as though an apology was necessary. I feel as though a placeholder as a man going first. It's a petty thing, but it extends across how we deal in our relationships. So just the thought of the men on one side and the women on the other side, are we coming here to connect in our conversation, or are we coming here to versus one another? That's what we have to ask each other in your own heart. Am I seeking to connect with the men across from us, or I'm seeking to show mom that I'm a bad bitch and all that kind of stuff? And how I'm not going to be moving, and I'm going to tell you what to do, and all that. Or are we here to understand and connect with each other?
I'm coming to learn, honestly. And what I want to learn, I don't need that, like my mouth is so big. What I want to learn is if what I keep hearing is true, if I am emotionally detached. I will be the woman who say it. I don't know if I know how to be in a relationship. I don't know if I know how to be a man's wife. Because going back to something S had said, I was taught from a single mother to be independent, to do it and to get it. Now, I have all the answers when it comes to submitting. I will submit, but I will also say it's going to take a very strong man to lead me, because I have had to be the end-all, be-all of my life. I had a child at 16 years old. I couldn't fail. I had to figure it out. So I can't sit across from a person and they tell me, go jump in 6 feet of water and I know I'm 5'3" and I don't swim that good, and I know you can't swim either, I'm that little baby that's gonna ask you why we jumping in that water. A lot of men don't like that, and that's an issue. You can't make a lot of men don't like that. You can't make me do something that doesn't make sense to me, because everything I do has to make sense to me, because if I fail, my children fail. It's a ripple effect. So I don't know how to give up that control. And whenever I've tried, I've been failed.
And that's what she said, she has to earn it. That's where that comes in.
May I comment?
Yeah, but
Yes.
wait.
Just a second.
It's almost,
Just a second, sorry.
I'm sorry. May I comment?
Yes.
It's not that you don't know how to be a wife, like you said. You don't know how to be a wife until you are a wife.
I've been one.
You don't know until you've been one. So that's what I'm saying. You've been married before, right?
Unfortunately.
Okay. It didn't work out. It didn't work out. Everything ain't perfect. But in that relationship, what we're doing now, communication is everything. That's everything.
A lot of people lack that though.
Whether I'm talking to you, I'm not talking at you. That's the main thing. You have to decipher what that person is doing. And even me being the one who's talking to you, I'm talking to you now. I'm not talking at you. Look, Brandon, you do this, you do that. No, you know what I'm saying? As your man, I have to request things of you. I never tell you do this. I always ask, can you do this? Even, like I said, even with my wife, I ask her, can you do this? And she'll be like, you don't have to ask me. All you do is tell me. No. I ask. I respect everything, including down to my kids. I don't order my kids to do anything. I'll ask them, and they know this. But with kids, it's different. I'll ask you, but you can say no. There's consequence to that. With my wife, there's no consequence. It's either you is or not. You know what I'm saying? That's respect that we have with each other. So when y'all get married, you figure it out as you go. You can't just go and say, oh, when I get married, I'm going to do this. My husband's going to do this, do that. Your dream and your expectations of your husband, they here, but he's going to be here. You know what I'm saying? So you have to bring them down and try to meet in the middle. And you can build your man to whatever you want him to be. As long as he got a dream and you stand behind it and he stand behind you, that's whatever.
How are you defining strength, Brandon? How are you defining strength? When y'all say, I need a strong man to handle me, how are you defining strength?
That's what you hear us say.
I'm going to say, really, in the mind. It's not necessarily in the physical. It's something he said that was very important. I've also been in a lot of abusive relationships, whether they have been mental, physical, or emotional. So when you come to me in a certain manner, I'm going to react in a certain manner. And when I don't trust you, I don't trust you. If I can't trust you with my heart, I'm going to handle you accordingly.
Answer my question, Brandon.
When I define strength, patience.
Yeah.
With me, it's going to take patience. That's what I mean when I say strength. Mentally, a lot of men that I have, because I'm not going to say all, I don't know all of them. A lot of men that I come in contact with, they can't handle me mentally because I've endured a lot. They like the idea of me, but when they get to know me, they can't handle it. It's too complex because I know I can be a bit much. I don't want to be, but I have to be. You know, I do. No, honestly, I do.
Why doesn't she?
Why does she?
Why doesn't she?
Well, but the bottom line is, it's baggage. You know, for lack of a better word, it's baggage.
This one?
It's baggage.
This one?
Baggage. I'm taking what happened between me and Entice. I'm coming in with you with that same attitude that I had with her because I went through something with her. I went through something with Cha-Cha. You know what I'm saying? So now, why am I bringing that to you? You see
So
what I'm
if
saying?
you leave out of this parking lot every day and you go to the right and the police pull you over, at some point you're going to start going left, right? Because you're tired of getting pulled over, right?
Yeah, but you're coming into it with the defenses up as you turning right past the police every day.
So if I expect that you can't disappoint me.
So
Say that again.
If I expect that you can't disappoint me. I expected it to happen. It was just a matter of when.
But the bottom line is
So is that
sometimes.
baggage?
Yes, that's baggage.
Unfortunately.
That's baggage. Sometimes you can expect things. You can. I remember I saw this. And you can see something that has absolutely nothing to do with your past experience. But when that past experience experience affected you in such a way. This is a good dude minding his business, and he did something that reminded you of something. He didn't really, you know what I'm saying? He didn't do it in the same context of having your back, but because of your defenses, you run a good dude on.
So if I explain to you what that trigger was and you make the choice to ignore it, what is that?
But would you explain?
If I make the decision to explain to you what bothers me and you make the decision to make an excuse about why you're...
That's your opinion. Calling it an excuse is your opinion.
What's your name? Tim said he talks to his wife, not
Exactly.
at her.
Exactly.
So if I tell you my baggage,
Mhm.
the backpack that's on my left shoulder,
Mhm.
has an issue with people talking at me instead of to me, and I explain that to you, and then you continue to do it, and then you say, well, I don't think it's a problem.
Then you did.
Okay, thank you. That's what I'm saying, so I'm
Okay.
expecting.
It's simple. You did.
Can I just say something though?
Some red flags we always talk about.
Because when Will mentioned baggage, that Manning Dover said, say it again, one more time with the people in the back row. Let me break this down right quick. So we talk about communication. Communication is definitely key in any situation. Also touching, let me do a caveat. PJ said misunderstandings. It's always a misunderstanding before it turns into an all-out argument. Because something was misunderstood. But it also ties into now you need to communicate to find out what you missed in that understanding to overstand. Now let's jump back to the baggage portion. Everybody comes with some fucking baggage. Now the question is, are you adult enough to communicate, to unpack that motherfucking bag and throw the trash away so that you can get to a point of overstanding and moving forward instead of sitting on what happened in the past? Everybody is going to have some kind of trigger, something happened to them in the past relationship. That is understood, no ways around it. But are you built emotionally enough to help that person unpack their baggage as much as they are big enough and strong enough to help you unpack yours? Because you can't hold on to what happened to the past, because obviously you started Entice, you go to Brandy. Clearly you went to Brandy because something that Entice lacked, Brandy has. So you can't take what Entice had and attach it to Brandy, because she's a whole different movement. She's a whole other lane of boulevard.
No, it's not.
That's what
No.
she said.
Hold on.
She said she goes into everything.
No, she said she
Because y'all just
does.
say
Listen,
y'all.
okay,
I said-
I'm being
Hold on,
specific.
hold on,
You
hold on,
arguing with me, and I'm
wait.
being specific.
Listen,
Okay?
listen.
She said,
No.
Yes.
but I'm
That's
we
no.
going by the example that
Listen.
started all this.
Listen. And that's what I'm saying, because when you mentioned that's baggage, correct. She does have baggage from past relationships that she goes into the next.
We all
So now the question is, since this is something that she is going through, my question is to the men, as men, are you willing to be that strength that she needs to help unpack that heavy, unnecessary ass bag and get rid of the
That's what I'm
trash?
talking about right there, thank you.
I am willing to be that strength if you can present it and be completely honest and vulnerable about what it really is. If you are able to be humble enough to look at yourself in the mirror and say, damn, this is an ugly monster that I have inside of me. And tell me about that ugly monster, then you can lean your head on my shoulder. However, if when that ugly monster appears in you, and I say, know me, there's that ugly monster again. No, it ain't. Da 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 da. Totally dismantling everything that I am telling you that I see as another adult. Hey, this is what I'm experiencing from you, and you're denying it.
Before you say something, so, okay, hold on, wait, before you say something, so just the way you just said that, Bruce, the way you just said that, by saying, know me, there's that ugly monster, okay, Breeze. Him having issues, let's flip it, if it was Breeze, and I noticed that, come here, let's talk, let's have this conversation, what's going on, talk to me, let me in, bring it to me, so we can lay all this shit out on the table, we can air out all the bad shit, so we can move forward. there is a different way of how you approach it, and definitely there has to be communication, there has to be transparency, but at the same time, you have to open yourself so that they can lay that shit out. That way, they can feel comfortable with bringing everything to you to even start unzipping that backpack. Because when you come at them, well, what's going on? Like, come on, do it. No, I'm good. I'll just keep carrying this shit like a bird. But breathe. Come on, baby. I see it on your shoulders. Come talk to me. I'm looking at the energy. Come talk to me.
All right, here you go. The main issue that I'm seeing right now between us and y'all, you have to know the people that you're dealing with.
Know your audience.
You have to know that. So the thing is, you just can't say, hey baby, come talk to me. You have to know that man that you're dealing with. You have to know the female that you're dealing with. So I'm talking to you too, brother.
Yes.
You have to know the female that you're dealing with. You can't just go in and be like, come talk to me. You have to understand your woman, understand your man. So that way when the time comes, sometimes you need give them a little space. That way, let them calm down first within themselves. Then you can go to them and say, look, I see you got something on your mind. Come talk to me.
That's where my part.
I left my bill in the car, but I wanted to add something. I wanted to back up a little bit, right? And this is not to create a negative space, but it has to be said. Being able to tell someone your baggage or being transparent and open and all that stuff with some of these men drives them away because there's a stigma that's attached to my baggage. Oh, she's this, she's that, da da da. When I care enough to tell a man the stuff that I've gone through, sometimes it scares him off. You know what I'm saying? And then it builds up. If that happens to me too many times, my baggage creates baggage for me. It becomes a thing where I don't know who I can trust because none of my men are the same. I don't have a type. You know what I'm saying? I've trusted them and this one is different than the last, da da da. And I was able to tell you, hey, I got 2 kids by 2 different men. You know what I'm saying? Hey, I used to be in the life. Hey, I used to be bisexual. Like whatever your past, no, I'm not. That's not me, daughter. But like, when you want to package, I make it a habit most of the time when I'm dealing with men to not tell them what the last person did to me and that affected me negatively. You know why? I used to find out that when I did that, it is recreated in my new relationship. I don't know why. And then if I tell them how I responded to a thing, a man has used that against me and he brought it back up. So trying to find a man that I can come over and say, hey, this is what I've been through. And like for you to trust you enough and really lay my head on your shoulder, I do that with the intention that I will never hear this shit come up again. Like, hey, know me, there's an ugly monster. Bruh, no, this new thing has me acting like that old thing. Let's talk about it. You know what I'm saying? I've never encountered recently in my recent dating a person that cares for real about my baggage enough to say blah, 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 and not have the judgment. Yes.
Another thing is stop referring to it as baggage on the lip.
No, I'm only saying baggage because that's what was on the floor.
I'm just saying,
Uh-huh.
when you refer to it as baggage, it makes it sound a lot worse.
Negative connotation.
Negative
Negative connotation.
You come in with baggage and it's negative, you need that negative response. So if you come in positive, like, hey, we all have a baggage. You know? I was an ex-whore, so I'm just saying
How many you can sit there is like?
But I'm just saying, if you come in and just say, look, my past is my past, I know you have a past. There's no virgins in this room. And you can't go into a marriage expecting that person to be a virgin. If you are, something wrong with you, especially this day and age. So at the same time, it's not baggage. It's just your past. Your past is your past. That's it. That's your experience that made you who you are today. And that's what attracted you to me now.
Baggage don't have to be negative though. It doesn't. It doesn't have to be negative. And honestly, and then,
It's on a bag in the trash can. I get what you're saying.
not take my bag to the airport too. I keep my bag over there with all my stuff in it. Just my pride stuff.
She has your not feelings. I think a lot of people don't understand that they still have healing to do within. And they'll point out everything that's wrong with you. And when you tell it to them, if I identify with something and I discuss it, people become defensive.
Yes.
But that's because they still have their own internal healing to do that they don't want to accept. So they'll say, no, nothing's wrong with me, it's you. You are like that because of this. When in all actuality, I've been dealing with it so often, it's like second nature to me. But what I'm telling you is what you're doing is bothering me. And then once I explain that to you and you choose to continue to do it, that's why I get called emotionally detached, because at that point I would be like, next.
I got an analogy for y'all. Oh, my bad.
She kind of took the words out of my mouth. We as women are always called the emotional ones because we express how we're feeling when something's bothering us, when something makes us mad. As far as y'all men go, most of the men, not all of them, they don't know how to express when something is bothering them. When we trigger them, they'll just internalize it all and act like everything's okay. As women, we're going to say something. I know I don't have the capacity to hold it in. If you're pissing me off, you're pissing me off, and I'm going to let you know you're pissing me off. And then I'm the emotional wreck. I'm doing too much. I'm doing too much. No, I'm expressing how you're feeling, what you did made me feel. And if I can't express that to you, what kind of man are you?
And if I tell my girlfriends, then I'm doing this.
Yeah, what kind of man? I'm coming to you and telling you how what you're doing is making me feel, and you are putting up the brick wall. Why would I continue to come to you and tell you how you make me feel? Why would I want to express myself? And I can't feel protected if I'm coming to you and you're putting your hand up in my face. So what do? I want to go talk to my girlfriend. I want to go talk to my friends. Sometimes I'm going to go talk to another man who's listening. Because you're the person I'm coming to and you're giving me your ass to kiss.
I have a question though.
Check out emotionally first.
Let me talk about this emotion thing though, because you say that, we look at you like y'all getting out of hand or y'all acting out of pocket. But you can tell your same story to your same girlfriend and your girlfriend be like, yo, you tripping. You getting out of pocket.
How about that?
And you like, all right, thank you, sis, I appreciate that. But as soon as you get that from your man, as soon as you get that from your man, it's like, oh, you taking it as we telling you doing too much. No, I'm telling you that you actually are. We know your scales. We know how you are. I know how you are when you feel good. I know how you are when you're pissed off. I know how you are when you're just having a chill day. So when I see your levels. So when I see your level go here, you are.
Is my relationship with you the same as my relationship with my girlfriend? I don't fuck her.
But you going to...
I sleep. I'm intimate with you. You have my heart. I give you my feelings. You're my man. You're not my girlfriend.
No. What I'm asking you is, why is that acceptable from your friend that the person that you not fucking and the person that you are?
Is it because they don't have a dog in the fight?
But they
don't have a dog in the fight.
You taking that strategy to the fight?
No, I don't. It does happen, but I don't. She don't have a dog in the fight. I'm coming to you first. And if you don't give me what I need back, then I'm going somewhere else.
So you raise your voice at somebody that you sleep with?
Fuck yeah.
I mean,
It depends.
Just think about this. I
try not to initially.
Have I yelled before? Absolutely. I might in a very verbally and emotionally abusive relationship. I know. That's how we communicate. So yes, I have. Do I now? No, because I don't need to. Because he don't talk to me that way.
Hey, Sil.
I do. Yeah.
Hey, listen.
I like to yell. You know what I'm saying? I was in the go-go band. I love to yell. And I'm a screamer.
Let me ask you this question over there. Because I think I can take you, Sil.
Okay.
But would I ever raise my voice at you, man? Funk? Would I raise my voice at you?
No.
Would I raise my voice, Mr. Coleman?
Never happened.
Breeze?
You want to talk to me about something? That's different.
All these men in this
That's
world
completely different.
can throw them hands, man. And I will not raise my voice at them. Why? is it so comfortable for you guys to raise your voice at your man?
May I?
Pause, please.
Because if I say, they don't do that, that's bothering me. So you gonna sit there and act like you don't motherfucking hear me? Then it's gonna be like, you doing too much. What, huh? What you hollering for? Cause when I said it the first time, your ass was it, that's why.
Listen, hey, Phil, I understand, because I was like, some people get turned on by that.
Yeah,
That's the turn on. I mean, we're all different. I'm sorry. We're all different.
But also too, it's for women, you have to, like, I've learned and I'm learning dating, like, you have to, when you demand a certain energy in a room, he will pay attention. But like, you can go in a room, if something's bothering you, and it's really bothering you, know how to demand that energy in a room without having to sit there and raise your voice and yell and scream, because it's not getting nowhere.
Man, I heard it back there. I agree with you 100%. It's toxic. That's why I'm sorry, that's why I won't do it anymore. I'll check out immediately. I don't have to do that shit, because what you won't do, the next man will. And if I gotta keep turning them over, that's just what it's gonna be. Period.
I'm mad at you for that.
I ain't arguing with nobody no more. You don't have to. Because, again, a lot of people, they date for help. They don't date for love. So they do the shit that they date for help. They don't date for love. That's why our divorce rate is so high. That's why we have all these broken homes, because people go into business arrangements. They don't go into love and relationships. Nobody wants, it's how can you benefit my life? That's why it's what you bring to the table. I got a goddamn table. You're gonna sit at it or I come sit at yours. So that's a disconnect right there. In itself, nobody feels, women, I love us. We now unfortunately feel like we don't need y'all. And it happens. Now, I'm smart enough to know that I need one. I just know I can't be with a simp. Because again, my personality is too strong. If I can walk all over you, I'm gonna get my cutest stilettos and get to tap dancing across the waist. But if a man tell me sit down and that's somebody that I know I should listen to, I'm like,
Are you sure that that's your personality that's strong?
that's probably how I've been groomed.
What if your personality is gentle?
I mean, it is. I'm very nurturing and loving. But I need to be reconditioned. I know that. But again, a lot of people don't want to put in the work.
So I wanted to comment on the do you yell at your significant other? No, I don't. I don't even like being yelled at myself. I shut down immediately. I won't say anything. That's how I've been since a child. I don't like to be yelled at, so I'm not going to yell at you. But I also understand and know that there's a lot that goes on in my head when I'm having those conversations with my fiance, and I don't want to hurt nobody's feelings. So I usually do not respond emotionally. I got reminded of that this morning from my sister, and she said that she wants to be more like me, where you don't just jump and respond emotionally, you actually put logic into it. If me and him are going through something, I can recognize, it's my fiance. So when we are going through something, I can feel it in the room, and I wait, and I give it a day. Because whatever I'm going to say, I'm going to, one, try to hurt your feelings. I know I can. And number two, we're going to have a problem, and we might not get past this, and I'm not here for that. So we give it a day. And then we come back the next day. We might not even talk. What was that one day when he talked to 3 o'clock in the afternoon? And we said, it was a whole day, all the way through work day, 3 o'clock you get off, all right, so we're going to talk later. Okay, bet. So you in a better place, so am I. We then discussed what happened, and I can now logically tell you what was my problem with what you did. I can logically explain to you what hurt my feelings about what happened. You can tell me your side. Where were you coming from? And now, we can laugh at it. Okay, so we're going to do that again. So I personally do not speak from emotion because I know my emotions hurt feelings. So I would rather just wait, give it a chance. And I've been that way with all my relationships. And even if I have seen things in this relationship that triggered me from my last one. And there was one very hard incident that brought up something that happened to me before. And I got angrier that time, but I still did not yell at him, and I still did not disrespect him. I did not call him out his name. But I made it very clear not to do that again, because I'm not going back down that road from that last person. since then, have we had that issue? No. And not every man is gonna be like my fiance, but I'm gonna treat him with that respect the same way I want it back. I'm gonna show you what I'm looking for in this relationship so we can continue that towards our marriage, towards our lifetime with each other. So I could just be different, it could just be a little, something for me, but my upbringing did help me to be this way and to better communicate because I am really into communication, very much so. So we communicate about pretty much everything.
Thank you.
Just want to I mean, she said it, you know what I'm saying? Like they did.
Brother, how did you feel when she approached you like that?
What you mean?
How did you feel when she approached you, how she just explained that she did?
But it made her feel a certain type of way, what you did, what you said.
When she paused, reflected, attached logic, and then approached you with respect and dignity, how did that make you feel? As a man.
Let me see. Best way I can explain it is like I feel more confident about the whole talk to about it. We was like more on a understanding level with that because I calmed down a lot. So I feel
What do you
great
mean when you
about
said
it.
you calmed down?
When I have
Yeah, her uncle's in here, bro.
She can't hurt you now.
myself, like, I will say this, so I like the fact that we actually took a while to actually talk about it because when I talk, if I'm mad, I say whatever I feel. So I like the fact that we actually took a breather, maybe a couple hours to actually sit and just think about what we did and then approach each other about it.
Once I hear that, I hear you. I was like, oh. That means you can hear anything. Okay, bet. We're not talking. We're done for the night.
My question about your strategy, have y'all ever been in an argument with somebody, right? Y'all can act off emotion. And you just say the first thing that come out your goddamn mouth.
No.
And then,
I
didn't finish it. I didn't even finish the statement. Because what she's saying, I don't know if that's just the Libra in me. I move logical. You know what I'm saying? And I think things out.
You know I'm a Libra.
But it has been times where I have dealt with somebody and emotional right off the break. Why did it? And I react, and my response is not as smart as it should have been. We say some wild shit. We say some hurtful stuff to your partner. We say some mean shit, and then after you go home and sit down and think about it for a while, you're like, damn, I still could have got my point across, but I could have did it this way, or I could have did it better. And that's the thing about being logical, and that's the thing about being emotional. And to be honest with you, everybody ain't for everybody. My logical thinking might trigger you off, because you might get turned on and get excited about a dude that just goes back and forth with you. Y'all argue all day. Y'all send 50 million text messages. Some people find that exciting. They complain about it, but they find it very exciting. They're a magnet to it.
They think you care.
That's showing.
Exactly. They think you care.
So that's the mindset. And so when we talk about, y'all say that we meet men and we say we meet women, we have to understand, like I said, everybody is not for everyone. Your same strategy might not work with the next guy, with the last guy, but it worked with him.
It didn't work with the last
guy. Yeah, and it works perfect with him.
Mm-hmm.
You gotta
he
understand.
is emotional though. He speaks off emotion.
So
I know I have to be logical because if we're both emotional, we're gonna be.
It's gonna be a car crash. It's gonna be.
Relationships end when I don't go, if I don't go off logic. So I'm with Brittany on this one. Like I'm that Leo. If I talk to you emotionally and if we're having this argument, like most guys don't understand. Me looking at you and being calm and you want to be hyped, like I pulled over to the side of the road and let this nigga out because he yelling and screaming. I said, you're not going to like what I have to say. Fuck you, this and another. Go ahead, get out. And as I drove off, put the window down and your mama's a bitch. And because like for real, if I say what I'm saying, you can't talk to me and say, I don't care if you said, oh, I was emotional, it was in the heat of the moment, I'm sorry for what I said. No, I heard what you fucking said. No, and then you can't take it back. I can't unhear it, and I can't feel the way I felt then. And I'm looking at you now. Fuck you. I'm done. I will give you all the million checks. But if you cross that line, that's why I say, so I know if I'm mad, shorty, I'm swinging hands because that's the best way for me to, like, we can get over the physical, and I'm sorry, I shouldn't have put my hands on you, but if you tell me, I don't care, sticks and stones may break my bones, words never hurt me, that's a lie. That's something that your parents taught you to try to build up your confidence. Because I promise you, my word is going to cut you.
And at 37, I swear, I'm just now learning that. With your strategy, because when I start Virgoing, it's over.
So right quick. So PJ, to answer your question, because I guess it seems like, the question was geared towards the women. Like, do we just come off the fly? Well, I felt it was, because in most cases.
I never even finished my statement.
Yeah.
Oh, my bad. Okay. Okay. So.
Y'all took the headline. Y'all didn't read the article.
Okay.
Can I at least get the first paragraph in the article? Because you did give just the byline.
No, because what I was about to make it seem to say, I was using her as example, but I was going to make my way back to the men as well, because both sides are emotional.
Facts.
You just ask, are you a y'all? You say, yeah, that's emotion coming out. You know what I'm saying? That's your emotion coming out. Like, but it all boils down to get the big picture, and we have to understand that, like I said, everybody is not for everybody. And if it was so easy to find that person to match your soul, it would be so many great relationships out here. But it's not. So we gotta understand, when they say the dating game, I don't mean play. It's you're really out here fishing. Like, you fishing for the right fish. You know what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, yeah, you might pull 5 dudes, or 5 dudes in a row might not be the nigga for you. That 6th one might be. Or the 3 girls that you dealt with. They ain't understand how you move or how you carry yourself. The 4th one might be. My whole point is, don't fucking give up.
Don't be a quitter.
Don't be a quitter. Don't be a quitter. It's hard. If it was so easy, it would be so many rings on all these fingers in here.
But you gotta understand as well, not everyone is up for the challenge. People want shit to come quick and easy, and that's not how life is made. If that was the case, if it was meant for life, if it was meant for life to come quick and easy, I mean, shit, it'll be a whole lot of going around these parts. But it takes for folks on both sides to put in work. It cannot be one-sided. They talk this, we gotta be even, we gotta be equal, it's gotta be 50-50. It cannot be 55-45. It cannot be 59-41. It has to be equal.
When do you call it quits though, if we're always working on it? You know what I mean? Like, when do you realize this is not the person for you? Because again, how many times do I have to keep telling you the exact same thing? If I tell you I don't like fish and you keep cooking fish, and so now I gotta starve to death because I'm trying to work with you?
No, your tolerance, everybody has a different tolerance level. So
some people go quit to make an abusive relationship work because I wanted my child to grow up in a 2-parent household. Mm-hmm. And I continued to try to make it work. I took all the abuse, I took all the physical abuse, emotional abuse, verbal abuse, because I wanted my child to grow up in a 2-parent household. Until one day I said, hey, let's go to counseling, let's see if we can fix this. We need to work on our relationship. And he told me, our relationship is not a priority to me.
Oh. Did you check out at that point?
That was it. That day, that was it. And he thought I was playing because I had left and come back so many times because he has his way of manipulating me, where he would push me off and I would just be sitting there waiting for him to come back and get me. And every time he would come back and get me, I would go back. So he thought I was playing when I said I was done. But that day I was done. You can't make our relationship priority. A relationship, to be honest with you, that was never good from the start. Mm-hmm. But I had a baby with you, and so I needed this to work because I'm the woman that everybody talks about. I'm the one with 3 baby daddies.
Girl, me too. Cheers.
So the third one,
don't make the same mistake twice.
I had to make it work.
I'll make a new mistake.
So I had to make it work because society told me that I'm not worthy anymore. Society, men told me, literally, oh, you already got 2 kids. I really can't see myself being with you long time.
Good job. He did his job. He helped you out.
He
Well, we do
did.
the same thing, though.
He did.
That's why I tell you what, you
But I'm still a good person.
You are.
Regardless of how many kids I got, I'm a good ass woman.
Absolutely.
I take care of my own because I was forced to take care of by myself. Just because I've had 2 kids doesn't mean I'm not a good woman. And that's what the men's society puts on me. Men out here with 4, 5, 6, 7 kids, but will tell me I'm used goods and I'm not worthy.
Because he probably don't take care of 4, 5, 6, or 7. He can't handle 8 and 9.
Ooh,
Well,
That's real.
your turn, your turn.
My wife and I just had this conversation. All men think different. I think very different from everyone on this panel. And I must prove this. Any one of y'all can answer this. You meet a woman with 5 kids, 5 different baby fathers. How do you view her? Start with you. We'll start with you. How do you view her?
Somebody that's not for me.
Okay. How do you view her?
Somebody I can hit it, really quickly.
Okay. How do you view her?
Pretty much the same thing, but the kids ain't mine, so I don't care.
Okay. How do you view Dennis? And you?
She a hoe.
And Reese, how do you view her?
Depends on the nature of a relationship.
All right. I look at it different. I see it as if
She got some good
she got some good shit. 5 different people. You got 5 different people, 5 different kids. They all must see the same thing in there. I want to see too. That's how I look at it. But I'm saying now, but it's how.
What stage you are in your
Thank
life.
you.
I know. I'm trying to
Thank
see.
you.
I'm trying to see which one. I can't remember which one said it, but it said it all depends on the nature of the relationship that I have with her.
Breathe.
So, with that being said, if she's a good woman, I see her, she has 5 different kids, I'll stay. Because I know my heart. I'll stay. I'll help her.
It's where you are.
That's right.
It's where
So,
you are.
and it takes a lot to be a step-parent. And that's a whole other thing.
Hey,
You know what
but
I like? I like the fact that you said that, because a lot of people will go to this thinking is that 5 people didn't stay. What's wrong?
Yes.
So I like that you. Thanks for sharing that.
But-
For real.
Hey, so your thought process was, I wonder if she got some good shit, right? She cannot be for me, and I can still wonder if she got some good shit. How many times we fuck somebody that we know we was gonna be in a relationship with?
All the time.
Never.
Right, I'm going to every situation thinking it's going to be a situation. You do, I know.
I'm just talking. At the end of the day, this was my analogy I was gonna say a while ago. I'm glad I didn't forget it.
Come back to it.
Remember we talk about bags, right? So you ever meet a person, or you know, a family member or somebody that comes to your house and say, I gotta spend the night over. Can I stay at your house for a little while? And they bring their bags with you. You know a person that you don't want staying in your house all day, and you see them get their bags and they start putting shit together, they putting it in the drawer. You like, oh, bro, what you doing? You ain't staying that long. Compared to a person that you like, you care about. You like, no, let me help you put that in here. Go ahead, bring your bags in. Come on, let me help you unpack those bags because I want you here, right? A lot of people don't want people for the long term. So when you bring your bags, don't unpack them shits on me.
Right.
You just keep it with you, so when it's time for you to go, you can pick your bags up and get the fuck out of here quick.
You ain't got to pack that look.
So this is when I say when it comes to bags and bringing because you talked about unpacking earlier. Thank God I didn't forget this. You talk about unpacking earlier. Who will unpack it with you? Somebody that wants to be with you will help you unpack those bags. But everybody ain't everybody ain't on that same wave. Everybody ain't gonna help you unpack. They're gonna bring you in. They're gonna tell you can stay over for a little while, but you better not unpack your bags over here. That's what makes them run. You know what I'm saying? So, and that whole mindset, I was trying to look and see. So that whole mindset of, you know, I'm gonna unpack my bags on you, and some people will help you unpack, and some people will help you run away. Because some people is not ready to unpack it. They probably don't see the value in you. They probably don't see the worth. They might just think you got some good shit.
But you know what the flip side to that is? When I don't unpack those bags, you know what my favorite one is, and it burns me up from the inside out? You act just like a nigga.
Unemotional.
I know I'm not going. Like, I know. I hear that shit so much, it irks me. You act just like a nigga. Because when I act like a girl, I'm doing too much. But when I act like you, I really be wanting to be like, no, you really act like a bitch. But I mean, but I hear that so much. You act like a nigga. Because I try not to lay my problems out there for anybody. Because I believe in self-accountability. Ain't nobody did shit to me that I didn't allow. So I can't blame you for whooping my ass because I let you whoop my ass. I can't blame you for cheating on me because I kept letting you cheat on me. I can't blame you for calling me out my name because I keep letting you call me out of my name. So once I reach that place and I see these things now, no matter how small it is, I check out. And they be like, you ain't never gonna be happy because at the first sign of adversity, you run. Bye.
But PJ, you made a point about them wanting to unpack your bags. Like, I'm in a situation where the person who I'm dating now, I left him to be with the person I married. And he chose to step back in my life and help me up. Yeah, that part.
Repeat that, sis, because he's doing the math.
So, I was dating somebody. My current husband came home from prison. We got married. I packed my U-Haul. Well, the dude who I'm with now, he helped me pack my U-Haul to move to Virginia. I got to Virginia, crossed Tidewater Bridge, and I blocked him from everything. Okay. Then I came back here when I got sick in 2019, and me laying in my hospital bed, bored and alone, I sent him a text message saying, I'm sorry I left. And he FaceTimed me and was like, I had to make sure this was you, because I hadn't heard from you in 2.5 years.
And he took you back?
And I'm about to finish that. I wasn't even in the hospital. I was in the hospital maybe like 3 more hours. Somebody said somebody at the front desk asking for you, but they're calling you McKinney. My married name is Jones. He didn't even know I got married. So I said, well, if they know McKinney, they know me. Came in there. He been beside me ever since.
That shit good.
And he literally helped. Like, he's literally been that person. Like, even when I said, well, I'm still married and I still got to, get divorced and all that stuff, he don't care. And it's not because he got back. He has no kids. He has his dog. That's it. Like, he federal police officer. Like, he doesn't have bags.
Can we call that unconditional love?
Yeah, so he helped me unpack my bags and still helped me unpack my bags. I still got some chapters I'm trying to close. So he wants to be there. So he made a point. They want to help you unpack.
That's a unicorn. He helped me pack it.
Ain't a unicorn. Don't I'm not throwing mythical creatures out there. There are good guys out there that are like that. Don't unicorn that shit.
Y'all understand that the average person would say that dude is stupid?
No, that's
the average person would say he's stupid. You left me and got married, F off. And now you sick, F off. The average person will call him.
Oh, yeah.
So you can't say that because that is not average. It's not typical, TJ.
Exactly.
Your last man is not going to help you unpack and pack up and go make
No. My example was, I wasn't because of that. I just gave my whole situation.
I'm just saying.
He was willing to help me unpack
But
my
I'm
bag.
saying that's not typical. I get it. Like, and that's dope. That's not typical. That is some unicorn mythical shit.
He's an amazing man.
He's amazing.
I cannot believe what I'm hearing.
He's a man.
I don't know what kind of.
See, y'all see, it's the difference between. You need to tell me, no disrespect to your situation.
Okay.
You tell me, excuse me,
I might do
but
good shit, 'cause I done get some good ones to help me unpack my stuff.
you left me, and you went and married another cat, and you was gone for 2 years. You come back in town, you holler at me and say, hey, I'm back, I'm sorry I left. And I'm right back at your door?
He didn't know.
That's right. He didn't know I was married until he came to the hospital.
Right.
He didn't know. He just knew I left and went to Virginia because I told him I
Oh,
got a
that
job.
made a difference. I
No, it
get
didn't make
that.
a difference. I'm just saying he didn't know he came. But because he cared enough about me and loved me enough, he was willing to let you go. Come back.
Oh, you hearing what's not being said, right?
But
He
women
cared
do
about
that
me,
all the
and
time.
he loved me.
So
Men do it all the time. Men go and have babies by their side chicks, and the women are expected to stay and hold him down because that's what's expected.
That's the dumbest shit I've ever heard.
But it is
No, that is the dumbest shit ever, but it happens. No, you're right. It does not.
If
I
you're in a
agree.
relationship with somebody, and they go out and they come back with another kid, and you stay, in my opinion, you dumb. You're a sucker.
I'm sorry, I second that.
Well, no,
I have a question for you, Cha-Cha.
there is that saying. When you love something enough, you love it to let it go, and if it's meant to be, it'll come back.
What you about to say? What you about to ask me?
Do you think that man would have came to the hospital if you would have told him you married?
Yeah,
Think he would have?
I know he would.
You know
You don't think he would have asked you where your husband at?
No, because he asked me that after I told him, but.
He was already up there.
But if I would have told him, he wouldn't have. Let me say something. When I say he loved my dirty drawers, he wouldn't have gave a shit about if I said I was married, 2 sides to the moon. He don't give a shit.
Do you love his dirty drawers?
I'm starting to.
Huh?
Oh,
There we go.
Come on.
Now,
Come on.
say that again,
I'm
please.
starting to. I'm gonna be honest. I'm starting to.
All right, so you left this guy. It's my passion. You left this brother. You dipped off for 2 years. Another brother done put a baby in. You come back with that baby.
Who got a baby?
No,
Put
he's
a ring
that's
on it.
exactly.
Hold on, I ain't got no baby.
I'm sorry. If you put a ring on it.
Yes.
Okay.
He married you, and that didn't work out for whatever reasons. I'm sure it was totally different from your marriage, right? So you
Me
come.
and him didn't break up. That's the thing. I think that's why I say it's kind of fucked up.
Oh,
Me and
who's
him are
right?
good. What you say?
Fucked up with whose part?
My part.
Her part.
I own 100% of this shit. 'Cause
So
I'm
you
a
come
girl.
back. He loves you. Girl, I got you. I'm gonna hold you down.
It wasn't like that right away.
Okay, but eventually got there.
Yeah, got there.
And he loves your dirty drawers.
Yeah.
And you are just starting to love him. That is a sin.
No, that's dating for help, not love. I just said that.
That's
This is a
neither
sin.
or because I don't. He does not help me.
You said he was there to help you.
Unpack your bag.
Help unpack my bags.
That's the
Unpacking my
That's the
bags
help.
is not
That's
him
the
being
help.
my help.
Yes, that is.
That is, he's helping
because
you
he's
unpack your
helping
bag.
you get through whatever it is that you're going through. It doesn't have to necessarily be monetary. But you
Okay.
just said that you don't even love him like he loved you. Because for him to come back, he loves you. And you know he loves you. That's why you called him. If he didn't give a shit about you,
I
you wouldn't
wouldn't
even
call
pick
him.
up your phone. So you're technically using him. Because if who
Yeah.
because if who you want calls you, you gone again. You gone again. If your husband get his shit together, because that's who you married.
Oh no.
Well, okay, I'm sorry, let's not even use him. If a man that's more appealing to you comes along, you're gonna leave him again because you don't even love him. You love what he do for you.
I'm learning to love him.
You can't learn to love. You either gonna love a person or you not.
Well, I love him as a person, but as far as being in love with him, I'm learning to be in love with him.
You'll leave him again.
So you're open to find love somewhere else.
You'll leave him
Pretty much.
again.
Yeah.
Pretty much. Pretty much.
So,
Comment.
so I got a question for y'all. How many? See, he used the word simp, right?
He can sing.
How many simps is in the world right now?
About 400,000 million.
So that is not a unicorn. It's a lot of guys out there like that. Did I just, when I say that, kill the unicorn shit?
Okay, first of all, they're not just out here openly flaunting that they're simps. So when they come along, that's why they're considered unicorns.
Nobody would never call
Because-
themselves a simp. Why would they?
I've got some.
Okay, not so much as calling themselves a simp. However, their actions will show it. Their actions will show it. And because we don't come across that everyday simp, and we come across more betas and fuckboys than we do simps. That's why I
Let's
say
take
a
beta away
unicorn.
from fuckboys and simps because there are
No,
good
no, no,
beta
no.
men out there. Let's take that out of there.
Simps are totally in a whole other category from a beta/fuckboy. Those two go one and the same.
They're synonymous.
It all depends on what city.
It all depends.
Baltimore simp is different than a DC simp.
Ooh, wait a minute now. You're talking like a whole other galaxy there now.
Wait a minute. Yes,
I like when y'all raise your hand, so we can, I like that.
Alright,
Get our attention.
we can sit up here and call the next man or next woman dumb, stupid, ignorant, whatever. But at the same time, that's not our deal. That's not our situation.
Right.
So the thing is, whatever I go through in my marriage or my situation, it's nobody's business. Whatever you say, it's what you say. That's your opinion. But as long as I'm happy where I'm at, I don't give two shits. If you happy with your
Yeah, I
guy,
don't give two shits.
Are you happy?
if he,
Are you happy?
Are you
Hold on.
settling or are you happy?
Oh, I'm happy.
hold on.
I didn't settle. That's why I got married.
Hold on. And as long as he's happy with you,
That's why I learned a long time not to care what people think about me and my situation. That's why I don't mind being transparent about it. If he see this, he knows. Like that's our story. It is what it is.
Right.
Like, and I'm open with it. I honestly
But
don't
they will.
care what nobody thinks because that's what you have to. If you can walk in my shoes, then you can care. If you're not walking in my shoes
Right.
or his shoes,
Right.
then you can keep your opinion. You can have your opinion and do what you want to do.
But at the same time, y'all story is not for everyone to be told you.
Oh, that's just a synopsis. You don't know.
Oh yeah. But I'm just saying. So whatever happens in your household, always stays in your household.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Even if it's like he said earlier, something so minor. You know what I'm saying? Become blown out the water. And if he see this, even though it's minor to you, it might not be minor to him.
Well, I asked him before I come to stuff like this, and I talk about open stuff. What does he mind me talking about? What doesn't he mind me talking about when it comes to our relationship?
Okay. Say it.
I don't be asking.
I don't either.
That's part of your story is mine, honestly, and it is not told to everyone. I choose scenarios to expose that situation in, especially if it can be a learning curve for someone or it can be a teaching moment. I don't be asking. It is what it is. If me and you got half of $1, I spend mine the way I want to spend it.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Is it disrespect? That depends on who you asking. Not to me.
And going back to something Bree said earlier, you said when I yell,
That's TJ.
I'm sorry, my bad. So, you said when I yell, that's my emotion. No, I just like to yell. That's just me. Period. You know what I'm saying? So if I do argue with my wife, we don't have arguments. 13 years in, we don't have arguments anymore. If she makes me mad, she know it and she'll see it. And then she'll be like, oh, I did something wrong. I'd be like, yeah. Just like that. And the thing is, she knows me to the point where when she makes a mistake, she already knows, and she be like, oh shit. And then I be like, hey, yeah. As soon as I go like this, she be like, she go, you're mine. She go, already got it. She be like, shut up, I got it. And I'm the same way. If I make a mistake, and I be like, shit, I just fucked something up. Oh shit. And she'll come in the door, I be like, hey! She be like, what'd you mess up? I be like, just sit down for a minute, before you do. Whether I gotta go replace it, or I gotta fix it right then and there, it's already done.
Yeah, every emotion is not dealing with negativity, because the way that you're talking to all of us right now, you have yet to yell. So okay, and 9 times out of 10, I'm the same way too, but it doesn't have to mean that I'm being emotionally upset about something. I could just be passionate about what I'm speaking about.
That's me.
You know what I'm saying? So that's why I said emotion, don't confuse it with a negativity, negative vibes being with emotion. Sometimes we are emotional. We could be sad emotional, happy emotional,
And devoid of it, because I get that charge too. The same thing that I was going to say to you, you were saying about being detached. That's a choice that I make. Honestly, a lot of people think I talk a lot, I really don't. I think I talk loud and I do on demand, right? But most of the time, if you get me to talk loud, it is over. If you get me to scream at you, it's a problem. Like the question I think that somebody posed was, you just say the first thing off the top of your head when you argue with somebody. I usually don't. I have a machete for a tongue. I will slash the shit out your life, real, because I keep my pockets full of shit for everybody. Everybody in here, if you get into it with me, I got some shit in here waiting for all of y'all too. So if you push me there and I allow myself to go there, it probably is going to be the end all. I mean, whatever the fuck I say, I mean. So a lot of times, just during general conversation, disagreements, I don't use that. I don't even go to that level. And as it relates to a man I'm dating, I just want you to hear me and I want to be heard. And a lot of times, you saying something about speaking loudly, I go the other way, because that'll tell you you're not listening. You're not listening. And if you get me to argue, if you get me to scream, I don't want to talk about it no more. I feel like that is the level where my emotions are not taking over, and this is a whole wrap. And for real, we can leave it and table it and never come back. That's how much I give a fuck about it. If you don't step in and allow me to speak and allow me to be heard. I feel that way. I haven't been in a relationship in a while, but most people, and it's back and forth and texting and shit, you're going to see them little dots because I put something there and I'm never going to respond to it because I cannot do that with you over the phone. Inflection is real. How something looks on the text message ain't the way I said it, and then you respond to me in a way that you thought I said something, now we got an issue. I want to come to your house, bruh. Call me on the phone. And people don't call nobody on the phone no more. They sit there, a text message, it'd be the end all, the be all, and I can't. And I think in this age, that's why I'm afraid of relationships, because I mean what I say, and I say what I mean. And people, when you say things, they be like, nah, they want to test you. Bro, I'm telling you who I am. Like, don't push me. It's torturous.
Right.
And I be
me over it fast.
So I shut down. And when I say, I don't want to talk about it right now, let me have that moment. Because again, when I start burgoing, I know I can't take back what I said to you. And it's going to be some real disrespectful shit. So, is you gonna be, you ain't gonna know you was so many bitch ass niggas when I finish. Like, you gonna have to wonder if you really is one. That's how bad I'm gonna talk to you. So when I stop, and I be like, don't make me, or just let me, and then they push, I be like, oh, you like that shit, cause you asking me to do it. I don't wanna deal with you. You a felony waiting to happen. Because I go far. I go far.
What do you think talking to yourself?
I mean, I'm a Virgo too, so I understand. I generally don't, I normally will take a moment in an argument because I know I'm intentionally going to say something to hurt. I want to harm at that point. You take me to that point. I'm one of the sweetest, nicest people. So when you take me there, my intention is to hurt you.
Because I want to hurt you the way you hurt me.
I take a step back. I will generally have that conversation with myself in case I'm making up your answer, but I'll have that conversation with myself first. And then I'll come to you with whatever. And I don't do the text like she said because everything gets misconstrued. And one more thing. But I've dealt with men who want to see me mad. Like they want to see the other side because I am so nice. They want, I just want to see the other side. No. Why?
I don't believe you.
Why?
Well, they learned that was the end of the relationship with me. Because we was driving and arguing over if there was a turning lane. Bitch, you ain't got a car or a driver's license. They was mad at me.
This was a hell of a car ride.
Because it was the argument, and I was the one that always diffused. And I was like, please don't take my kindness for a weakness. Please don't take me saying, no, we're and being passive and whatever. And it was at that point, and he was like, we driving. And he was saying something, this is not a turning lane, shut the fuck up. There's an arrow on the road and the sign up there, and I drive this street every fucking day for 30 years. I've lived in this same fucking house, and this, that, and other. And he was just real disrespectful. I'm going to my mama's house, and I helped him pack his garbage bags, and I dropped him the fuck off, and that was 5 years ago, and it took him 4.5 years to hit me on text messages saying, I just, came across my mind, fuck you, it was the end. So if you pushed me there because he kept saying I was the nice one, I was the nice sweet one, you've learned why the other side don't come out. The lion and the roar.
So Brittany, when Brittany mentioned her logic of approaching a misunderstanding, it took me up until my mid to late 30s to get that because the younger yesteryear of Sagittarian me, that spitfire pop off and I am cutting you every which way until there is nothing left to you, not even dental plan to identify your body. It took for me to get to this point to make myself have a delayed reaction to what I hear because I know it will take nothing for me to pop off. So when I know something is being said out the left side of a mofo's neck, I'm gonna give him a minute because I'm gonna be quiet. For him to realize, if you know me, when he knows me, and I go quiet, he's going to double back real quick. What's up?
What Tim says. That's exactly.
It's now it may take more than some hours. It has taken days, and to this day I've been single since November 15th, and it's been that long before a certain person realized, well, you stopped talking to me, motherfucker. Did you pick up the phone to call me?
I'm single because I like the free world.
So, you got your hand up?
Yes, I'm sorry. So this goes back to something that Kiki said as well. You said you got ammo for everybody in the room, but waiting to argue that you could use. No, you say I got something in the pocket, waiting to use. At the same time, if you mess up with your partner, you already know you messed up before your partner can find out right or wrong.
Right.
You already know that. So you can play out the scenario in your head. And this is something that I've normally done because of the life I live and my profession that I have now. I always do the what if factor. Yeah. What if this happened? What if this happened? What if this person say this? How am I respond to that? I try to play out all my arguments ahead of time. That way, like she said, you're being logical. You know what I'm saying? It's not that I want to answer emotionally. I want to answer logic. Just because, like Batman said, has he yelled at any of us because we're men? No, I would never yell at these dudes just because it'll start a confrontation once I start yelling at you. If you yell at me, I'm yelling back at you. Now we got to fight because somebody got to
Somebody's got to
be So if I'm arguing with you, I already know that I've done you wrong, and vice versa. You already know that one of us know that we done wrong. This is one of us. You know what I'm saying? So if I step on your shoe, automatically I done this dude wrong. Dude, my bad. You know what I'm saying? I wipe your shoes off. I done this in the east side. You know what I'm saying? I wiped the dude's shoes off in the east side. Yes, I did. I wiped the dude's shoes off in the east side. I said, dude, let me buy you a drink. My brother was right there. He'd tell you, I offered to buy the dude a drink. Dude was like, yeah, it's cool. Bought the dude the drink. Next thing you know, that's a whole nother story. Go back to Long County. Yeah, that's right. So, but anyway, I would never raise my voice at anybody. Even in my profession, I do not raise my voice. I talk to you. Now, you have a decision to make once I say what I say. Your answer depends on if you going to jail or you want home. That's how I am. You know what I'm saying? So you already know if you've done somebody wrong. Play that out in your head. All right, I just cheated on my man. Bam. Oh, look, you got that argument coming. You gonna have that conversation.
You know what, Brandon? I am a pro at having conversations in my head with a person before that probably happens because of my mother. I can't think for her, but I can think of every which way of which she could possibly answer me. You know, what will I say next? Does that make any sense? So when it comes to me and my partner, that's why I don't yell, because I can't see that outcome. I don't know what's gonna happen next, and I don't want to see you get to that point to where I have to wonder
You know what's that gonna
what you gonna do next. I mean, I'm not saying that, and I know that ain't gonna happen because we ain't gonna get there. But I don't yell at you because I don't know how far am I gonna go to how far you're gonna go. And if I can't see that outcome, then what's the point of us yelling at each other?
And two people barking, y'all might.
Nobody's hearing anything.
You're not gonna hear shit. Like you said, you're not gonna hear anything. The point is not gonna be made or delivered properly. You know what I'm saying? If I'm yelling at you, you yelling at me, we trying to see who can talk the loudest.
Exactly.
Instead of what we talking about.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? So this goes back to this question about, let's try to rethink how we communicate with the opposite sex. You know what I'm saying? We can always talk about our past experiences, but shit, we here to learn how to be better in what we are as far as moving forward. That's why I keep trying to circle back to that. Because I can tell you about multiple times I yelled at somebody and somebody yelled at me. Shit ain't gonna help nothing right now. So like, honestly, the next time you are about to get in a heated debate, think about see if it's a better way to communicate this. Because you know the last time I yelled at him, we went back and forth and we ain't talked for the last whole day, or it got ugly. If it gets ugly, why keep drawing that picture out again? If you keep drawing out an ugly ass picture, why you keep drawing the same thing over again, the same lines, the same way?
That's a good point.
Let me ask you a question. I'm sorry.
That's a good point. You know why? Because, see, I had started trying to condition myself to think I wanted a relationship, right? So I was trying to handle this person differently from how I handled everybody. So this person would constantly do things that would piss me off. And it was something very simple. Like, you see how we're talking? Let's imagine we're on FaceTime talking. And I'm talking to you. And then the phone just go click. And you be like, well, did my phone die or something? You call back, you don't get no answer. Then they'll call you back like 20, 30 minutes. Oh, my bad, I had to take a phone call. And I'll be like, well, it was real fucking rude. Why you just couldn't say, I'm going to call you back?
Oh my God.
Now, I told you once that was a problem, right? So you turn around and you do it again. And now I don't answer you for like 2 hours. Now you calling me back to back. You texting me, why you not answering the phone? Oh, you got an attitude? No, I'm doing you a favor. Because if I answer the phone, I'm going to say something. I like you as a person. I'm trying not to go there right now, so just give me a minute. So then I had to go, so then I had a conversation with somebody that I respect. And that this person respects. So we had a conversation together. And then I'm having this conversation with this person, and it was just complete bullshit because the person that they were showing is not the nigga who I deal with. So I'm looking at this from all different types of angles because in my mind, I'm really cursing you out like, you're being a whole bitch right now because that ain't even you. That's not how you talk. You didn't say that, you lying. So you respect this man more than you respect me, and I'm the one you're trying to fuck. So that set me back 5 steps. And I'm like, you really ain't got nothing to offer me but some money. I don't like you no more. But that's the type of shit we deal with as women.
We deal with it too.
But it's still complete buffoonery to me that a man who I sleep in the bed with, who really should be trying to slide up in my uterus, respects a man he ain't never even met in person enough to be who he think this man, who he should be in front of this man. But you can't do something as simple as saying, I'm gonna call you back before you hang up in my fucking face.
Okay.
Am I the crazy one?
That's like he said, that was okay.
Am I the crazy one though? So and then you send me a picture of you at a goddamn Hawks game in a suite after you hung up in my face, and I'm like, well, what you send me that for? I just want you to see where I'm at. I really don't give a fuck. Like, why you? Because to me, that was you being disrespectful yet again. You couldn't take the time out to call me back after you hung up on me, but you want to send me a picture of you sitting in a suite like that's gonna make my ass jump or something because you're at a game. Well, kudos to you. Then when I tell you I don't say nothing, you want to call and you want to talk about it. You can never want to talk about my feelings while you at a goddamn basketball game with your friends on FaceTime. You don't get your stupid ass off my phone.
Where did he see that?
Who was he?
That's
But then when I start talking like that, I'm being disrespectful. Because you asked me to be disrespectful because I asked you to call me when you leave the game. But you, no, I care that much. No, you don't give a fuck because you would have called before you got there.
Let me answer the question.
She's from Atlanta too. She came in from Atlanta.
So listen, I want everybody to answer this question individually, right? If I may. How did you view, how was conflict resolved in your family of origin? When you were a child and there was conflict in your house, how was it resolved? Can you go first, my brother?
Well, hold. Ladies first.
Yeah, back and forth.
Let's do it back and forth. And listen, and please.
Thank you.
First, the gentleman.
Don't stream it to the other person that's being spoken to, and y'all kind of keep your responses short. And don't respond to their responses, because I figure you got somebody who want to go with this.
Yes.
Correct?
I would like the brother to go first, though, because I'm really interested in what you have to say.
Oh, no, they could go first.
No, I would like for you to go first, sir. Please.
I don't want to go first.
We gonna run in here.
My family always talk everything. With family on family, they talk about everything.
Okay. That's how you resolve conflict?
Yes.
Okay.
We talked about nothing. Ever.
So how did it play out? Don't.
And I was saying, you can't respond to responses.
Okay, all right, my
There are
apologies.
questions? Yeah.
My apologies.
Ready?
Sir?
With my family, they would argue, but us the kids, me and my sister, we be in different rooms. So if we was to come out, they would stop it, put us to a pause. Now I noticed as we got older, they did less of it, and honestly, I don't know.
You don't know.
I don't know too much. But it was never around us though, so I appreciate that.
Britt?
I never saw it. But I don't know.
Speak up.
I never saw too much of you.
No conflict?
I would know that my parents were like upset with each other, but they would have that conversation not in the presence of me and my brother. They would make us go outside and play, and if they're in the house having that conversation or whatever. Never yelling, screaming, or anything like that, but I knew it was a conversation that my brother and I did not need to hear. So.
I didn't really see it with my mother. I saw it with my grandparents. And my grandmother would let my grandfather have it. And he'd listen, and then he'd blow off. Straight up, he'd blow off. And go ahead doing what he was doing, because my grandmother was kind of over the top. You know what I mean? She would go off, make a big thing about little things. And he'd be like, you done? Still a little thing. And go ahead about his business. You know what I mean?
My parents, I never saw any real conflict between them, but my father, being notorious that he is, he likes to tone down, and his word is his word. He is, the end all be all. Even if he's wrong, he is the end all be all. What he said goes. So that's just the way we learned.
Bruce?
Breeze.
Argumentative, little physical, manipulative, emotional.
I never seen or heard my parents argue. They handled, my mom was our physical disciplinarian. My dad was the straight back Marine voice for my whole entire family, not just my immediate family, like my cousins, even to the day he passed. Uncle Brother walking in the room, everybody was straight back. My mom was our disciplinarian. We all got whooped by my mom.
Cha-cha.
So for me, like if it was something that it was involving the entire family, we always would have a round table. Like we're always like, hey, we having a meeting, this is what we do. So that's what, we did. But if it was like my parents never argued. Like I never knew if my parents were even mad at each other. Because no matter what happened, my dad always came in the house and greeted my mom the same way, and vice versa. So I never saw them I was like, they had perfect. Like I just think everything's perfect because you never saw anything different. Like my grandma is the yeller. Like she's the yeller, and she's the one who's going to get your ass in the corner, go give me a switch. That was grandma. But see, we live, our whole family. That's the Spanish part of me, but we live with everybody. So, and then my uncles was just, can't talk to boys on the phone type of thing. So that's pretty much how I grew up.
Essence. There's more females in there. Essence.
More ladies. My parents, my mom and my stepdad, the only conflict I saw was my senior year in high school. I was actually awakened to hearing them having a struggle. It wasn't a ball out fight, but it was just like the strong arming, and my mother, her being a true Leo in all form of action, she always ruled with an upper hand. And this was her first real in-depth relationship. They were like 2 years in at this point, and it took for me to interject to shut it down. I barked on the both of them, made them sit it down. Little did I know, when I went to school, walking distance, I come home, everybody else did not go to work and go to school because my sister went to Parkdale, I went to Dubai. So everybody was at home while I was at school, and then it was okay, let's sit down, have a family powwow and talk about this. And from that, my mother, she had to strategize how she argued with my stepfather at that point. All her arguments with him were silent treatments. We wouldn't know unless my stepfather said, well, your mom won't talk to me. So it was like, that's how the conflict happened in my family.
In my family, it was alcoholism on one side with my dad, and my mother was I'm always right. So the affection, all of that, I didn't really get a chance to see that. And as I got older, it just got worse. And did it scar me? Yes, it did. Trust issues? Yes. But it made me who I am today, because now I'm drawing strength from within. Not that I learned from them, but I had to go outside. So.
Now, is this with the family as a whole or the parents?
Your family of origin.
Okay. So, my mom was the single, strong black woman. No man was coming over us, period, at all whatsoever. I'm the baby of 4, and there's a big gap. I have nieces that's in their 30s like me. So, growing up, I would cry and get my way. And it worked. No, I was just a baby. Like, she was the closest sibling to me.
If you said I would cry and get my way, that is manipulation.
Hold up, no responses yet. Let her finish.
I would cry and get my way. So as a child, I was spoiled as hell. It took my mother to die. My brother died in 2010. My mother died in 2012. It took me until I was actually 37 to learn Well, I honestly feel this way, and I don't think Bill ever admitted, but I have a sister and a brother. I don't think they like me because I didn't get the mama that they got. They had the mama that was the disciplinarian. I had to leave my baby alone. Don't bother my baby. If my baby want it, get it. So they have underlying issues with me at 50 and 45 years old. You was spoiled as shit. You ain't know the mama that we had. So they real deal take that out on me to this day. And I don't talk to their asses because I don't deal with toxic shit no more. Like, some of y'all may know, some don't. I had a nephew that I raised when my mother died, which was my brother who I'm speaking of, son. And I took custody of him. He passed away on Valentine's Day. As we sit here right now to this day, I don't even know where his ashes at because they won't tell me because that's their way of trying to hurt me. That's how fucked up they are. I don't even know where my baby at.
My father is the alpha of the family. My mother had a voice. She spoke it, but my father ran everything. He controlled everything from the finances to what school you're going to what store you're going to. I saw them have conflict, but my father was so spooky that he would always talk my mother down. He would always be biblical and talk my mother out of her voice. I wonder how that affected me as I got older. When it came to women and we respected their voice.
I conflict in my home when I lived in a two-parent home. My daddy was is an Army veteran. He suffered from Agent Orange. My father was a drug abuser. He was an alcoholic. What he said, go. If you didn't do what he said, everybody got hands laid on them. I can think of a lot of stuff that probably bordered child abuse. I got it for everything. My mother got it too. My mother, she handled conflict by saying, your daddy gonna be home in a minute. Wait till your daddy. You want me to tell your daddy? That's how conflict was handled. My mother was a very sweet woman, didn't say a lot, and I'm fighting with if she was weak or smart. Because daddy just did and said. And that's what it was.
Mine's kind of similar to Bruce. My mother was a firecracker. Mouth almighty. She would say she speaks a lot off of emotion, and she would say the first thing that comes to her mind, and it could be disrespectful as I don't know what. My father, he had patience. He'll let her get her rocks up, like he'll listen, but what he says was final. What he said was law. She knew that. I'll let you voice your opinion. Go ahead and say what you gotta say. Go ahead. But at the end of the day, we're gonna do it this way. And she trusted him to do it that way. Because if she didn't, my mother would get the hell out of there. And honestly, conflict resolution, as far as me saying it as a kid, I never saw major arguments. I saw a little petty stuff. Why you take trash out? Why you watching? Little small shit. My father did like, all right, man. You know your mother didn't trip, right? Go ahead and go ahead. But he handled all the major issues, and as far as like conflict, I never really saw it. I never really saw the major disputes, and I know they did have it. Every relationship had it, but they was real good keeping it away from the kids. And so from outside looking in, I seen a woman. I saw a yin and a yang. I saw a woman that was very high motor. And I saw a male that still put his foot down, but still brought her motor down, and so they can equal out and to be a team. That's what I saw.
So the point in you asking that,
how does that experience from your household of origin, how did it develop what we call, or we don't call, we just live it out, our normal? How does it affect, I'm sorry. How does it affect?
I forgot to ask her. It's okay.
How does it affect your current relationships? Now, those of us who are not in a relationship, male or female, how does your norm for what you saw growing up, what you experienced growing up, the energy that you used to take in from seeing and experiencing that growing up, how does it affect your relationships now?
I feel like I don't need a man. It's not one walking the face of this earth I can't do without.
I feel like it affects me as a mother. Also, the relationship that I have with my oldest daughter, who's 19, going on 20, me not having a mother in the household, not seeing that relationship or how a mother mothers a daughter. I feel like because I didn't see that relationship in my household, how to parent, how to pull the emotions out of her. She has daddy issues. I don't know how to help her through those daddy issues because I didn't have the daddy issues. I got the mommy issues. And the mommy issues wasn't because she was a bad mother. The mommy issues because she passed away. Her daddy issues are because her father made bad choices. So not talking about our problems or the issues in the family because my father was not a talker. I don't necessarily know how to be there for her and allow the platform to be open for her to talk about her emotions. So the only thing I knew how to do was to put her in counseling because that's what I had to do to get through my issues. My mommy issues was to put her in counseling to get through her daddy issues.
Mine don't. No effect.
No.
Just because of my parents and how they were. Like my mother was a single mother. You know what I'm saying? For those who don't know, I have 24 brothers and sisters. I'm the second to last boy.
24?
I'm the second to last boy.
Lit one of that.
Father was a shit. But anyway, and don't get me wrong now, if you was to ask how him being in the household affected me, I always said I wanted to be in the house with my kids. You know what I'm saying? At the same time, for my first set of kids, it didn't work out that way. But my last one did. So my last child is the one I married. So we've been together for 13 years. My child is 12. You know what I'm saying? So at the same time, it's like my parents, that was their relationship. Whatever they went through, whatever they arguments they did, you know what I'm saying? Have I seen my parents argue before? Yes, I have. Have I seen my mother get physical with my father? No, but I heard about it. You know what I'm saying? For those, my mother nickname is Panda Paws. She got real big hands. She'll smack me into a coma, but that's what she do. But I've never seen my mother strike anybody. She was just that voice. She'll talk to you first. And she's the type that, she'll cry. If you get to that point, she's crying, walk away. Then she's about to do something to you. You know what I'm saying? So, like I said, now, like I said, every relationship doesn't affect my marriage now. Because I'm my own individual. You know what I'm saying? And my past is my past. That's it. I'm back. Y'all go to speak for yourself. I wasn't trying to be rude. I was holding that shit, man.
Drop the mic and walk out.
You know what? I can say from I grew up, I'm the youngest, I was the brat. Like Rain says, like she has siblings that to this day don't like her. It took my two older sisters to didn't like me till I was 18, 19. It was like, you got away with everything. And I always said, wasn't my fault. Y'all spoiled me. I just was acting how you guys let me. You know what I'm saying? But that was their thing. It was like, you got away with everything. We always had to go to church with mom, and you're sitting at home with dad. You got to stay home. Or it's like you just didn't know how to act right, so you didn't have to go to Bible study. We come home and y'all eating popcorn. I was like, hey, I'm sorry. There's certain things. It wasn't my fault. And then I was like, okay, I was young, but as an adult, I took the accountability. To this day, I have the support of my family, because when my mom got sick, gave up everything, moved back home. I took care of her. You know what I'm saying? I'm the baby, but I have three older siblings. Did it with my sister when she got sick and my father. So I took everything that they do. My sister is married, happily married. The other one passed away, makes rest, and my brother's single. So, and we ran in the household. Dad ran the house, mom ran everything. Does that make sense? Dad was breadwinner. He was this, he was this, but my mom ran everything. It was, if you needed something, it was mom. And if she ever said, go ask your dad, we already knew we could get away with it and do it. So, that type of thing. But the relationship thing, like, I keep that in mind. Like, I want what my parents had.
Have you been choosing that?
Have I been choosing? Every guy has to, I try to let a guy be who he is, but he has to have those qualities that I respect from my father.
So yes.
So yes and no, because you can't be the stubbornness. Like, the stubbornness in me, and we're both stubborn, and he's a Taurus, and I'm a Leo. Can you imagine that in the household? I graduated high school, and he retired. That wasn't anything. You know what I'm saying? However, I wanted those there's certain qualities of my father and my mother that I look for in my mate. So
I took away from with my parents, with my mom and stepdad, given that one particular situation that set precedence for me, it taught me of how to effectively communicate with my other half. Which is why, like what Silk was saying, him and his wife been together for 13 years. So they know the ins and outs of each other. He knows when he fucked up, she knows when she fucks up, so they know how to go back and try to fix that. Just like I was saying with Briggs. If I know how he is and how he goes, when there's something troubling, and we need to have an overstanding to a misunderstanding, I'm opening myself, come in, let's talk. Let's have this conversation. What's going on so we can get past this and move forward.
That's the maturity.
That's the maturity. The conflict resolution in my household, I'm dealing with it now. I'm learning about it now. We always say that we want what our parents, like a guy always say, I want somebody like my mother. I don't want nobody like my mama. Listen, I love my mama I love my mother. My father passed away, and I had to take the role of him, and I had to learn how he was so patient with this firecracker. And it made me realize, like, this is something, I don't know if I could do it. I give my father more props now, because I'm like, bro, how did you do this? Mouth almighty, how did you deal with, like, because I'd be like, if Dad wasn't looking down right now, we about to be beefing. So it's like I've learned that honestly, I've been pampered a lot. A lot of stuff been hidden, a lot of things, but like now that he's gone, the ugly truth is out. It's wide open. I can see how she talks to. I see how she talked to him when I wasn't paying attention or they was trying to hide, because it comes out on me. She miss him. She see me. She see him and me. You know what I'm saying? So those conversations where she just needs to vent. She used to call my father at work. He'd talk on the phone for 30 minutes, 45 minutes, knowing damn well he got work to do.
He got to call my dad.
But he's like, I know if I don't talk to her, she might slap the shit out of one of the kids in the house. You know what I'm saying? So, and then now sometimes when I be like, leave me alone, then I realize, okay, de-escalating the situation because she wants to talk to me like how she talked to them. So that's how, like, my growing, I'm starting to experience it now. And
when you say role, what do you mean? When you say you take on his role?
My father was the pretty much the end all be all. He made all the decisions. He made most of the decisions. He handled a lot of the things. As far as bills paid, stuff like that. My mother took care of the household. She took care of us on a daily basis. She did go to work. She came home. She made sure that the household was straight. But my father took care of all the manly duties. Cutting the grass, doing like stuff that you expect your man to do. Expect the man to do, right? And then I'm sorry.
Like they were pretty equal.
They was. It's a yin and a yang. Sometimes you got to put these opposites aside to make a complete circle. You know what I'm saying? And that's what it was. So I'm learning how to be that other yang to her yin, you know what I'm saying? To get peace in her mind, you know what I'm saying? And it affects me because I'm a 35-year-old man now. I went from trying to find the lady of my life to trying to find the lady of my life and trying to make sure that this lady of my life is well. And I'm filling two roles now. Most guys, most people, if they don't have a father in their life or their father is still here, they don't have to step into that role. They don't. That role is something they don't know nothing about. But when you see two things and they got to combine into one, it does. It does cause stress. It does cause bad situation. It can be labeled baggage. You know what I'm saying? So I find it. That's what I say. I just find it. You know, to answer your question, it affects me now. And in fact, I was grown 10 years ago, but it didn't affect me then. Now it's affecting me now.
Do you feel as though some of that responsibility should be yours?
Yes.
Do you communicate that?
Yes, I do, but
it's not received.
It's not received. It's not received. And right now, my care to my mother, I know some things like I'm like, you can do this on your own, or you don't really need. I do it because I understand the situation, I understand the mindset, I understand as a person mourning. You know what I'm saying? And that person that's mourning is my father. That's a person that, I have.
You are mourning too.
I am mourning. And I've called her selfish before.
And that hurt.
What was her response?
It did hurt. It hurt, but it's the truth. It's the truth. And a lot of times we only look at things in one perspective.
Who
and
did
then
it for? You or her? Who did it for? You or him? Because he felt like it was disrespectful.
I don't know who it hurt more. I just know it hurt for me to say those things. Because I feel like, yeah, as your son, I shouldn't have to say those words to you. You know what I'm saying? So.
Okay, so can I ask him a question? And I'm going to ask you this because I didn't just wake up one day and say I want to be a better person, okay?
Mm-hmm.
I have 3 kids. My son, no, serious. No, it's a legitimate question. Like, my oldest son is stationed in North Dakota. He's in the Air Force. He's 21. My daughter is in school of medicine. She's 18, and I have a 15-year-old. My daughter was struggling. She has 5 classes, and she took English, biology, chemistry, too much.
Mm-hmm.
And she's struggling in calculus. And when I was picking her up from school for move out, you know your kids. I'm like, what's wrong? Nothing. You sure? So I'm going on about my day because I had smoked and stuff, so I was happy. So I was like, I'm driving and she just was real quiet, and I was like, so why you ain't get that money from? Because she asked me because she go to Florida with her friends, and I was like, yeah. And I was like, damn, we left the school, you ain't get a girl the money for the school, and she was just like, I don't want to go. And I literally did all like this. I was like, because I call her Big and Betty. I was like, you all right? Like, what's wrong? And she just fell out crying. I damn near wrecked my truck on 75. I'm like, what's wrong with you? And she was like, I gotta tell you something. Tell me what? That was my reaction. Like, what the fuck you finna tell me? You crying, you know? And she was like, I don't know if I passed calculus. I said, oh, girl, don't scare me like that. like that's what I was like, girl, don't scare me like that. My heart's sake, y'all, I'm scared. And I was like, that's what you crying for, girl? And I just kind of was like, it's okay. I told you was probably doing a little too much, but I preach to my children, failure is not an option. I was a teenage mother. I do not want my children to experience or endure anything that I experienced because of the choices that I made being goddamn grown. So I'm hard on them. I'm a single mama. So I can't teach my son how to be a man, but I also know what bitch look like, and I don't want you acting like that either. I don't want my daughter to feel like she don't need a man because I feel that way, but I don't want to. I work so hard on blocking bullshit out. I don't let love in. I don't want them to be like that. So, don't judge me. My daughter said, so when she told me that, I was like, well, you know, it's okay.
I'm gonna judge you.
Okay. And when she told me that, I was like, it's okay. I was like, but shit, when you tell your daddy, I don't know. She said, I told my daddy. What? She was like, I was scared to tell you. What I pride myself on, my children tell me every damn thing. And I wanted them to have that relationship because that's the relationship I had with my mama. I didn't even determine what color drawers I was going. I was that bad with my mama. I would call her in the morning like, should I wear these underwear with this? Like, seriously, I was like that. And that was kind of like how I went into it with my kids. So when she told me, when my child told me she was scared to tell me something, oh, that shit broke my heart. And when she elaborated on it, because you so hard, sometimes we just want you to be our mama and not our drill sergeant. You act like you don't have no emotions. I fell out crying. She was like, oh my God, I'm sorry. They was like, because we ain't never seen you cry. And to me, I always felt like I needed to be strong for them. But to them, this bitch nuts. We ain't telling her nothing because she shot out. She gonna go off. That's how they felt. That hurt me. So then I started looking at how I deal with the people that I love. I'm an asshole. I'm an asshole. And I might tell you, you sound so fucking stupid, but it's not because I think you stupid. It's because I know better, and I feel like you should know better, and I love you, and I don't want your dumb ass to do that. So my delivery is terrible, but my intent is good. But everybody don't have a heart of steel like I want to portray that I do, because I care. But people always take my kindness for weakness. So I've developed the attitude, I'm gonna fuck over you before you fuck over me.
So how does that relate to Coleman's mother?
Because as the child, did it hurt you to hurt her?
Yeah, it did.
Why though? Because she's hurting you?
Because my mother's already hurting. I don't want to add hurt on top of what she's already going through.
So this is the question. What could she do to make you feel better? Because I'm asking you that because I need advice on what I should do to make my children feel better, because it's not going to change overnight because we talked about it. They still going to feel it. How can I fix that?
I think
since you're going through something similar, help me help myself.
I think sometimes parents think they know it all. And you don't know it all, because you don't know what your kid is going through. You might know what how the world moves sometimes, but you don't know exactly what your kid is going through. And if you come unapproachable, or you come as a person that I always have the answers, you don't know what you're talking about, girl, you don't know what you're talking about, boy, then that communication is never going to be the way that you claim. He tells me or she tells me everything. It's never going to be like that, because you're not going to know everything.
That's bad as a hereditary trait. It's another learned behavior. It's because how they were raised, how as parents, you know, when Kiki explained how she experienced with her family, her parents, and how, you know, who ruled with the iron fist. So she knew that when she became a parent, she would have to do that too. So in cases, Britt, how would you approach your mom with things? Would you?
Depending on what it is. I mean, I try to approach her with as much stuff as possible, but there's always that time or two my mind is like, I don't know. I don't want her to explode.
Right.
And then I'm in my head too hard, and I'm having a conversation, and now I'm gonna avoid the conversation.
Right. And that's what I'm saying, it's a learned behavior. So it's like it's a good thing that for Brandy to ask PJ this, because he's going through this and he's learning himself of how to handle it, but at the same time he's giving her insight on what she should be looking for to be approachable for her kids, because when she was coming up, she wasn't given the opportunity to really express and open to her family when she was feeling things. So she took that learned behavior and she became the drill sergeant as a parent to her kids.
Brittany, how many times, this saying I used to tell y'all all the time, you said, I thought you was gonna, and I said to you,
Can't think for me.
say again?
Can't think for me.
I said, that, I always say, that's strange that you can think for me. And the thing that, the response that she thought I was gonna give her, it was a total opposite. So the avoided conversation, in turn, hurt her more than the actual conversation. But I wanted to double back, because I want to say, when the question you asked about how did the way I saw conflict in my family, how did it affect me? It was perceived how I thought they handled. It was my perception, with the way I saw them, the way I saw blah blah blah. It was all my perception. What I did was try to act out or be my mother in an instance or be my dad in an instance, and I tried to learn from that, and I didn't want to do none of it. I probably put my hands on my kids way less than I ever got my hands put on my kids. I got that from my dad, because if I told you to do something and you didn't do it and I gave you the consequence, I had to carry that shit out, because I did what I said and I said what I'm gonna do. So that was the reason why, and I'm not trying to put you on Front Street. That was the reason why I had to do that, but that was my father's side. My mother's side, once again, I'm struggling with this, and my mother is dead and gone. I'm struggling to decide whether, or discern whether she was weak or smart. So in dealing with my children, because I have Taurus and a Libra, they 2 different worlds apart, I could never yell at her. And the first time that I did, it broke her. I could never yell, I had to talk to her. My other daughter, if I talked to her, she didn't hear you. So I had to yell at her. And to this day, I have to talk to London that way. And me and her, we do that because she doesn't hear me. So it gave me a lot of practice having to talk, be my mother, and then be my daddy. So in my relationships with men, I try to discern who am I dating, my mother and my father, and that usually determines how I respond to them.
That's the bell. Ding, ding, ding.
Everybody out there fell off that one. I was like, damn, I only know how to be my mama. I was really thinking I only know how to be my mama. That's why I cuss so damn much.
Grace, you came in late. Thank you for joining us. The question on the floor, which you will answer, was how did you see conflict, or how did your family, what was the question?
She confused me.
The conflict. How did your family resolve conflict? That was the first question. And the second question was, how does that affect you? You need the mic?
Am I loud enough?
Yeah.
Thank God. Okay. Immediate family and the household, how it was conflict. Wasn't no conflict unless unless elder Leroy saw fit first. So if you got conflict, you better literally go sit in the closet that was your prayer closet and talk it out with God Almighty. And you better do it within a certain amount of time. It better not be right before church, right after church, right before Bible study, any commissions, any of that. You know where I'm going? Okay. You better time it. If he had conflict, you were supposed to feel the conflict too. Mom, not so much. It was kind of like, she could feel it before we said anything. So that's kind of like where our shopping trips are. That's probably why I like going to the water so much. Like going swimming in natural bodies of water, going to the pool or whatever. We talked about whatever it was, or we did puzzles or whatever, all the quirky stuff that I like doing now. That's what it was up until I was 1921 with my dad. We didn't really have conflicts like that. If we did, you paid for it. Like, I think I'm 34. I think I just got rid of a mark on my chest from my dad punching me. It took until I was the last 4 years of my dad's life. So my dad passed away when I was 28, 29, whatever. It took those last 4 years to really understand him. And honestly, only because my major was psychology and did the whole child and all that. I had an amazing professor. Can't remember his name, but he acted like the guy that said MK on South Park. So he was amazing. And he talked just like that, in case y'all wonder. But it took going through psychology with him and me deciding the only way I could get through to my dad was to pull him on him. And I threw his ass on the wall.
and put my arm underneath his neck until he couldn't breathe and was like, "You ready to talk?" And I think he started talking to me for about a month after that. But then it was like shortly. But again, it took a couple of years. It was like on and off, on and off. He ended up going through counseling. How it affected me. To this day, I don't like to get in arguments. I don't play fair. I was taught to play fair. I was taught to be complete. I was taught to smile in your face and we were just gushing out. My mom was an amazing person, but she ain't gonna be played with either. Like, she don't do a whole bunch of arguing. After too many words, back in her day, before she was saved.
How does that show up in your relationship with the Marine today?
I have to literally count in my head. Like, it depends what subject is. Like, if it's, granted, there's been a lot of growth over the years, like just dealing with stuff, people passing away, just being honest with myself, honest with other people. Like I said, thankfully I was able to have those conversations with my parents later on. Thank God I had that conversation with my dad or whatever. But I have to stop. Like, if I know I'm irritated and he comes talking to me, and I'd be like, not right now. In an emergency, don't do it. And I do that with my kids. But my kids kind of pick up like, and my niece and nephew, like, most children be like, this ain't the time, backpedal, this ain't it, this ain't it. Just kind of like, off of mannerisms, you just, like, I ain't feel like eating my son's door, whatever music is playing. But we've been together going on 2 years now, so we've kind of picked up both. I think the reason why we don't have as many problems as we would is because we were completely honest about what each of us went through. Fairly early. Like, we had a bunch of foolishness happen at once. And by then I had enough sense to be like, let me just be honest with you now, so you can know what's gonna happen. Because he came in that life where it's like anniversary of a whole bunch of deaths. So I'm emotional and whatnot. So we both have to kind of have that, look at each other like, give me a second. Like, okay, I'm gonna give you your minute. And I had to get better at let me give you a minute. But when you have the opportunity, let me know. And then we can have this conversation again. And I also had to get better at I really don't want to talk about this, but I'm gonna go ahead and deal with it because I'm really great at making you forget that it was a problem. Prior relationships, yeah, right, I faked the mess out of that. I knew how to play because I had been pretending to be somebody else for like 19 years. I could fool anybody. I could make you think it was one thing and another, and that's what we were taught. Like, I had a Southern dad. Seen, I heard. My dad is Jacksonville, Florida, Navy veteran, Vietnam. So I had to, in order to learn me, I had to learn him.
Before I was a preacher, right?
Yes. Of an apostolic church. He was. Of an apostolic church. So in case y'all wondering, like, we would all be going to hell. All of us. Your skirt and everything had to come here. No makeup, no jewelry, no nothing. Only jewelry you have is your wedding band. Don't let your watch be too flashy.
You used to have to do that?
Absolutely.
Are you rebelling now?
No, I mean, because it's funny. Like, I guess, snippet, their north and their south and their west churches don't get along because the further south you got, the more controlling and Jim Jones-ish they get, if that makes sense. Cool JC.
My brother, how you feel about what's going on right now? I'm talking to the
I'm curious to hear what this is about too.
I'm the only child, because I don't have any. I'm the only child, so I don't have like stories. Yeah, like, so I just sit back and like I always get surprised. You know what I'm saying? So it's like I'm like y'all, like okay, I don't have all these.
Was you spoiled as an only child?
People say I was, but I didn't ever see it. Now, to me, spoiled means okay. I want this, this, and this, and I got this, this, and it didn't happen.
So you got that.
So my question to you is, so both of your parents was in your head?
That's considered spoiled in the black community.
Yeah, the only child had to buy ice cream yesterday because he was stuck crying.
Do you like to be spoiled by your women?
I was gonna ask that. No,
Like I know, I mean, a lot of single kids, they spoiled. They get pampered. They get treated like
I like it, but I have to give it back also. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, the expectations, the attention level of a single child. Like I know it's a lot of single kids or single people, you know, growing up. That attention level, because they so used to getting it from both parents, and that they never had to share.
Yeah.
So do you don't feel like when you're dating a woman that you don't feel sometimes you don't like to share, or any of those things that's growing up that might affect your relationship now? Hold on. What I'm doing is I'm gauging a conversation, because right now you've been, like, let's be honest, call it bullshit, it's called a spade a spade. You've been very quiet, so I'm very curious to know about how your mindset and how you think. And I find everybody's story is interesting, as anybody else that's been talking. So that's why I wanted to know, because somebody's watching that's camera right now that is a single child. They might see these things that I'm asking you, they never looked at it into themselves. So do you find that ever playing a role in the relationship that you in now, or any past relationships?
And you light skinned?
Oh.
I call bullshit.
I want to know one.
I mean, but no, like I never, like I've always been like the opposite. You know what I'm saying? Like I always been the opposite.
Would you date somebody like your mother?
I don't want my, you know, my mom like this. She's not that.
You know why I asked you that? Why would you date somebody like your mother?
Just cause, like, you know, she's old school. She's, you know, that real church Christian and stuff like that. Not saying it's a bad thing, but you know, how she carries is just not for me. Like,
You a heathen and your mama wasn't.
But I can be a good heathen too at the same time.
You know what's crazy? You know, us as men, we always get labeled as mama's boys, and we always want to find somebody like your mother, and that's the most biggest misconception ever. We love our mother. We love them, but we don't want our mother.
But at the same time, I found myself choosing people that was like my mom. I didn't recognize her right off the bat. You know what I mean? But then, after a while, then I'm like, hold on. Now you remind me of my mama. You know what I mean? And then I realized that certain things that my mother did weren't good things. You know what I mean? I'm like, I hate you right now. You act just like my mama. You know what I mean? And it was like, damn.
You ever have a conflict with your mother?
Oh, hell yeah. We discussed that at part 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Would that be the end of it? Once you recognize you remind me of my mother, that's the end of it?
Oh yeah, I'm pretty much in the way.
I try to, if you remind me of my daddy, I have to be honest with myself and say, is this the good side? Is this the work ethic, the protector, the provider and everything, or is this the stubborn, it's my way or the highway, Marine Corps torch that I'm doing whatever? Because if it's that, thanks. It's nice. I got
Come on, Nikki.
With me, like I said, daddy's alcoholic, mama always right. But being in that atmosphere, I became more of a nurturer. I didn't understand it, but I became more of a nurturer. Not just in my household with my mother and father, my cousins, my aunts, my uncles, everybody. So I did that. And then it got to the point where I went through a 14-year traumatic medical issue. Now, I don't want to deal with that bullshit. Sure. Your bullshit is your bullshit. I'm dealing with healing me. So if you come off at me wrong now, that sweet Nikki, you're going to see Nickalicious come out. I can't do it anymore. I just can't.
You're Scorpio, right?
Yes.
Oh, damn.
So is this when? I'm sorry. Did I cut you off?
I'm sorry.
Did I cut you off? My bad.
No, I was just going to say, it filtered over into, my son is 28. We dealing with drug issues. It's hard because my mother is always right. And it's nothing like man. So, I I raised him as a single mom. And even now, some of the things he'll say, or not say, I should say. No help. Cousins, everybody that I've been with, I needed help with him. I didn't get it. And now, when my phone rings, I don't know what that call's going to be. And I love my son. He's the only one I have. I don't have
How old is he?
kids. He's 28. Loves his job. Was doing well. Doing very well. They were willing to send him to school. They would call him, page him. We don't know how to do such and such. Can you?
You literally dropped the mic.
But the drugs. And I'm just gonna be transparent. When I went through the medical issues, I got hooked on pills. I realized one day I had a problem. With my son, this was years ago, he went to school. I was watching a movie. He came home from school, sitting in the same spot, watching the same thing. And I realized, hey, you gotta do something. But I didn't have family to go to. I had to go outside for the family. So blood don't make you family. Hello.
Just makes you related.
So I am now stepping outside of my circle and realizing who I really am.
Salute.
It's like I've been living a lie. And now I'm ready to live. I've been given a second chance. I've been given a second chance many times. So I'm ready. So if you've been scarred when you were younger, it's up to you, what you do with it, how you deal with it. Because you're, like I say, your bullshit is your bullshit, my bullshit is my bullshit.
My question, the thing that you said, and I think a lot of us go through, as far as growing up, is it safe to say that when you was growing up, because you said you was like a neutral? Neutral. Sorry, words, pronunciation. You said that you was that at first. Is it safe to say that you was missing that growing up? You wasn't?
I was missing it I learned that from my aunties, my great aunts.
But in your household?
In my household, it was there, but it was
watered down?
Yeah.
So, when you got older, I'm just trying to plan it out. When you got older, is it safe to say that the stuff that you was missing in your house, and when you got to the level of being an adult, you tried to fill that void of what you was missing younger to make sure that the kid that you have those things that you didn't have, correct? And then I think is that especially for the mothers, you know what I'm saying? Like if fathers too, not just say mothers. When y'all missing something in your household, when you get the kid of your own, or you see the relationship, and you're in a relationship, you try to be what you didn't have, but you crave that you wanted. And then obviously you realize I gotta be I gotta be me. I gotta be my own person. I can't fill that void anymore. I have to find myself and be a new person. Sort of.
Not for me, but I tried to feel that for my partner. Like I've had the ones, the most of my partners have been. I think I've dated one or two guys that came from the two parents in the household. Everybody else has always been the single. They didn't have this, that, and the other. And I'm a nurturer, so I tried to fill that void for them. And then came across too much of my weak. They took it as a weakness. My kindness was the weakness, and they tried to take advantage of that. And then when I took it back, and they realized that I'm a whole Leo, and they don't understand that side.
What does that mean when you say you're a whole Leo?
I am the protector. I am the everything. I will try to take care of and not have you in harm. However, if you bite the hand that feeds you, I will flip everything over in this. When I roar, I'm taking my action. Like when they say a dog shows his teeth, it's about to happen. The lion, I'm If I pounce, like if you put me to that point and I've got to defend or I've got to pounce on you, everyone's like, oh, I don't even know you.
Did you ever expect these dudes, I'm assuming you do, the dudes that you were involved with,
I'll be saying.
I know, he's like, right.
Because I'm talking about how it affects our mate, boyfriend, girlfriend concept, boyfriend, girlfriend. Our significant others, but it also affects our lateral relationships with the same sex, our girlfriends, our homeboys, and so on and so forth. So did you do these things that you were doing when you was running around people pleasing? Was you ever expecting them to take advantage of your kindness?
No.
What were you expecting them to do?
I was expecting to return it because I've always been told, give what you want back. So if I'm doing that, you may not have to give me the nurturing I'm giving you, but give me that respect back, or you know what I'm saying? It was always give what you want back.
So how long, on the average, I know you don't have a specific time, but how long on the average would you stay in these relationships once you first realized that they wouldn't be reciprocated?
It was probably a month, or it went from a month to 6 months. And I had to learn, when I was younger, it wasn't communicated. It was just, you ain't treating me right. And then it was like, once I got older, once my mom passed, my whole thought process changed and everything, and the maturity, or just everything. Like when my mom's on her deathbed, she's like, I'm not worried about you financially or taking care of yourself, I'm worried about your temper. You know.
So about how long before you left the relationship after you realized the very first time that it wasn't reciprocated?
Before it was probably 6 months. Now, if you get a month, if you get a week, if I don't see a change, like I've given, but once I make up that mind, like, oh, you haven't, it's a wrap. And I try to give that chance. Because I give everything I can, because when I say I'm done, I know I gave everything I can to this, and you didn't make that up. You didn't make the.
Hey, so you had your hand up?
Yeah. First off, I keep hearing the same thing about filling the void. You know what I'm saying? Like dealing with a man, dealing with a woman, the baggage, try to fill in the void. Even like you said, try to fill in the void because your mom is your dad. You can never fill in the void for anything. You can only be you. You know what I'm saying? And the person you're dealing with has to be able to accept you for you. So even like I said, that's even like being a stepfather. I never went in trying to fill a void because their father was not there. I'm not your father. I made that clear. I'm not your father. I'm not even here for you. I'm here for your mom. No, that's real. I'm not here.
They came with the package. And you wanted the package.
I'm not here for the kid.
I'm here for your mom. No, I was agreeing.
No, and the thing is, the same way, like you say, that's your mom. You gotta have that conversation with your mom. You're not my dad. You know what I'm saying? I'm not dad. I can't do the things for you that dad would do. I can only assist you into keep living and keep moving forward. That's what any relationship did. Let's go back to the word baggage. I can assist you with cleaning up your bag. You know what I'm saying? It ain't even about dumping it out and all that. No, I can clean it up. We can help clean it up. I'm not gonna clean it up for you. I can help you. That's the thing. Help. And that goes back to how we were talking about your relationship. Some people want a relationship for help. I don't know if that's what your relationship is, but I'm saying you have to be able to determine if your relationship is help or is it love. You have to figure that out. You know what I'm saying? And go back to what he was saying. Flags. Everybody has a flag. You know what I'm saying? It's up to you if you want to deal with those red flags or not. But if it's too much red flags, you got the pros and cons. I do this with everything. Pros and cons. You know what I'm saying? It's like the credit score. If it ain't gonna help the credit score, get that shit out of it. You know what I'm saying?
You know what's funny? I was the stupidest person living at one time in my early relationships. Dumb as hell. Because it was a long time, I was really the ugly kid. Eyebrow, one, curl, her. Just her. And my dad my mother left when I was in the 4th grade, and my dad raised me. So my hair was whatever it was doing that day. Whatever he tried to do before he brought his girlfriend. Sometimes my friends' mothers would join in and help. But I was that guy. So when dudes started liking me, I never knew what that looked like, because, and not to be funny, pretty girls like her, that wasn't me. So I saw how dudes responded to her, and when that didn't look like that, I didn't look at it as it was attention. I had people to this day tell me, girl, I was in love with you. Shut the because it didn't look like this. You know what I'm saying? So growing older, when someone came in and it felt like something, I stayed till the wheels fell off. Nigga cheated on me, nigga did everything he wanted. But to me, I got what Brandy got. And that was my goal for a long time. I just want to be looked at as pretty. I want to be looked at as the way they looked at Brandy, the way they was, not you personally, but I just wanted that. So when I got what looked like that, I didn't leave. And for real, everything went on in my relationship until the days start coming where the unfulfilling thing, even for me, I never was fulfilled in those relationships. I just had one. You know what I'm saying? And I didn't even put my unfulfilledness in a high bracket, because I looked like what she looked like. We together, and the world don't really know what's going on. Yeah, I did that. So it took me into my 30s to find out to voice rather what I am taking and what I'm not taking from no man. And it wasn't, the word man wasn't it was nigga. You taking that from no nigga. I'm not doing that with no nigga. You know what I'm saying? And because I had two people who, you ever called the phone line and said, this conversation is being recorded for training purposes. Those are my recordings, my daughters who was looking at me. So I hear a lot from them, especially the things that I'm being transparent about now. She can never say that she saw that. But when I started looking at how she was looking at me and some of the things mimicked whatever it was, I became very transparent and I changed it, and I even leveled up in the things that I expected from a man, and even started to voice it. And when I started to voice it, I started my sifter. It was on autopilot. I had to do no shaking, because the niggas that couldn't take the stuff that I was asking for, they let themselves out. So to this day, my picker is still kind of broken. I don't have a right picker, but my happiness, my joy, and the things that I want is paramount. And that hasn't happened to me in a long time. And people don't know that about me. I've been single for a long time because of that. I see people who don't value the thing that is paramount to me. They like the idea of me. They like to have whatever it is that they think I got, or whatever they want to feel, or that thing look good. Because it do. They do all that. I have yet to join in a union where the conversation happens and the things that I ask for, this person agrees with, and the action behind that follows. That is my thing that I'm looking for next.
And you know what? Just to rebuttal that. Because I've been married for 13 years, and I get this all the time. I want what you have. What you want? You want a headache? Make me rest in peace. You want the dog that ran away and never, but always came home in the morning. You know what I'm saying? And people call animal control on you because you got this massive ass horse running around the neighborhood unchained. It's like they only see what's on the outside. They don't know what's on the inside. But at the same time, this goes back to the beginning subject, how men connect with women. Conversate. You gotta have that conversation. You know what I'm saying? Don't
Conversation's not a word.
No. Conversations work.
I said it's not a word. Conversate is not a word. That's just me being red pants Smurf. Sorry.
It is. But we would use that today. You have to conversate. You know what I'm saying? Oh, converse. Can I say this? Can I be a nigga for a day? You have to conversate. You know what I'm saying? And it's like once you talk to somebody, you get that person. Because if I connect with you here, I ain't worried about this. I know that's gonna be good because I'm already here with it. You know what I'm saying? Once we talk, we had that connection, that's game over. You know what I'm saying? I'm in love with the thought of you already.
But how do you deal with the person that doesn't know how to be vulnerable?
Or doesn't know how to be vulnerable? You know what? Truthfully, I've never had a woman that wasn't vulnerable. That's just me.
So to what you were saying, when somebody says, I want what you have, and you said what you want, the headache, it all goes into someone saying, oh, your grass is really nice. I want that. Then go work on your grass. Stop worried about mine. Thank you. Thank you. But if you want what I got, go work on yours. Yourself. So you can have something like that. You can never have the same, but you can have something like that because you can work on it to the way you want it to get something like that.
A relationship is good.
Yes.
A relationship is good.
And with that grass is greener thing, a lot of times people look over that fence and they see that grass is green. But they don't come to the realization that the grass over there is green because you're not over there fucking it up.
That part. And you put in the work to make sure that it stays green.
So I got a quick question. Can you tell us 3 expectations, Brittany, that you have of your husband? And can you do the same at this?
Just like a spoiler. It's like a spoiler of your vows.
Just 3. As you about to give birth and start your family, what are 3 expectations that you have for your husband?
Well, this will be something that we already discussed when we first started dating. Number 1, you will always communicate with me because I can't do anything if you don't tell me. I'm not here to read your mind and you're not here to read mine. So that's something that we've been saying from the jump. Number 2, you will always be honest with me. I've always been viewed as secretive and sneaky because I keep things to myself. But again, if you don't ask me, then why would I tell you? That's how I view it. That's why I don't say anything. So I want you to be honest with me. I'm not going to go looking for anything. I'm not going to make up stories in my head on what's going on. If I ask you, you tell me. The same way that I'm going to do for you. It's not always going to feel good, and that's okay. But I have to know that my house is the one place for sure I'm going to get honesty no matter what. And the third thing, I mean, those 2 really just kind of outweighed everything for me. But third one, just if you, and it just kind of ties more into the honesty. But if you feel like this is no longer working, don't make me believe it is. Because for my previous relationships, for the previous relationship, I fell out of love with him 2 years in. We were together for 3. I didn't tell him. I didn't know how to say it. I didn't want to hurt his feelings. But you hurt my feelings more when you stay here pretending like we're doing something that we're not. So please don't do that to me. If this is not working, it's okay. People are made to be able to still coexist and do whatever we gotta do for this family, even if it means us not being together. So just don't make me look like a fool. Don't make us look foolish. If it's not happening no more, then hey, it's not happening. It didn't happen with the last one, and maybe we just not able to make it past this point. But if we keep communicating with each other and we're staying honest, then we shouldn't have that last problem. We shouldn't have that at all because we already know.
How does provision fall in those 3?
What I want to provide?
I hear you saying honesty, and you want to be honest, I got you.
Mm-hmm.
As far as going forward, how do you feel about provision? Providing. Or do you feel like you got it? Like no matter what, nigga don't come through, I got it.
I did see that in my upbringing because my mom always had it. Even when Dad was there, not even my dad, when he was there, she still always had it. I knew it was her. So I know for me that I have to have it. I'm going to come into this having it. Not to say that I don't want you to then provide for this family, but if God forbid you can't, I know I can. I know I can hold us down if need be. I prefer not to be the first choice. I don't want to be the man. Don't make me the man. I can be the man, but don't make me the man. So I came into it already, I got the job, I got my house, I got my car. So those are the 3 main things you kind of need. I don't really need you to give me those things. I would like some of the other things that you provide to our family. Provide for our family to keep our family stable. But do I need you to do a lot for me? No, I don't. So provision-wise, just continue to provide for our growing family. You're coming in with one. My fiance is coming in with a son. And now we're about to have another child, so keep our home stable. But for a couple of months, I'm not going to be working, so I need you to be able to provide in that sense. And I think that with us having this child before we're getting married is allowing me to see how do we exist with another person in this that essentially in a way is going to be another dollar sign. How do we do that together before I then say, okay, great, so now it's me and you forever. And being able to test that out or to be able to see how that works for us. So I do expect for him to provide in some ways, but he knows that I don't look for you to, I'm not feeble, I'm not helpless, but I enjoy that you are here and you can do for me if I can't do it.
My question to you is, what's your thoughts about providing outside of financial? Because I feel like if two people are hustlers, go-getters, and they'll find the money.
Right.
So what's your thoughts on providing outside of money? Because that whole statement was basically financial-wise. And that is a very important part of a relationship. But what about you expect him as a man providing outside of financial?
Never really thought of provisions outside of being financial, because everything else fell under other categories. You provide emotionally.
That's very important.
Right, you know what I'm saying? I love your question, but for me, providing was always about the household and the money and to make sure it was stable. The other provisions, as in the emotional stability or the mental, physical, all of that didn't fall under provisions. But I mean, it should, or it does, but it's just not how I thought about it that way.
The reason why I asked that, because I know because I'm about to make my way back to it. I'm about to make my way back to it because when we talk about provide, we always say money. I know a guy, I'm not gonna say his name, he brings home the check. That's all he do. Here you go. Take care of that. That's it. Do you call that providing? As a whole?
In my generation, no, but in my parents' generation, or I should say my grandparents' generation, that it was.
Okay.
It wasn't my generation. I think my dad was that. My dad was the breadwinner, even though my mom worked. My dad was the main, and it wasn't until we, as the kids, got older, and he didn't know how to communicate with us, and had that thing. It was like, you're still a child. Like, yes, I'm still a child, but I'm older, and we need to talk. But after my mom's death, and me and him had it out, we had a big fight. He's like, you don't think my kids are scared of me? I don't want my kids to be scared of me. I want you to respect me and love me. So that changed me and his relationship. But he was the monetary provider. He did care for, you know what I'm saying? I didn't get the open emotional thing from him. You got that from mom. I got to take care of, and I will hold you and hug you, whatever. I didn't get that from my dad after a certain age. You know what I'm saying? So I see him as that provider. That's what I said. So I never put the other provider in it, because I know as a kid, because my sisters and brother tell me that all the time. Like, you was spoiled, you was up under. But I didn't get that after a certain age. You don't get it. Like I don't have no kids, but I have kids I've raised, and I had to tell them now, because their mama ain't shit. Like, I'm proud of you. Like, I was always Aunt Erica that gave them the hug. Like, they still to this day. Like, my nephews are 30 and 29. When they see me, they still run up like, oh, y'all too old to be trying to tackle me like as a kid. But
so was that enough for you? Since the only thing you saw from your dad was the financial portion, is that enough for you in your relationship?
No.
Okay, so that circles back. Because no, I never got was able to ask her. And the reason why I'm asking her, because let's be ideal here. Y'all guys have something special. She's about to be the mother of your kid. That's about to be your future wife. What more do you want to have a wife, the mother of your kid, a union? You know what I'm saying? So when I ask that question, I just want to get an insight. Outside of financial, we always want to be financially stable. We want to be financially stable even when we're individuals by ourselves. So but when I say provide, or pretty much what you bring it to the table, pretty much. And as a man, what as a man outside of money you look towards Reggie?
Well, one of the things I was looking forward to, and I was able to receive from him with first dating him, which is why I was happy to say yes to being his wife sometime down the line, is that he does allow me to be myself. And that is a very big provision for myself, and I've said it several times about any relationships that I've been in. I need to be able to be me. That means to be goofy when I want to be, dress how I want to dress, to be a woman, to be my own person. Not trying to build off of what you thought I was going to be when you came into this. If whatever you saw when you first met me, that's who I am. And I don't want to come into this having it change my whole person up for you. But if there's things that I can work on, that's one thing. But to have me just molded into this little whatever kind of woman you're trying to get, don't make me do that, because that runs me away. That makes me feel like now I have to change up, and this will never work. I'm just gonna be whatever you want me to be.
Authenticity.
And not to be, yes, authenticity. I definitely want it to be authentic between the two of us. So I look for that provision from him. I do look for love at any rate, at any kind of, when it comes to us. Just love me. Just let me, like, in any way, shape, or form that you can show me, continue to show me that I'm loved, so I don't have to try to find that elsewhere. I don't want to have to look for it elsewhere. I don't want to have to try to find it through my friends when I should just be able to find that directly through you. And being my best friend, I do have my best friend. I can talk to you about anything. And I do come to you first and foremost about whatever I gotta come to you to. I may still kick it with my girlfriends and talk about whatever, but at the end of the day, I don't always form all my decisions based on them. I form it on what we have. So I hope that kind of answers the question. But provision-wise, I just want him to be a man. I'm not taking away from him being a man to do manly things. You take care of the car. You be out there changing oil filters and all types of, all those types of things. Take out the trash. You also wash dishes and clean up the household. So it's not just all on me. I think we kind of break some of those stigmas of what male and female do in a household. I think we both do for each other. So I would want us to continue to do that and show that to our children, that both sides can do that. He is coming from a two-parent household. I had it for a good amount of years and then I didn't. But I still know what a two-parent household should look like and what the love that I want to feel from that. So I want you to provide that for me, a father to my kids, and still be the husband to your wife.
Mission accomplished. I wanted you to give him his flowers of what he's bringing to the table. So
that we did that. When did we do that? Yesterday morning? I do that every day. So yeah, I definitely make sure to tell him those things on a daily basis. We were driving and I do it over the phone. I'm just telling you, like, thank you. I really am proud of you. I appreciate when you do this, this, and this. I appreciate the steps that you're making. Then he tell me he's blushing, whatever. But I want to make sure I'm telling you, because no woman out here is going to ever get a chance to say, oh, you don't build your man up? Well, I told him this. No, I already said it. I actually said it 2 days before you said it. But thank you for reiterating what I said. So I will make sure always he knows it starts with me.
This is like a rebirth to Black love. That's been missing for so long. It's been a huge gap. And the fact that it is being displayed here, when I say it's giving me all kinds of feelings, I am here for it. I'm trying not to cry, but I'm loving it and I'm here for it.
Give him the mic so he can.
Yeah, you got the same question. What are the three things?
I'm sitting down.
Three things.
Three things that you want from her.
She basically said, I want love, honesty, and commitment. That would be my 3 things.
Man, keywords.
You guys are aware that y'all about to be married and having a baby, right?
Mm-hmm.
The things that normally, whatever normally means, right?
Mm-hmm.
That a normal married couple would want to experience with each other is going to be on hold. That's why I'm asking the question. Because of the baby.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So you're going straight from, met this fine woman, boom, I love her, now I got a baby. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So even though you're gonna be a wife and a mother, in reality, you're gonna be more of a mother. You understand what I'm saying?
Well, I can share this with you because I know this is not the normal. To me, a mother is higher. I feel like I felt like once I found out I was pregnant, I said, I'm the ultimate. I have reached the ultimate goal. I'm going to be a mom. And somebody asked me, which one do you value more, being a mother or a wife? And I said, a mother. Because everything about a mom is so awesome. That kid is always going to be yours. They will always look up to you. You could be a million man's wife, but you'll always be that one person's mom. So to me, being a mother is way higher. Way higher. So, and then also, but to go back to what you said, what we be putting on hold from a usual husband and wife because you now have the kid? What exactly are we putting on hold?
I want to say this, and I'm just going to speak this from my experience. It's mine, right? During the newlywed years, you know what I'm saying, when I'm one to, you know what I mean? Yeah. That baby was there. Now, as a man, the time gonna come, you might not experience this, but the men that I know have, right? The time is gonna come where you are going to want specific things from your wife, whether it's time, influence, energy, whatever the case may be, and she's not going to be able to provide it because she's going to give it to the child. Now, I understand the love portion. You know, y'all love each other. Wonderful. You know what I'm saying? But when those realities strike, the devil can get there quickly and change that thing. You know what I'm saying? And that's what I want y'all to be aware of. Outside of the lovey-dovey part, the reality of the baby being there and needs having to be put on hold. You feel what I'm saying, Sil?
He has a kid, so even if she was not pregnant, congratulations.
Thank you.
There are moments where kids like to throw up and ruin your whole entire moment. They sneeze, they cough, I have a project. Something happens, whatever the situation is with the other parent or other family members, he kind of already got that. Now, if that wasn't the case, I'd be like, hey, you got to win.
Remember when
You might not get no sex.
I'm gonna let y'all into a conversation that Brittany and I had.
Not because she loves you, but because she loves you.
I'm gonna let y'all into a conversation that you and I had, with your permission. When Brittany first told me she was pregnant, remember I asked you, I said, y'all been together long enough to survive? Remember I said that? Because my question to her was, my concern was that they weren't together long enough to be able to survive, not the perils, but the challenges that being pregnant too early, and to me there's a too early. Maybe not to y'all, but to me there's a too early, and at the time I thought it was. And I asked her that because I too had my baby. My first kid is 16, and I had it with someone that I met maybe 5 or 6 months prior. I had just moved here from Michigan. I had that relationship, and it did not survive that. Not that I was trying to put my experiences onto her, but the second time around I got pregnant, I had in-house. My mother allowed him. I was 20. My mother allowed him to move in because he was removed from his home, and I had someone there that was supposed to be there for the 2 o'clocks that he wasn't aware of. The 2 o'clocks, 4 o'clocks, 6 o'clock feedings and the baby and da. And guess what? Real shit. We was used to getting it on. We was used to whenever you want this nigga, because guess what? I'm pregnant anyway. Blah blah blah. I was used to that, and our relationship survived that because we were together since you were 6 months, and my kids are 4 years apart. So. It kind of survived that, but the challenges was that this new father didn't understand that before that little thing, I need to take care of this little thing, and he couldn't deal with it. So in essence, I got cheated on. I'm not saying that is the only reason, but part of him straying and doing a lot of that was because we didn't have that conversation about my baby comes first. These children, because I had 2, these children come first. I got you when I got you, but the time that I wanted to get him, he was already over it, because when you are waking up and spinning and turning over, my baby crying. I want to look out, but I got to go ahead and take care of it. And he didn't understand that. And secondly, my brother had a situation with my nieces and my nephews where the wife was jealous. The wife was jealous because my brother loves his children as a mother, and he gave them so much attention. She was jealous, and she shook my niece to death, like to break all of that up, because she didn't understand, like that breaking that love and that breaking that attention was too much. So that's why I was discussing that with you very early on, and I was very satisfied with the answers that she gave me. And that's why I was grilling you the way I was grilling you, only because that is not my baggage, but that is my experience. And I had to try to share that, so.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Real quick, this was Batman and for you.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? A little trick of the trade. Even when y'all get married, man, a little trick of the trade. Like you said, yeah, the attention, you know what I'm saying, it won't be there. Because she's gonna be doing wife, mother, whatever. Like you got your own thing that you need to do. Or it's just for you. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, you might want that attention. I might want that attention. Keep it in house, regardless. The little trick is, start it. She gonna come in like, what you doing? Come on. Let her finish. So she get, thank you. She was like, I can't. That's all you need. I just need you to finish. I don't need you to stop. And I'm gonna need you to stop I'm in the 40 club, baby.
Yo. Hey, he has dropped the mic twice.
Ladies and gentlemen, Silk. The comedic stylings.
Oh my God.
Can I ask everybody a question?
No.
I'm gonna ask everybody.
That was I mean.
Hold on.
Can you?
Yeah, 'cause I'm curious. I've heard a lot of familiar voices, and I've heard a lot of familiar stories. What is everybody's purpose of being here?
That's therapy for me right now.
You put that on Front Street off the break, and I appreciate that, because you know what I was going to do? I was going to ask everybody the same thing, but we didn't get to it. But it's cool, we there now.
This is therapy, and I go to therapy. Therapy ain't got shit on what I'm doing right now.
Like, let's go to, like, what are your goals for like, I'm curious, like, are y'all here just to listen?
No.
Are y'all, no, let me finish.
I raised my hand and said I want to answer your question.
Let me finish the question. Just gotta let me finish. I can't just give you the headline. I gotta give you the whole article. Are you here just to listen? Are you here to learn, grow? Like, I'm just curious to why are y'all here? Cause eventually we're on video 3. Somebody's watching video 3 like, God damn, I know your story already. What about the woman next to you? Or what about the man next to you? And I'm always curious about every story, because every person in here has a unique, great story. And I'm just curious to what, are you here to share it? Or are you here to hear everybody else's stories? What is your expectation to come into this meeting, into this session? And then can we just go around the room? And what are your expectations? Matter of fact, I'm gonna add another layer to it. What is your expectation to come into this meeting? And what do you want the opposite sex to learn more of as you as a man or you as a woman?
I want individuals to be able to look inside themselves and make a decision to accept who they are, accept who they are not, and begin to do the individual work that is necessary to be done to get out of the way so you can get the things in life that you want. Being as though there was a period of my life where I used my powers to manipulate women. I feel as though it is part of my redemption to pour back some of my experiences and understanding with rawness to help shake some of the apathy that takes place in what I see with black people. So we can enter into healing. And you know, if you heal and then you attract another healthy person, then that's one whole healthy family. And then if we multiply that, then that becomes a healthy community. And that's how we, as a people, we can rise off of that. But it has to start, you know, my philosophy is all relationship stuff starts with self. All the decisions and stuff we make in relationships, it all begins with us. As much as we like to put it on the other person, it all of our relationship decisions actually begins and ends with us. So I want people to do the work.
I'm right behind you. I'm gonna kick this off for me. I am here not only because it is under what I do every week, not because of that. I want to learn more about me through other people. The experiences that I have, I know they ain't just mine, but I thought that they were until I found out that they wasn't. I'm here to find that out. I'm here to grow in my womanhood because I'm only who I am. I can learn something from Brandy. I can learn something from Nomi and Tice and all. I can learn something from all of y'all, and I want to grow in my womanhood. I am not the best at relationships. I ain't the worst, but I'm not the best, and I don't have the greatest outlook on relationships. I do not, because my experiences have not been what my dreams of relationships are. So I try to become more real and realize what real relationships look like. And because to me, when they ain't real or they don't line up with what I'm thinking and how I'm feeling, I kind of unplug a little bit. So I'm here just to see if I could be right. I want to know. I could be wrong. I want to know. And I want to, if anybody else has those same inquisitions, I want to provide what I can through my experiences for you if you have some of those same questions. That's why I'm here.
Oh, you going back and forth?
I want everybody to speak though.
All right, so I just wanted to say, to answer your question, while this is my first time in here, I did see the second one, majority of the second one, which I was sad I missed, but my purpose for being here is to definitely receive other people's views of the same situations that I've been through. At the same time, I want to share with the opposite sex, my counterparts, that because we're pretty much all around the same age in here. We're all, we were before, with the exception of 2 people, we were before 3. Boy, if you don't stop. But majority of us were born prior to 85. So I say that to say, for my counterparts that are relatively close to me in age, for my counterparts that are relatively close in age, a lady never tells. I will say this, I have made it clear that in my younger yesteryears, I was that rah-rah to my counterpart, not realizing that I was doing more damage. My ex-husband used to tell me that I would act like his mother. That's because he knew I was no nonsense. I would tell him about himself, but I would never go back and converse with him on what was the breakdown, how can we fix this to move forward. I was the all that said all, and that was that. You're not going to rebuttal me. me now, yes, we're going to start with a misunderstanding. We're going to get past that, overstand it, and we're going to move forward. So we're going to have that talk. We're going to communicate. We're going to speak with each other, not at each other. And of course, at the end, there's making up happen, so on and so forth. But the point is, I want the counterparts to understand. We are realizing our faults in the situation too. No longer are we gonna sit and play victim and try coming at us with the rah-rah and just talking down on us. And we're gonna hold ourselves accountable, as we expect you all to hold us accountable, vice versa.
That's your reason for coming?
Yes. Yes. For there to be understanding and for me to receive different views, same situations.
Jamie?
So for me, it's like after the first one, like I got to see like so many different perspectives from both the men and women's side. And a lot of people always, they think, oh, I'm like my girls because we all girls. But you be like, nah, he right though. He right though. Or some guys are looking and say, somebody say, oh yeah, she right. So the fact that it's never just a biased opinion, and I like to see that. So that's why from the first one I decided to keep coming back, because every time I came back, it was something different. Whether it was a learned behavior, whether it was something you said, I don't like when you treat me this way. Some things that we never think of, put out on the table, and it's from both sides. So that's why I keep coming back.
And times.
I come to learn, definitely learn about me, although I haven't put my business out there, but I do come to, I pick up on things here and there. I don't have that much experience when it comes to relationships. I've only been in one. So sometimes the conversations aren't things that I have, input to give. I don't have kids. I don't have input to give on that. So there's a lot of times I'm quiet because I'm not going to just speak out about something when I have no real knowledge on it. But ultimately, little bits and pieces of my life come out, and I will graciously take the feedback, be it positive or negative, and just hopefully learn something about that Y chromosome, and hopefully give y'all a little insight on better ways of communicating or dealing with us.
Good answer.
So I'm here because I'm actually something I haven't shared with everybody in person knows. I am a relationship facilitator. I just recently became a relationship facilitator, which means I'm not a licensed, not licensed counselor or therapist, but I have learned the techniques to help work through challenges in these relationships, to have healthier relationships. So I am here to listen to the challenges and in hopes to find ways that we can come together, take accountability on both sides, and we can come together and figure out how can we work through these challenges to have healthier relationships. Because we all have baggage, we all have traumas. I can sit here and tell you my story because I got some shit too. I can sit here and tell you my story.
Perfect.
I can sit here and tell you, but I can say that I had a blessed childhood, I had a blessed life. So when I'm hearing other people's story, it gives me a different, insight. And I'm like, a lot of the stories I'm floored, and I really take it to heart because I'm like, wow, this is what's going on. And like I said, I'm a big advocate to how can we heal through these past traumas? How can we work through these challenges so we can come together and have these healthier relationships with our men, and and vice versa with the women. So we have to, and I say this all the time, and women cringe when I say it sometimes, but ladies, we really, really have to be quiet sometimes and listen to our men, because when we are asking them, I'm sorry, when we're asking them questions, they are giving us the answer.
Yes, they are.
We don't want to hear it, but it's the truth. And we need to stop sometimes and say, okay, just like we get defensive when they say, well, what did you do in a relationship? Why did you stay so long? Why did you accept it? That is our accountability. Because, I mean, at the end of the day, we can all sit here and say that we saw red flags. We saw those red flags, but we stayed in those relationships because we wanted them to be better, or, you know, whatever the reason was. We saw those red flags, but we stayed longer than we should have. And we need to start taking accountability for that, because someone said it earlier, no one can do anything to us that we don't allow them to do.
Exactly.
So that's why I'm here. I like to soak up all the information and, like I said, and trying to take that back, where, you know, my exercises that I've learned and my techniques that I've learned, and how that I can bring that together and help us all, you know, healthy relationships.
Thank you for sharing.
That was good.
So I initially came to support my mother. I literally was invited and I was like, oh, this looks fun. Sure, I don't get out, obviously. So let me go support her. I didn't expect to come in and share anything. I didn't know that I would share so much or be able to hear so much from you guys, and be for you all to accept so much of what I said, and it is all honesty and truth. And it comes both from my upbringing and from my experiences so far. And all that I would want for the men in the room to take from anything they've heard with me is that I pride myself in my relationship being the complete opposite of what my generation is going through. And I also pride myself in not having a bunch of the common, like, the word that I'm looking for. We're not just doing what a bunch of the young people are doing, go and have a kid and get married and then leave each other years, you know, a couple months down the line. Like, I definitely want what I have to work and to continue to work, and from whatever I'm giving out, it's all honesty for me. It's all what I truly am doing. So I'm not just speaking it just to say it. It is something that is a work in progress every day with me and my fiance. So that's what I would want you guys to take from anything you've heard from me already.
Wow. All right, I came to serve support to the family. I love what y'all doing. Continue doing everything that y'all been doing, man. And I couldn't list this for the world. Like I said, this was my last weekend off, so I had to make at least one show. So I had to be here. Plus, I love to debate, and I love to hear anyone that, you know, want to share stories. I love sharing mine. And if I can help you in any kind of way, that's what I love to do. So.
I actually just came because I was invited out. I didn't know what was going on. It was like, hey, you want to go out? I was like, all right, sure. So, yeah, that's what I'm here. But I'm loving that experience, and probably be looking forward to the next show.
You've been booked.
Did you go?
No, we
waiting on you.
We only got 20 minutes, bro.
Yeah, excellent. I was invited to you, so. But no, I just definitely just wanted to check out the experience. You know, we've done Tiger Talk and Real Talk together, and we've been to the actual studio a couple times. So, you know, I would kind of piece together what it would kind of be like. I kind of look at it as like a PRO a little bit, learn a little something, take in some knowledge, and try to apply it to your own self and own situation. So I'm definitely glad that you invited me to come out. I definitely enjoyed it.
I am here to simply provide truth. You know what I mean? Whether it benefits me, whether it makes me look good or not is irrelevant in this setting. So if you ask me anything, I'm going to give you the truth. Whether it makes me look like a piece of shit or whatever, I'm going to give it to you. Just so y'all can have, the ladies can have a better understanding of how men can think. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If I can keep you from falling for that fool, that sucker, or that person who everybody thinks he's popular, but he really ain't shit. You know, if I can give you some type of knowledge or something that I say that keeps you away from them, that's all. I'm good. I'm just here to help y'all. You know? unfiltered, like I said, truth.
My turn?
No, she got it.
First and foremost, I was invited. I was able to make it. As far as expectations, hear what other people have to say, because it's always great to hear a different opinion, even if you have your own, you've been through it, hindsight 20/20 kind of thing. Maybe avoid another situation, or if you believe that you get the same test over and over again, so maybe you can finally pass it. And then definitely share my experiences, because we've all been through different things, same things. So maybe like something I'll say, either help somebody go through something, or help them avoid the situation, because I'm all about avoiding a disaster. So, yeah.
The reason I'm here is because I am on a journey. And it's a new journey for me. I'm older than most of the queens in here, or probably all of the queens in here, but from what I'm receiving from you all, it's helping me to understand what's out here now. I've been on lockdown, so you all are helping me to understand. The brothers, you all are helping me to understand as well, because just recently, it took me a whole, 2 months to figure out. Nigga been lying to me all along. I mean, I thought I had it all. I didn't have anything.
You ain't see that Scorpio, come on.
I saw some of it. But he was good. He was good. He was OG. He was good. But at 58 years old, you wanted to play me? Oh, you got played. But I learned so much from the last meeting that you all had. That's what gave me the courage to do that. And when I pulled in the garage, I just felt something. So that was an extra push for me. And that gave me the strength to go in and do what I need to do. So that's what I am here for, to grow, to learn to love, and to get rid of the anger and attitude that I have now that I'm dealing with. Because it's in there. I just have to get it out.
Okay, that was a good one. First and foremost, thank you everybody for answering my question. Honestly, the reason why I'm here, well, the main thing, first one, I'm a content creator and we are creating great content. And I was here to record. The second thing, the second reason, or third, whatever you want to call it, B or C, I feel like her answer is kind of like the motivation of doing this. Somebody's watching this video, and I always do my videos, I always do my stuff as to, one is self-therapy, but also you don't understand who is watching you or who you might affect. It might be a person that you have no clue is watching you and you're changing their lives. And I think somebody that's watching this video is going to relate to somebody's story in here. It could be mine, or it could be his, or it could be yours or hers. You know what I'm saying? So that's the reason why I come here. And I want to learn how to talk to the opposite sex. I want to see the fuckboyisms that I do that I'm not aware of. You know what I'm saying? And be accountable for some actions that I didn't see myself being accountable for. So by doing that and by being able to open up the lines of communication, I feel like in a way I'm practicing what I'm preaching. I can't be about to talk about being a better communicator, being a better person, or being a better male if I'm not displaying those actions or doing the necessary steps to take it to do that. So that's the reason why I'm here.
Come on here.
Well, we got a couple minutes, or what, 10, 15 minutes?
Yeah, we push it a little bit.
Push it.
Come on, little sunshine, sing for us. No.
What is one burning question that you want to ask the opposite sex? Anything.
I'm gonna start quick. I don't want to take when a man, I'm talking to the men. I don't want to take when y'all get up and leave and don't want to hear this shit right now as negative. How y'all want me to take that? Because I'm trying my best to not feel like it's disrespectful, or he ain't trying to when I'm trying. So how do y'all want us to take that when y'all do that?
It's context. It's context. Somebody could be like, I don't want to talk right now because she called me on my bullshit and I don't have an answer, so I don't want to talk right now, and walk away. Some people could be just like, you're not understanding. You know what I mean? You're really not understanding me, and you're misinterpreting everything I want to do. So let me walk away for a minute to think about what I've said, to think about how I can better relay what I'm trying to say to you. Sometimes we just need a minute.
So my drop down is, can you still do that and stay?
Not all the time, because sometimes y'all won't give us that peace. Sometimes when y'all in that mode where I'm gonna say what I gotta say right now, we might be like, yo, give me a break for a minute. No, I'm gonna look, give me a break for a minute. No, I'm tired enough for you today. Okay, now talk to yourself, because I'm gonna take it. Because you're not listening to me, you're not hearing me. I need a second.
Do you walk in the door with that thought that I'm gonna, or is that you have to experience that to understand? That ain't all women. Is that all women? Do all women tell you, nah?
No, absolutely not. Some women, I'm not even saying it's a male-female issue. Some people can't talk. Some people know how to have a disagreement without it turning into an argument.
Is it any one of you men sitting here your go-to is to walk out? No. I need a minute. No. You stay?
Not all the time.
You stay?
It depends on the person.
It all depends.
Okay.
That was my question. Is the delivery, like you coming at them, they might go, whoa, I do need that minute. Like he said, I do need that minute because we get into our emotions and we're ready to attack. And when we come at them, attacking, it's like, whoa, because I'm going to be transparent here. I was, in my emotions one day, and I came at him, and he was like, hold on, you know what? You go ahead and get yourself together. I'll call you back when you get yourself together, and then we can have a conversation. And then, that made me stop and think, okay, dang, I was, coming at him ready, ready to pounce with the head going, I was ready. And that's when he was like, no, we're not doing this. We're adults. We're not doing this. I'll call you back when you get yourself together, and we can have that conversation. So I think a lot of times it is in our, our defense. Yeah, okay, it was him. so yes, the transparent moment. And it was a video chat. And I forgot what I was upset about or whatever, but I had the head going. I'm ready to, bomb him out. And he was like, I'm gonna call you back. And no lie, yes, you got me, because I was like, that's right. I've never had a man do that to me before. I had the ones that want to come right back at me. Or shut down completely and be like, I'm not doing this with you, like you said, or walk away. So I had to take a step back and be like, oh, okay, yeah, I did come at him like that. I do need to calm down so we can have a adult conversation, an effective conversation. One that's going to be comprehended, not just back and forth.
That is dope of you, and the maturity of you, that is great. I ain't talking to none of y'all. Talk to all the people in the video. When you say, I need a break, and you be like, and you get 4 paragraphs after that. Or, oh, you know what? Whatever, you have a nice day. There are different shades of women where you're never going to get that, I can say you don't get that maturity. Some females, if they want to have that talk right now, some don't really give a fuck what you're doing. They're going to have that talk. And I think that's when friction, as far as the communication, because now you don't know what I'm doing, you don't know what I'm going through, you don't know if I might be at work, you don't know anything that's going on, but you see that boss side that comes out, and then that shuts me down, me personally, that would shut me down. That's a bad thing. But I understand your question where maybe it's just something that a discussion that needs to be had, and the guy is running away from the discussion.
Can I offer a word? If you walk off or you don't want to hear this shit right now, I just ask y'all, make time to hear the shit. Whatever you have time. Because that will eliminate that need to have it right now. Because you know, I do know if you table it, some men you never come back to it. The rug be this fucking high of shit that we sweep underneath
That's a red
it.
flag. That's a red flag.
I mean, that's fine, but the rag be this high of shit, because in a marriage, you just can't step off. You know what I'm saying? It steps to that. You just can't step off the day. You can, but you got to set yourself up to be able to survive behind that. I stayed for a year because I had to power my shit up and make sure that when I make the decision to leave, that I was going to be good the next day. And I had to double back and say, oh, I do need him to keep the kids. Oh, I do need to. I stayed. I mean, I stayed until. But my point is, to keep a woman from needing to do that right now and needing to, fuck what you doing. If you're gonna table it, just come back around. And without me having that, not me, so I ain't talking to none of y'all, but without the woman having to bring it back up. We still gonna talk right, like just do the same thing that you would want done for yourself. That's my thing to men.
Now the issue is, when you do that, you can't have certain conversations gotta be had in person. Like you said, you try to FaceTime. I'd have laughed at you and told you got all that energy, show up. I'd have pissed you off, show up. Then what happened? You showed up. Then by the time you showed up, I'd had flowers or something right there. Or your favorite candy. I'd had your favorite candy sitting there. And be like, you came over with all this fresh.
To answer that, by the time I got there, I would have been thinking logically instead of emotionally.
That's how a logical woman thinks.
I'd have showed up to your house. When you told me, you know what I'm saying, right in the conversation, I'd be like, y'all don't let mouth show up. You'd be like, nah. Oh, you come to my house. I'm on my way. By the time I got there, you'd been to calm down. I'd have did something stupid to you, made you laugh. And then we could talk about it. I don't do that.
So eat these groceries.
I can see the talk from there once you
Real
go over there,
quick.
then
Something I want everybody to watch the video.
I need a moment so I can get out of the emotions, because if I'm in my emotions, my tongue is sharp. My tongue can be very sharp. So I need a moment. But this one right here, I want to talk about it right now. Right now. And I'm like, give me a moment. Let me get out of my emotions. Let me switch over here to logic. Because if I'm still in emotions, it's not going to be good.
That's a question.
So we're learning that. Like, I guess.
You said that to an alpha?
I want to talk right now.
You said that to an alpha?
I don't know why women, and I need help with this, bro.
Don't put me in it yet.
Smart man.
I mean, I need help with my understanding of this. When women say, I'm thinking logically, I'm speaking logically, I do not believe a woman can think logically, bro. I believe a woman's thoughts. I believe a woman's thoughts are feelings.
No, let him get his point.
I'm not trying to say it like disrespectful. I'm telling y'all, I believe you. You understand me? Listen.
No, I'm saying to them.
I feel as though that y'all think you guys are being logical, but even your thoughts are feelings. You understand what I'm saying? When you speak your thoughts, they are feelings. That's why when we begin to explain some things to them, they because they look like what is he saying? Because we speak logic, they speak emotions.
So do y'all. I don't care.
Yeah, that's the problem.
That's the problem. Because we asked what the fellas said.
Oh, okay.
So, I'm good. So the thing is, like you say, women, stop using women. Focus on your woman. You see what I'm saying? Learn your woman. I'm sorry, I don't know if y'all together, but if that's your woman, focus on your woman. You have to learn her. Learn her do's, her don't, her ticks. You know what I'm saying? Everything. Learn everything about her. You gotta learn, sometimes you gotta tell her things about her that she don't even know. And when you do that, she will submit.
Do I do that logically or emotionally?
Both.
Oh.
Both. It starts here. Because everybody, when you want somebody to love you, they always say, I want you to love me from what? To what? You can't start with love here. Love don't start here. Love starts here. Then it works its way down. Then he can come back up, stay there for a little bit. They got to come back. So when you focus on just your woman, even though this is a group setting, yes, it's about men and women, yes. But at the same time, take what we learn here, go home and apply that to your woman, and you study it. You know what I'm saying? This is me. Sometimes I sit and I stare at my wife, and I'll learn every inch of her body. You know what I'm saying? I'll touch every inch of her body. Because sometimes when I touch certain spots, you, what the fuck? I ain't never had nobody do that. I know you did. That's why I'm doing it. I'm trying to figure you out. I want to learn you. I don't want to learn every woman in this room. I don't know their ticks, their nothing, you know what I'm saying? I don't know their personalities, none of that. I just know we're all friends, we're all cool in this setting. But when I go home, my wife is mine. That's mine. I got to learn that just because I don't want to lose that to the next.
Do you think that there is a part or parts of nature that every woman possesses that is absolutely the same? So as we learn our individual women, as we learn, her favorite color is this and all that kind of stuff, right? Do you feel as though that we as men need to know how to master that nature that all of them possess?
No, because you're going back to all women. You know what I'm saying? All women, yes, want to be loved. So that's everything they have in common. That's the only thing they have in, what's the word? Thank you. That's the only thing they have in common. They just want to be loved.
So by nature, the only thing they have in common is that they want to be loved. Is that what am I hearing you right?
Yeah. I can't love her the same way I'm going to love her, the same way I'm going to love her. You have to love each one individually for themselves. You know what I'm saying? That's why I say, learn your woman. When you learn your woman, it's going to take somebody else years to learn your woman. But you done already had years in to learn your woman. So that when you love that woman and you learn her, she can go out to the world by herself. Can't no other man come in between y'all. Because you know her and she know you. That bond is too strong. Now, if mentally, if you leave one inkling of doubt in her mind, that man can slip in that crack. That sperm cell, you know what I'm saying? And the eggs.
Can we learn you that way? Do y'all expect a woman to learn you?
Yes.
Do y'all let us?
Yes. Okay. Yes. The thing is, like now, I'm on his side now. Okay. You have to take the time out to learn us. You can't say, oh, this goes back to that baggage thing. Oh, Bruce Leroy treated me like this. You know what I'm saying? So now I got to treat Batman the same way. I got to go in with my guard up and my brick wall up. No, I'm a totally different man. If I'm coming at you respectfully and I'm showing you what I'm all about and I'm putting all my cards on the table, you still want to have this brick wall. I know it's going to take time for you to bring down that wall. I get that. I get that. But you can't put a time on. You can't put a time on getting to know somebody. I can learn you. It might take me 2-3 years. I might meet the next woman. It might take me 6 months, 3 months, 8 years. I don't know. But when I get that bond, you know, and that person knowing that bond is special, and can't nobody break that.
Has that always been the case? Because you're, how old are you? You're 40 now, right?
42.
So if you're 40, so now, yeah. Sorry, you too. In your 30s, in your 20s, were you willing to let a woman know you?
In my 20s?
In your 20s and in your 30s. I'm just asking.
No,
yes.
In my early 20s, I've always wanted marriage. I've always wanted marriage. And the thing is, I'm only speaking for me. I always wanted marriage. So I told myself, and I made a promise to my brother. I made a promise to him. When I get married, all foolishness is out the window. I want to fuck everything. Excuse my language, please. I want to fuck everything I can before I get married. So when I do get married, I won't have no regrets and say, damn, I should have did this, I should have did that, should have did it. No, I've done a lot. I've done some things.
I know you, brother.
But I'm just saying, like, when I finally hit my 30s, it was like, wow, I met my wife. And it was like, she was different from any other female I've dated. And everything started with just a conversation. That's how it started. And now we're at it.
Shout out to Marcia.
That's strong over there.
Yes, cause he's a lot.
He gonna match.
It has been my experience, and I'm struggling with this thing, man.
Come on.
I guess we the oldest ones in here.
Yeah, we the veterans. We got a queen with us.
I feel you, Brian. I'm not saying anything negative, but at 52,
I ain't for that shit.
Come on. Now, I'm all for learning the individual and enjoying that person because I believe I accept people for who they are. But in my experience, being a former whoremonger, as I like to say,
Oh my God.
I have come to understand that it is a common nature that they possess, brother. That's how I was able to pimp them like I did. Because they all possessed. They all possess. They might not admit it, but we see it
and used it.
A common nature. And no matter what their personalities was like, it's that nature that I manipulated. So,
What's the nature? What was the nature?
well, that's kind of like red pill conversations, huh? You know, we get into that, then it's going to be every other time for that. But I would love to do a men's group and we go red pill. But Brandon know what I'm saying. But yeah, I think the choice is because we are called to love them, right? And we are called to understand them. But I feel like that we are not called just to understand their individual personalities. We are, but I also believe that we are called to deal with that nature.
Key word you said, manipulate. Manipulate. Now, if you have to, it's just me, no disrespect.
I feel you.
I'm sorry. But if you have to manipulate someone in order for them to do something that you want, they're not for you. You're not for them.
I manipulate the one I'm with now, right? You know what I'm saying? Exactly. To put her mind in a place that it needs to be, so she can accomplish what she needs to accomplish. You know what I'm saying? At the times where she is unable to do it, their emotions may not allow them, because they all in it, all over the place, right? It does not allow them to be in a place of logic or a mind frame that they need in order to get done what they need to get done. That's what I mean when I say manipulate.
Are you
not deceive? Not deceive.
I know what you mean by manipulate because I know how you think, literally. Are you open to the idea that sometimes is a person's process?
Absolutely. That's why the manipulation is necessary. And again, it's not deceit.
I'm a hairstylist, right? I, back in many yesteryears, went to school to do hair, and I'm licensed in 2 states, and 2 different approaches. Because Virginia has one approach, and Maryland, where I got my first license, has another approach, right? All lead to the same street, right? And now doing hair ain't nothing new under the sun. I can do something that I did many moons ago when I first started at another process because it's faster and YouTube might have told me something, right? But the process that I used back then still worked. It's no need. And if I got somebody who is patient and don't mind it, I take the process of yesteryear just because I know what they're here for. Somebody who is on their lunch break for Metro, you need today's process. All ending up in the same thing. I'm saying that to say, I believe you should discern when to manipulate and to interrupt the process because it ain't necessary all the time.
I agree.
Okay.
100%. That's the difference. That's, in my opinion, and this is just my opinion over this little corner, that's the difference between alpha energy and the others. Yes. Knowing that difference. knowing when. You understand what I'm saying?
I understand.
Like the example she gave, they could have went a lot of directions.
Yeah.
You know, but knowing what was needed at that time, I didn't know what the outcome was going to be when I did that. You know,
Did she need you to do that? Did she look to you for that, or you felt the need that the situation called for you to manipulate and get her there?
I didn't like feel the need.
No, I'm just doing that. I'm trying to be a man. That's masculine energy. I'm trying to put that. Don't do that again.
I did not want to disconnect.
Okay.
Because I'm a straight on. You got an issue with me? Come on, let's talk right now, right? But you know, other people are not like that.
Yeah.
So at that moment, I didn't want to disconnect. But in order to put her mind where it needed to be, in order for us to achieve that connection, I had to manipulate that situation. All right, girl, you know, you call me back when you blah 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 blah.
You like the word manipulate.
Because that is a definition.
And I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Because, I mean, you might look at it as he put me in my place.
I don't.
Or, you know, somebody might look at it as he put me in my place. But when we got off the phone, I was like, hey, okay, I am tripping. I need to calm down. You know, this is somebody I really like, and I do want to have a relationship. So, yeah, I need to calm down. So, yeah, it did put me in my place in a sense. But it was appreciated.
And welcome.
Yes.
And welcome.
Yes.
That's a compromise too that some people are unwilling to have. But you are lucky and blessed. It is not typical. I'm gonna give you this example. I always got an analogy on hand. I have been in the car with somebody, right? And they have been my road dogs. And I had taken the wrong turn. And the first thing this Negro say is, you took the wrong turn. Nigga, you was in here with me when I took it. I don't like that approach. Where you. But if I'm in a car and I'm going the wrong way and you say, hey, look, I'm paying attention, this is coming up or whatever. There are some people who need that approach. And you have a driver that you can sit back in your car, it seems like, and do whatever it is that you're doing. I usually don't have that. So I appreciate and applaud y'all for having that. I don't have that, where people are my drivers and I trust the driver. You know what I'm saying? So I don't look at your situation any other way than I see why you welcome that, because that's something that you probably needed.
Do you remember when I did that with you?
You did what?
What I just...
Yeah. I'm open to it because I ain't always right. And I go off the rails sometime, and if I respect you, then I allow that to happen.
And it opens you up for a closer relationship. Or would you say not?
Yes and no. Because at the time that you're doing that, a close relationship ain't what I'm checking for. I'm checking for the result of whatever reason you're checking me. That's what I'm looking for. I think the end result ends up being something closer, because if you continue on with that and that's something that's a constant, then I will look to you and I will look for your guidance, or I will look for, and I will trust if you come in and say, Kiki, widow, whatever you call it, then that's that, and think in turn, you end up with the deeper relationship. That makes sense?
Absolutely.
But I'll be open to it, like, for real, and everybody can. I'm a associate to a lot of people and only a friend to a few. So those people who are inside and can come and raise their voice and say whatever they're gonna say, and I hear them and listen to them, it's a special thing. What people don't know is the Inspector 12, we used to call it back in the day. Things come in and they process and approve, and Inspector 12 has put out, if you a friend of mine, I have Inspector 12 you, and I trust you, and that is a big undertaking for me. So a lot of my friends, I question them, but not much, because they know how I am and they know how to relate to me. And it just takes a while for me sometimes.
So the thing that was appealing about that, right? The thing that was appealing and attractive is because at that point, I recognized, okay, this is a woman who can receive truth from herself. You feel what I'm saying?
And I was gonna say something similar to that. I keep a very small circle of women, my girls, very small circle, and we pull each other up on our stuff. I want my girl to say, hey, you out of line, you wrong, you did this, you did. I want them to pull me up. I don't want the friend to, oh, it's okay, girl, you did it, you did it. No, pull me up with myself. And that's how I am with my friends.
Does it matter if I have a man or not?
But I never had a man to do that.
Does it matter if that girlfriend has a man or not? Because a lot of people for real will say, she ain't got no man. Like, how you wanna, does that matter to you in your space?
No.
Okay.
No. Because I mean, I'm not one to be so defensive that I'm not listening.
Yeah.
So you came to me and said, you know what? And you telling me something, I'm going to take a step back and be like, oh, dang, okay, that's how Kiki perceives me. Okay, so let me think about why she perceives me like that. That's my outlook. I'm not going to be like, don't come to me, I'm not going to come back at you. I'm going to, look at myself and be like, dang, okay, I don't want to perceive me like that. If I'm wrong, call me out on it. That's how
So if the man, to answer your question, we went all the way around that for me to answer the question. If the man can perceive that this woman is a woman who can self-diagnosis, if she can handle truth that comes from herself, number one, we won't leave. Because when we sit down and talk, we know that you will receive what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But if prior to that conflict, we try to say a couple of things to you, and we know you don't receive it, even though we still in a relationship, we know you got a little bit of this and all that, we're gonna leave and take our time coming back. So if you want that man to, one, not to leave, or two, leave out and come right back just like that, be a woman that can self-diagnose and perceive truth.
But a lot of that comes back to the delivery as well.
Well, the delivery is the response from, according to how I'm understanding her question, like, she the one that kicked it off first. And I said, look, I don't want to hear this, I'm out of here. You know what I'm saying?
And it's not because of what she was saying. It's because of the energy she was bringing to that. You know what I'm saying? You come to me like you're a man. Okay? And I'm not gonna have a grown man conversation with a woman, because I'm not gonna talk to you and treat you like I would treat a man. So because you can't understand that, I'm gonna back away and give you a chance to come back down to your woman.
But maybe it's not that I don't understand that. Maybe it's you need to check your tone as well. Because
No. See, this is the point I'm trying to make right now. It's no problem with my tone. As a matter of fact, the problem is that your tone is what I would deem disrespectful. I'm not going to talk to you a certain kind of way, okay? Because I have that level of respect for you. But when you keep coming at me and I'm like, oh, chill. Don't tell me that you look. You need to relax. No. I'll tell you what. Get it together. I'll talk to you.
Well, we got to bounce back and forth.
Exactly.
Yes.
Exactly.
Eliminate yourself.
But don't get me wrong. I have been one to, if I walk in the house, I had a rough day at work, and I walk in the house and it's instantly, yeah! I'm going right back out that motherfucking door. Let you figure that shit out.
As long as you
You see what I'm saying? Then when I come back and you be like, why did you leave? I'll be like, think about how, think about it.
Right.
Think about it. I got a rule. Like when I get on these construction jobs, I'll be busy. I gotta listen to the super. I gotta listen to the foreman. I got all the people I gotta deal with. So when I come home, if I come home at 4 o'clock, don't say shit to me till 5. Give me an hour. You know what I'm saying? If you can give me that hour, I'm with it. Whatever you gotta come at me, whatever happened during the day, whatever dilemmas that you couldn't handle, whatever, I'm with it. But when I've been dealing with bullshit all day and I come home, I don't want no bullshit.
It's interesting.
You know what I'm saying? Give me an hour. How was your day? If I give you that look, okay, give me a minute.
And that is what love is.
How was your day?
But it's already established.
But not always.
No, I'm saying, I see that look.
Yeah,
I'm gonna give you
exactly.
Right. That's already been
But
established.
some people don't get the look.
Right.
Some people don't get the look because they stuck. It's all about them. And I need to get this off of my chest. You know what I mean? So they don't care what you got, about what your day has been like.
That
Give me an
made
hour.
me more confident.
And I'm with the shit.
More aware. So I don't approach him like that again. Because I know that he's a communicator. Whatever issue I have, we can talk about it. I don't have to come at him like that. Because he's never came to me like that. He's never raised his voice at me, anything. So now, if I have an issue, I'll come to him like, isn't that? That's true.
What's that, what's that word? Refreshing?
Yes, yes. But at first I wasn't used to that. I was used to somebody coming back at me. Let's yell, let's scream, let's do this.
Did you receive it as though he didn't care when he didn't do that?
No. Okay. No, because it threw me off. It threw me off, and I was like, oh, okay. I'm not dealing with it.
As a man, some brothers may disagree, but as a man, I'll speak for me. I do not need your love. I don't need your love. I need your respect. No matter what you're feeling, when you pull me up about it, present it to me with respect. If you do not know how to talk to me, especially if you establish that I am going to listen, I'm going to shut my mouth and I'm going to listen to you say everything you got to say, the whole hour and a half. You understand what I'm saying? It's going to take for them to say something that only take 5 minutes to say. Yes. We still, even though we are not wired to hear it, because we care, we will sit and we'll listen. If you know I'm that person, then don't come at me like that. That doesn't say love to me. You have to respect me. I have to love you. You have to respect me.
You know what's interesting? You gotta leave.
I'm
sorry.
saying, can we go back to saying that's when you have to know your partner?
Mm-hmm.
Know the person
You know what's interesting to me? I don't know that you realize, like, you have a lot of, I guess, I don't know if you back here with it and do a lot of this and you do a whole bunch of hour and a half and all that. That's a negative place for you, I think. But I do want you to be aware of some things that some people, 5 minutes of your shit can sound like an hour and a half. 17 seconds of this right here will have a person disengaging, or the way that you perceive this an hour and a half, that could be your 5 minutes. And I hope that you just aware of that.
I received
that. What's funny is you saying the exact same shit she said an hour, 2-3 hours ago. When she's talking about her triggers, she said, I asked you to do something. If you don't do it, then I completely drop off. You're repeating the same thing. If I tell you I like to be respected, I like you to come with me a certain type of way, you don't do it, then I'm going to disengage myself. It's just funny that it took 3 hours to get to a bridge, right? And then we say we're so much different. We're actually alike. We are alike. The tactics might be a little bit different. The process might, but we are. We're the same. And I think, and I'm not speaking on y'all, but I'm speaking to somebody that's watching the video. Cause you can be that same, but I'm gonna use your example though, cause I'm in construction too. We do have long days, right? And we do come home and we be like, you know what, give me my time, yada, yada, yada. You also gotta understand though, we got working moms too. We got mothers that got 9 to 5, they go pick up the kids at the job, they cooking the food, they making sure the baby's straight, they make it. So maybe when you walk through the door, you might be her sense of peace and relief to say, you know what, I just need you to get the kid 10 minutes. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Get the selfish shit out of you. Yep. You can say, listen, you can say fuck that, but how much you?
I'm 53. I'm 53. I'm beyond that shit.
What? I feel you.
I'm beyond that shit. If I gotta come home and keep explaining me, I'm not coming home. I'm telling you, I'm not coming home.
But it's nothing to explain. What I'm saying is, yeah, you're 53. You still making babies? No, because I'm about to get somewhere. I'm just saying, you got any newborns, any babies around here?
No.
All right, then you in a whole nother lane right now.
Exactly.
But I used your example, but I said I'm starting off to the person that does have a woman at home. Because that guy could be like, you know what, he said some real ass shit. When I get home, give me an hour. Bro, you got a fucking 5-year-old in the house. Your wife might be doing all this work for you. That's not you. Calm down. Exactly. It's not you. I'm talking to the person that's watching the video. We have to understand that everybody's situation ain't the same. we always want that, but you can't.
But
Imagine her being out dealing with the baby all damn day, headache, working, and my man come home and say, you know what, man, I don't give a fuck what's going on here. Just give me an hour.
I'm the one that needs the hour.
Devil's advocate though, just like you said, self is knowing your mate. If that was already established that he needs an hour, because to give me the best 7 hours of him, he needs 1 hour, you got it, shawty. You got it. You got it. And for the most part, I'm only speaking for me. Cause you know why? When he was talking funk, and I said that's interesting. I said that was interesting because I require the same thing. I work night shifts, 7 p to 7 a, and I get off and I go do hair, and I work at a salon all day. When I come home, people can tell you, she'll never answer her text. She'll never answer the phone call. And you know what? I got tired of explaining why. Because honestly, if you love me enough, you know that if you calling me at 12 noon, I'm fucking asleep. You know why? Because my night is your day. I got tired of explaining to people, and I felt like people who loved me and cared enough understood that. So I stopped saying stuff. If I don't answer and you need to know why, you got to figure out why. Or go back to our previous conversation or the aforementioned text that I sent you about the shit. So I'm saying it to say, is this selfish of me? If you really need to talk to me, listen, you really need to talk to me. People know you really need to talk to me. Most of the time they'll call me like, look, can you just let Kiki know? Or they'll call Brit. Can you just tell Kiki to call me? People know who know me know how to reach me, right? And it's not personal for any one person. My mother is dead and gone. That was the only person who could sleep and blood at work or curly hair that I talk on the phone to. Other than that, and even my other daughter know, bro, you need something, you're going to say what it is so I can read it. Because I'm busy. And then when I come home, because I have talked all night, because I have talked all day, I have to go to the bathroom to get peace. I have to go to the bathroom at my job and sit there for 20 minutes because it ain't on break. And my house too. These people know who live with me that if I come home and I'm in my room all day, it's one of them days. Because I don't have that luxury of just being able to just not. So I have to take that time. So I am respectful to a man who can come and tell me honestly, babe, for real, give me an hour. I thank you for telling me that. Because if I come to you and you shoot me down, one problem just made two. So I'm different from that.
I understand that. He's saying that it's coming to me, and I'm hearing you saying it as a definite, and there is no variation of, I need this hour.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, life happens.
That part.
That's all, and you know what? I didn't answer the question of what you get from this, right? Understand. Both sides.
Understand. I don't get my hour, you be standing there by yourself.
Thank
y'all. Thank y'all.
That just circles back to everybody has their own situation. But shit, like I said, somebody will see that, clap it up, and not knowing his situation ain't that situation. You know what I'm saying?
That's true, but and I'm the person that needs the hour. When I get in the house, my son is older, but when I get in the house, I need that hour because I need to shift from work. I'm in healthcare. So I'm running all day long. I'm dealing with a lot of patients, a lot of issues, whatever. When I get home, don't come running to me, Mom, can you sign this? Mom, can I do this? They know. Do not bother me. Give me an hour. I go to my room, I get my hour. When I come out, we can have a conversation. We can have dinner, whatever. But I do need that hour, so I get it. You need that hour to decompress.
Yes, it's all into knowing your mate, definitely. With my ex-husband, I knew because he works with the general public all day, every day. And he's liable to come across somebody that pisses him off in the last 15 minutes of his shift, maybe general public or co-worker because they came late to relieve him. I would know when he's irritated. One of the things will happen, 9 times out of 10, I'm in the kitchen getting dinner together. He comes in the house, he comes in the kitchen, he has a need to literally slap my ass. And I'm like, boy, stop. He comes in, quick, swift, rough eye. Never mind. Go that way, come back, see me later. So I get that. I get that. I totally get that. So definitely, it's all about knowing your mate and understanding. And I know I'm that way too because I drive a school bus for special needs. On top of the fact that I always have my union leadership hat on all day, every day. So I have to deal with that too in between driving my special need kids and dealing with people's issues. So it's like when I come home, you know, right now, it's just me. But when I come home, I need more than an hour. Let me restart and rejudge. Please don't call me because 9 times out of 10 I'll probably be asleep because the adrenaline comes down from being on the bus all day long, driving around, making sure nobody hits my goddamn bus jump in front of me and cause an accident. So yes, I get it. You need your time.
Damn.
Well, I don't need an hour. I just need enough time to get high.
Roll your jet.
Everybody has their vices.
That's your vent. You can just vent, speak your heart, and I'm gonna sit just like this and say, And it helps me filter what's important and what's not. Because when you say something stupid, I'll be like, But you got it off your chest. I don't care enough about it to elaborate on it, so I'm gonna focus on something positive. We're gonna shift the atmosphere. I'm gonna have a whole lot more patience. So, shit that's really would matter ain't gonna matter because none don't matter. I'm happy.
As long as they know that, that's what's up. So when that doesn't happen, what you say? You don't hear shit. Is there any other questions that the ladies want to ask the men or the men want to ask the ladies? Because he did ask that. That's what all this started from. Where y'all got him?
I carried us for an hour. That was good.
What are the conditions, or is it possible to expect the modern professional women who could possibly make more money than a man, being as though you have your own homes, you pay your own bills, you work 9 jobs, and you can do everything your damn self and all that, right?
I like the neck roll.
That's what it is for me.
Oh, extra.
How realistic is it for me to desire y'all to have that paradigm shift to be able to accept a man that does not match you financially?
You don't never have to match me financially.
As long as you working legitimately and getting a paycheck, you don't have to match me or be above you. It doesn't. Listen, you working, you pay taxes, you file your taxes every year. You good.
You come in with that. I didn't give you that. You come in with that.
Will he lead your household?
The man, if that's your belief, if you believe that your man is the king of your castle and he's in your home, that once he's in your home, it's your home, if that is your ideology for your relationship, absolutely.
What's your ideology concerning that dynamic?
Yeah, you lead me. You my man. If you get past all this shit I got going on and you make it, by all means, King, take your place. By all means.
He's the head of the net.
I work at Walmart.
And if I accept you, you get it.
You can get far in Walmart.
You can get
far in Walmart. I can help you get
extra
real
space
far in
storage,
Walmart.
can't you, Brittany? You can get far extra space storage.
I will have you climbing all of the ladders and walls. Okay, so we're going to start here. Do you want to move up? Yes or no?
Sis, no.
Because I'm here to push you. Just because it's a small thing, that's a corporation. We can get high up in that corporation.
What if he is satisfied going out into the parking lot and pushing all them carts back up, and he makes 50 cents an hour? What if he is satisfied and at peace with that in his life?
God bless him and nobody
I hear women a lot Especially since I started this life coaching thing, right? I hear women a lot say how they will push their man to do A, B, C, and D. What if he is content where he is? Will he still be able to
Then that's
lead?
something to
So,
me.
and
I
beginning
have
to
to
know-
realize that if he's content with that, then he's not gonna lead me, because I need you to be content to be able to make sure and provide everything that I need. If I have to do it myself and you are a child or a leech or whatever, then you're not that man.
I ain't got time for that shit no more.
But I mean,
I ain't got time for that shit no more. I'm done.
He doesn't have
it.
exactly.
To the table. Otherwise.
I ain't gonna,
He loves you.
I don't wanna
He loves your
interrupt his
kids.
contentment.
And he does all the things that a man is supposed to do for you, but he's content to push carts at Walmart.
I'm not gonna
You
interrupt
need to
his-
understand that.
Listen, I don't wanna interrupt his contentment. Or is that contentment is the word, is it contention? Contentment, I don't wanna interrupt that. However, if you live in this house every day, you see how much my kid eat, you see how much we fix this light on and off, how much the toilet flush, and some of your money can't cover some of that, and you content, this may not be for us.
Oh, he giving you all the money.
I can buy food.
He giving you all the
That ain't what
shit.
I'm saying. If you,
You
okay,
made 120,
say for
130
instance, your knee injury, whatever you happen to you didn't expect that to happen, it happened to you. You didn't happen to it. So if something like that happens to me and I'm carrying all the bills, we gonna all be doing what? So no, sir, I can't risk that. It's too much of a risk for me.
Why is it there different in cultures like that? The mindset of different cultures. A lot of black men and black women, we go through like this scenario that we paint out right there, right? Like I'm an amigo partner at my job, right? No matter what he can do, he can go outside. And this was on an actual podcast too with Kevin. He said, a Spanish man or a Mexican, I don't know, Latino man,
Hispanic.
he can go out. You say, you know what, babe, I'm gone. He'll go out. He'll sell fruit on the side of the road.
Yep.
He might come back with $20, $30. It wasn't a good day or whatever. That's his profession. And he comes home, and his wife is, you my king. Baby, you did a good. I don't know how they speak the language better, but at the end of the day, she is his wife, and that is that is her husband, and that's the king, and they live with that. But as far as like us in the black community, I'm not talking about a certain individual. I'm not talking about a certain individual. We weigh our love based on the person. You know what I'm saying?
Wait a minute. Let him finish. I'm saying as far as cultures go, like we'll see other cultures where the women, they stick with that man no matter what.
Because they aunties, uncles, and grandparents, and nieces and cousins, and all them stay in the same house. And they portion of the motherfucking rent is 13%.
That's why I know.
Apple to orange, and I'm not mad. We are the most unwilling people to combine ourselves. And Africans do it. They bring everybody over here. They moving them $500 million houses, and their portion of that is small. We don't want to do that. So honestly, if I were Spanish and I had my whole family staying here, sure, son, sir, king, go out here and sell oranges and bring your portion over here. But unfortunately, if it's just me and you in our household and I break my fucking knee and you selling oranges, it ain't gonna cut it. And the reason for you being here, you gonna start, you know what? You can step off and go fuck with her, because her knee ain't fucked up and your house situation ain't fucked up. But you will compromise our situation. That's because we're so unnecessary. You will compromise our situation. That's a compromise. That's a compromise that I can't afford, especially if our lifestyle and me and your life together is thus. You, sir, and want to be my king, you do what kings do. You got a delegated motherfucker. You got to do something to make sure that your kingdom is straight. Because if you rely on me, then I can't give you that status. And if you put me in a position where I have to do that, you're gonna lose. No disrespect.
So he has to make more money than them?
No, that's not what we said.
I didn't think that's what she said.
That's not what we said.
It was the answer.
I didn't think that's what she said either. I'm asking an additional question.
The problem is somebody's gonna take what you said and that's what they feel. No one said, oh, you gotta make more. They said, look, how much you make, this is what it's gonna be. If you're content, me, I need an explanation. Now, if you say like I messed up my knee and this is where I'm at right now, cool. Give me an explanation because I'm better when I have an understanding.
Yes.
But if you just on something you ain't never gonna explain, this is what I'm gonna do, and that's it. Me personally, that's not going to work. I wish you the best. That's cool. No harm, no foul. Don't say nothing otherwise. Maybe somebody else can handle that, and that's fine. But don't twist it and be like, oh, she a bomb, she a this and a that. And the problem is, that's what happens a lot of times. It has nothing to do with she didn't want to motivate you. Maybe she can't motivate you the way that somebody else does. That's a whole other thing. Like how you talk to somebody and you talk to another person, it may not work for that person, but person A, it does. To each their own. What do you like to say? Everybody brings out something different. And the problem is people don't do that. They don't pay attention to that. They're going to be like, yeah, you mad because you make more money. No, I'm trying to be realistic. What does love got to do with it? Not a damn thing. Because we've got bills, we've got kids, or responsibilities, and love don't pay the bills. And if it do, please don't.
And if you want to push them cars, let's own them. And you can just be here all day.
Make a hustle, make them pay something. We didn't say you had to have your whole income out of Walmart. I know you work at Walmart. I know people right now, they make no big tax money. But they side hustle is amazing. It's not illegal, but it's amazing. And no, he don't make more than her or whatever, but he supplies. Where he don't, come in financially, he's there emotionally, mentally, and spiritually. You can't be out here not bringing in nothing, not carrying your weight across the board. And the problem is what I don't want someone to do, because I was that person one too many times, you got somebody that's not doing something in one, and it's okay for them not to do anything everywhere else, especially if they're great at pretending like they're an alpha male or whatever you want to call it, because that happens to women. Or the opposite. You got a chick, you thought she was all that, she's not. Now you over here burying yourself, because that's a whole other abuse. That's toxic. And that's the difference between us and a lot of other cultures or whatever or whatnot. Like everybody's coming together, but if you don't have that, all right.
Can we move into your house if we can't, like, what I make, I can't pay the mortgage or I can't pay the rent. But we see each other, we love each other, can I move in?
You said you didn't tell me
You didn't tell me what you could do on the table?
You didn't tell me what you could do.
Can you take care of the kids? Can you fix that?
What can you do?
See, I have to ask all that
Put
first.
food on the table.
Okay.
Are you willing to, without me having to argue or tell you a million and one times? Like, are you gonna freely be like, baby, I'm hungry and here's a bag of groceries?
But why you arguing with me? Why can't you just take my word as I said what I said?
Because what happens if I did and you did not?
But that happened in the past. It's not me.
I'm not saying you. Not him. You.
I'm not talking to you.
Talking to me or her?
I'm talking to you.
Oh.
You don't know me. Look at me. I'm feeling know me right here.
Okay, look. I'm digging. See that right there? I asked you specifically.
Come on.
So, why can't I just take it as your word? I'm the type of person, I take you as your word, and I don't have a problem until your word has been broken multiple times.
Okay, but we're not talking about that. What I'm saying is... No.
I'll take you as your word. Yes.
Okay.
I don't have a problem with that.
Unless you have a reason not to.
Precisely.
Understood.
So can I just say something? It goes back to the whole contentment thing. When you are courting someone in the beginning phases, this is where the talking comes in. It's not talking about how I'm gonna make you feel, how you gonna make me feel. It's talking about you're finding out what your what you say you want to hear that too? No, most definitely. I want to hear that, but that is not going to be that's not going to be the overall, consensus of the entire point of talking. Let me know what your long-term goals are. What are your short-term? Well, at this point, what are your goals moving forward?
Are you speaking from you, or you just speaking to the situation? Do you do that?
What, have that conversation?
What you're saying? Do you
yes,
do
ma'am. Yes.
I'm asking.
Yes, because I want to know, because it's like if you are content where you are, and by using the example of just pushing carts at Walmart, then that's fine. And if that is something that I'm okay with you being content within your life, and you don't want to move on and upward, then I shouldn't have an issue with that. But if I know that I'm a person where I'm going to support you to pushing forward, moving on and upward, in the working class scales, then you are for me.
I'm content though.
He said he don't want to move up.
Okay, you don't want to move up?
Look, but Essence, look, I'm gonna say what I bring to the table.
And that don't mean nothing.
First of all,
Toxic.
dang, hold on one second, wait.
I laid on the table.
Wait, hold on, wait, time out. Let me jump back 3 years to the first live that we had.
Yeah.
You made a similar comment to that effect, and I told you, I want you to fuck my mind before you fuck my chocha. So you having all of that, whatever that is you got down there, don't mean shit to me because you're not doing nothing with this up here first.
After I get the chocha, will it matter if I did what you want after that?
Yes.
That's a whole nother color of a horse. That's a whole nother color of a horse there.
Go ahead,
Okay, listen. I don't even need the mic because your whole situation was a relationship that I was in.
Okay.
From the very
I didn't know that, by the way.
I know, but from the very beginning, he said to me, "Look, I've been in and out of jail from teenage." He said, "I'm trying this. I don't have much to offer you." I took the man as for his word, but then he showed his uncontent, whatever it is, for his situation. He got a job. His discontent. Right? So he got a job. We did whatever. We started dealing with each other. I was taking care of my father. Really didn't want to come out the house. He was living with mom, trying to do whatever. So yes, he moved in. You know, he did not make as much money as me. No, you know what I'm saying? He didn't have a pot to piss in. I was okay because he filled everything else, and he still tried. When he,
I'm sorry, you paused. You said he moved in?
Yeah, I did. We had 3 or 4 months later of us dating.
Okay.
And
Okay, start from the gate, sis.
Yeah.
Because y'all didn't start out dating. Will be 100, be 100. You talk about D. Start how that started out, because that ain't how y'all started out. Remember you said to me, y'all was smashing.
No, we were talking. We were talking. Okay, so we started talking. He told me he didn't want to have a relationship. I said, you ain't getting none unless we open. It was my sister's birthday. It was everything in the cosmos, and we actually did. This is 3 months later. The nigga never left, if I'm being honest, from that day. He told me, no, I didn't want a relationship. I knew what his whole situation was. I'm taking care of my dad. I even said, I don't know how much emotionally I can give to you because I've dealt with it with my mother and my sister that my dad is bedridden at this point. So when I come home, it's him. When I tell you he never left, I put him out on day 5 because I know the rules of living in somewhere, somebody's at your house more than a week, they can claim residency. And this was my daddy's house, and I didn't want to go through that. It shit didn't work out later. So, but however, it evolved into a relationship. I knew exactly what he had. He did not have more than what I had. So when he got his job, he worked as a pool boy. Like literally, they went to whatever. So during the winter, he's laid off. And he can for the first time ever get unemployment. He had a son. First man I ever knew that did not complain about paying child support. And when he got his first check, like it was he was like, look, I ain't even been able to buy. His pride wouldn't let me, because I am that person. Like, babe, okay, you can't buy your son this. We could go to the store. No, it had to be. No, he wouldn't let me.
Okay.
Even though I was like, if we are together, then, you know what I'm saying, we can do that. He wouldn't, his first check, it was his money. Because he needed to fill out. I got that. But when it got later on in the relationship, and one winter, and he getting, his check literally after child support was $52.
A week?
Yeah.
Or bi-weekly, or whatever he got paid.
Yeah, yes. And all you want to do is get your weed. That motivation, that contentment was not what I was accepting.
I understand why he spent them $52 on your weed.
So this guy, all right, so help me out in the time frame now. So there was a guy that.
I was talking to.
Personal I can be. That's what I'm.
No, I was talking to for a good 2-3 months before we even met in person. When we met in person, yes, we spoke, but he never left after that.
Okay, so are you currently with this guy? And this happened within the past 3 years?
5, no, because I've been here, I've been in Maryland 4 years. So let's go back, before I moved to PG. So 4 years ago, it ended. Yes, 4 years ago it ended, and we dated for 2. We lived together for 2.
Is there a gentleman you're currently talking to now?
Not anymore.
Not anymore.
But when you said like the Walmart dude was content and just pushing that and not contributing anything else, I said it from the beginning, I'm sorry, sir. You're not the one for me. I love this guy, and at first he was showing that, and because he wasn't making whatever he was making, and because he didn't have it, I loved him, so it was good.
It don't gotta be that. So what was he bringing to the table?
Emotionally.
What?
Emotional and some of the physical and his
somewhat the physical.
Because me and him had 3 months of talking and getting to know him there is why I could choose to love him and continue that. However, all that we're living in my daddy's house. I gotta pay bills and so do you. Like you can't live here for free. And he was okay. He was okay with that. This is what he made. I wasn't in his pocket to say, you got to pay me this. Nah, I know you only made $8 an hour. However, you still got to pay your way. And when he was content with not, oh, baby, I'll give it to you or whatever, it's okay to pay. He had the nerve to come out his mouth to tell me it was okay to pay your rent late.
How was he paying his way before that?
He wasn't living with me. I don't know. But once it was established at that house, you got it.
No.
I have a question. Men, since y'all, this is the last thing y'all just heard, right? Men, do you all, or is your willingness to level up or become more based upon how much you love us? Because, is it?
Yes.
Sometimes.
Yes, the right woman can push my buttons in a positive way, yes. Absolutely.
Because you seem to me to be pretty solid in what you're saying, right? And you are content and fuck that. And then you come along and you love me, can I change fuck that? Or can fuck that be changed because of how much you love me?
It
Just
can
a 50-year-old
change, but it's not going to be,
the set in the ways, yes.
It's not going to be quick, you know what I'm saying?
Taurus, man.
You got to impress me.
Tauruses, man.
You got to impress me. I can guarantee you this. Every time you meet me, I'm going to be the same motherfucker. Okay? When you see me, how many times have you met me and I wasn't this motherfucker right here? Never.
Oh my God.
But under that, it was still the same motherfucker.
But I'm asking, this is what I'm trying to get out, right? I'm trying to convey. Based upon what Batman said about, I'm content. I don't know how many, I don't know where is that contentment based upon you just being content. I don't want to say sorry and all that, because that is not the word. But you just no ambition and just you good and you taking on a female, a family, or me and my seed. You taking on this situation and you agreeing and affirming and confirming that yes, I will step in your home and be your man. How can you? What is that you can sit there and say I like to push cars? What is that? What is that?
I like to push cars too. However,
content with mediocrity.
No, but how do you do that when all of the decisions that I just mentioned are made by you? Ain't nobody doing this. Ain't nobody doing this. You coming over here
because it's serving the purpose. You see what I'm saying? Some people are content with that.
That's what I want to hear.
You know what I mean? My bills is paid.
All people look for somebody to deal with their bullshit. All people find somebody to deal with their bullshit. No offense, no mean you dealt with his bullshit.
You said you're not going.
If you're,
I never said I didn't.
No, I never said you didn't. But I'm using that was the last example. Everybody looks for somebody to deal with their bullshit. My contentment is pushing carts I'm gonna find somebody, or I'm gonna finesse somebody that's gonna be okay with me pushing carts.
Right, okay, but
listen.
hold on, I get what you're saying.
Let me finish, because you don't think that way. I'm telling you what a man thinks.
I know,
I'm
but can we go to my understanding of that, and what he said? He wasn't. He was working and getting a job, and had offered more. He got content in being that laziness. So me trying to motivate you and say, hey, you're not holding up your end of the bargain.
You was being kept in single time.
No, I wasn't, because he was paying his way. When he was not, and not doing what we had agreed to, is when I had the issue. And when I had to say something to him, and that started leading to all of any other problems in the relationship. Like, look, this is the agreement, like she said, that we made. So at first he was doing that, and then his contentment of I'm not going to do that.
Summertime, he was pushing them pools.
No, that's what I'm saying. He was working. When he got with me, he was working. So it wasn't, and regardless of what his job was, I accepted that. When he stopped doing that, is when I had the issue.
So his job, listen, this is what Essence talking about, this communication thing. When you met him, his job was the pool, right?
No.
Well, what was his job?
Well, yes.
I'm trying to find out. What was his job?
It was, because yes, it was the pool thing.
Did you ever ask, okay, summertime is over in August, what is your plan for the winter?
Listen, I met him in May. When we met and got together was May. That was May 1st, because it was my sister's birthday, and I had a hard time dealing with that. So May 5th, be right before Mother's Day, and it was my brother's and my father, and actually was still living, my father's birthday. That May 5th was like, listen, it's summertime. It's the pool job is a summertime thing. What else would you know what I'm saying? Like, you're a young guy. At the time, I had 2 jobs. So I was trying to motivate without whatever, so I had to ask first. I was trying to learn. When October, November hit, and the layoff happened, and his first check came in, it was $52, I even tried to impart wisdom. Listen, you still have to pay your rent. I know it's only this much. As your woman, how much, this, that, and the other. He was not willing to give up his weed smoking to pay his bills, and that was the problem for me. No, he wasn't, no. The test failed then, because at first I was like, look, baby, I know you're not working. I'm going to hold you down. However, you still got to contribute something. When something turned to nothing, that is the problem. But we had that talk. There was that talk, like, look, I know you ain't getting, he was getting $400 a week, you're getting $52 a week. So, this is going to change. But when he wasn't willing to say, he was like, fuck it, I ain't working, and I'm content with this $52, and I just went to see my weed man, all I'm going to do is smoke and sit here. No, the fuck.
That's the flip side of holding your king down, but you still let him be your king. That's the
the first 2 months. No, but exactly. The first month, I was okay with paying both of our rent, because I'm thinking that you're going to go out and try to find something more than, you know what I'm saying? However, when I seen that no motivation, and you were content, and you were letting me do and put it on here, and you didn't talk to me about it, that was the issue.
What's the first love language?
You again with that?
What is the first love language?
Communication.
Words of affirmation is the most dangerous fucking love language ever. He finessed your mind so great. Cause you said the first thing that got you was the conversations. The 3 months of conversations what got you, right? That was
because I thought I was learning. I was getting him. Now, I'm wrong?
You did get it.
No, but I'm talking about getting him and getting to know him. Like, isn't that what we are told to do? Is like when you meet somebody, talk to them, you get to know each other.
Yes. He was in jail.
No.
As a man, I don't need a woman to motivate me. I'm self-motivated. I'm self-made.
Right, but you want to know what we're told? Is motivate our men.
That's not what you say. That is definitely not what you say on Facebook. Like, not even close. You say to motivate and uplift your man.
So if you don't need it, why are we doing something that you don't need?
Right, that's what I'm saying, that's what
That you don't want,
And
right?
if I don't.
Need and want is two different things.
And if I don't do it, that's the beef.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying, like,
Need and want.
what you just said to me is a contradiction, because I was always told that I nurture and uplift and motivate your man, because then that leads to your whole better life of with your household.
Yeah, I can want a woman like that, but I don't need that.
Exactly, and I didn't need him. I didn't need his dick. I didn't need the whatever money for the rent. Like it was just the principle of you're living here. You have to contribute financially, and that is what the conversation. Yes, I did have with him.
You know what? You know what the problem with that is? That goes back to something they said earlier. That's why it's very important to me for my mate to be like my best friend. Because I don't want to talk to my spouse like I have to be politically correct about it. I want to talk to you like I'm talking to one of my friends, and you gonna be like, damn, this fuck. I want to. You gotta be my friend.
Yes.
That shit is important. There's no pressure when you talking to your friend. Your friend don't have expectations of you. You just fuck it with your friend. Like, it is what it is. Ha ha. We gonna get through it. We friends. That's what we do.
But I thought the 3 months of us actually talking and getting to know each other and being like, at one point he was my best friend.
Listen, there is a scripture. I was trying to avoid this, the whole biblical stuff, right? There's a scripture that says that we are drawn away by our own lust and then enticed. Even though you felt as though you were getting to know him or whatever, you were getting a need met. And he finessed that need. That's why I say all roads lead back to self.
So why
our own self
I don't understand
up
the
for.
finesse part. Like, because isn't that part of dating? Like, dating is getting to know somebody. So just because he got over on me,
that's the finesse.
Is that the finesse?
That's the finesse.
But how? But if I'm in this relationship, so
Don't talk for months. And them months he got in your head. You see what I'm saying? He got to know you.
Okay, I get that. So he didn't get to know me to be with me and to be a relationship and build. He just got trying to get in to get over. That's the part I'm not understanding.
Yes.
Like, because what I'm saying is, what I'm saying is,
yes.
Sometimes people study the tape. Sometimes people study the game tape to beat your ass.
Okay, I can understand that, but from my side, mine, I knew pure in heart, I was talking to this man to get to know him.
And we believe you, and he believed you.
Okay. Yes. So that's what I'm saying. Like y'all he finessed you. Nah, he finessed himself. He finessed himself out of all of that.
It's through no fault of your own, because I'm gonna tell you something. If he was talking to you to love you, to do whatever, y'all would have survived that curve when you kicked him out and took him back to his mama. Y'all would have survived that. It would have been cut and dried. It would have been 4.5 years later. Even though you just checked your thing, like, it wouldn't have took that long. I'm not saying he didn't love you.
I'm
not saying that.
Here's an analogy. Seasonal. I'm a football coach, right? As far as football coaching, you have to study tape, right? Some coaches say, let's look over this tape so we can learn how to get better. Some other coaches say, let me study this tape so I can beat your ass.
Okay, I get that.
He studied you.
Okay.
He learned you.
That's my fault?
No.
Yes.
Okay.
I get it. I appreciate
Listen. Listen. When a situation happens, I had this conversation with a lady. When a situation happens, you have to take accountability on both sides. We know the fucked up shit he did. We can clearly see the fucked up shit he did. You know what I'm saying? But what we're trying to show you is, it's a double-edged sword. We trying to get to that other side of the sword to show where you fucked up. You know what I'm saying?
So I shouldn't have trusted him and talked to him and
You knew he wasn't shit.
No.
He was trying
God can't want us to have our walls down and be open to get to know you, and we be that person and then say that man finessed us when that's exactly what y'all told us to do.
God ain't never said be no fool.
Who was the fool? How was she the fool?
You have to have.
He just said, oh, you want to accept the man that's pushing the carts. Well, she accepted the man that's pushing the carts, and he used the shit out of her. I don't think she's a bad woman or she's a fool. She opened herself up to someone she thought was a good person.
Right.
What is wrong with that?
It's nothing wrong with her
But
doing
you gotta-
it.
this
You
one-
have to accept accountability that you let it get as far as you did. You let it go too long.
No,
As
she
me and you
didn't.
talk.
She put him out when she said the second month that he didn't put in like he said he would. She put his ass
It was
out.
only a month. How long
Put
was
him
that?
up.
A month and then he got kicked out?
No. When he did not stand up to, when he didn't do what we agreed to
Why did he have
financially.
to come down from the beginning? Because he was clearly in a fucked up situation, right?
And I want, no, not necessarily in one of them. He had a home because
So
he
he-
went back to it when I put him out. So I didn't put him out on the street. He had nowhere to go.
So why did he leave? But why did he leave that home to come to your home?
To be with her.
To be with her. To be right. To build something.
So how were you helping him though? So I'm a little confused because I thought we were talking about like you took him in as to help him.
No, I took him in because he was my boyfriend.
It was.
It wasn't. Y'all act like
It was your overall philosophy of how you feel as though you should be in relationships.
Yes.
So being as though you accepted him as your man, regardless of the fact that he wasn't a man, you were still.
But
going
he was
to
striving
perform
that.
to your best ability.
Yeah, on everything, and everything. Even in any of the relations, if I have to give my all to be, when I walk away, if I have to walk away from this, knowing I gave my all, I have no regrets.
That's the thing. The giving the all part. You don't start off, how long was y'all seeing each other?
We was together for 3
Physically.
years.
How long was y'all physically seeing each other before you started?
Before he moved in?
Yeah.
3 months? Yeah.
But you said you were together for 3 years?
No, 2. We lived together for
So y'all had talked for 3 months and then y'all was face to face for 3 months, then he moved in. That's what you're saying?
No.
And he stayed there for 2 years.
They talked for 3 months.
We talked for 3 months and he moved in. He came over and never left.
Oh, hell no.
What was that essence? It was what?
It was the dick you said? She
Dick.
said no.
You said no?
So,
It was,
can I ask you?
I'm sorry, man.
That was too soon.
You said that he had his own place?
He had somewhere to be, yes. It was him, his mother, and another brother who had a condo.
Oh, okay. I missed that part. I was
Yeah.
going to ask you why you didn't move with him.
No, but I was taking care of my father. I was in the house, and that way, and when we weren't together, he was just like, "Hey, can you come over here?" Even though my brother was in my household, my brother didn't contribute anything to taking care of my father. No, I was. When I got home, it was my job was to take care of my father. So it was came home, I cooked, I made sure my dad was straight, and then the rest of the night was in my room listening to my baby
For
mom.
2 years, he was doing what he was supposed to do.
But he
Y'all lived together for 2 years, right? So for 2 years, he was doing what he was supposed to do until he got to the tail end. What the fuck was he doing during the winter?
Huh? Exactly. The first winter he was hustling, and him and his boy had I guess U-Haul. When you go to a U-Haul place, they say, "Oh, you know anybody that can help me or whatever," and they refer you to this or whatever. He was doing that. That's why I said this second time, this second winter,
The motivation
yes.
just left.
And then I was like, "Well, we still have this. You still have this. You want to get a car?" Like I don't
think it was the weed.
Do I think it was?
The weed might have killed that motivation. Because it did.
It does, but it never did the whole time. Until the end. That's why I said, like, you were just content. Hey.
Just painting the picture.
3 months, 90 days,
Uh-huh.
what did he show you to make you want to move him into your house?
No, pause. Not show you. Not say to you.
That's how she moved.
Not say to you.
Yes.
What did he show you?
What he showed you? His initiative to actually go get a job, maintain, him showing me that he was a good father, even though, you know what I'm saying, everything that, and him showing me was the qualities that I see, okay, he is actually trying to be this great man, this good man.
How does any of those qualities that you named benefit you?
But hold on, before you ask that, because now I was there during that. How,
would have been another decision to have him stay at his mama's house and still be your mate, and still try, and still. So I think she's asking like, what
made him
show
move? You
to
know,
make him move in? Is that the question?
Yeah.
just because, honestly, because after that 3 months of talking and getting to know and knowing whatever was going on outside, he was like, I just always wanted to be with you. He said, this is.
You only talked to me for 3 months.
So I just want to.
Yeah. However,
be completely vulnerable.
Yeah. I don't have
I'm
a problem
not
with that.
attacking.
Yeah.
What void did you have to move a man into your house after 3 months?
I honestly don't know.
Was it loneliness?
I wasn't.
You wanted a man? I mean, like what?
I did want a relationship, but I was never lonely. I had too much going on, even, not taking care of my dad before my dad actually got sick or whatever. I had a life. I still had that. Huh? It wasn't even convenience because he was the first guy that actually, in probably 10 years that I dealt with that lived in my area.
What did you learn from that? 2 things. 3, 2, 1.
Did I learn from that?
What did you learn from that experience?
She didn't see nothing wrong with it.
I saw I saw everything wrong with him. However, I internalized on me. Like, what did I give? Did my kindness make him think that it was okay? Or say, should I have changed that? Should I?
No, when I said that you didn't see nothing wrong with it, I'm talking about the situation because you are not defending why you moved him in. You are not mad that you moved.
I'm not mad that I moved in.
So I'm trying to help you speak to her. She's asking what happened, or because again, no, hear me.
Okay.
That is not typical for people to do. People typically do not talk to someone and then move them in 3 months. That's what
okay.
she's
So
asking. You got it. Okay.
When I say he never left and he moved in after probably the 2nd month, and it was just him going home 1 or 2 days a week and whatever, and coming back, we had that conversation.
Oh, he did the gradually move in.
So you like that
Start
and then
3 days.
companionship.
And I like the companionship and him being there.
You were taking care of your dad and you were trying to find your own companion. That couldn't take.
No, he gave me the companionship that regardless of like what I thought a regular relationship was. Like every other guy that ever dated was my friend, and it just so happened, like I said, he was able to be there, and maybe, like I said, 2 days out of the week he left.
So what did you learn from that relationship? 3, 2,
I don't know.
1.
I couldn't even tell you.
What did you learn from your last relationship?
Definitely put more time in to get to know the person first and not take people at their word. I'm less trusting now. I was very, very, very trusting. I'm less trusting now. So.
What did you learn from your last relationship?
Stop ignoring red flags and to take accountability for what I allow in my relationship.
Britt, what did you learn from your last relationship?
Yeah, I know where it is.
Probably gave us a glimpse of it already earlier when you
Come
were
back
talking
to
about
y'all,
your last
'cause y'all
relationship.
know that.
Well, I mean, I definitely learned that. Oh gosh, come back.
Can I aid you?
Come back to her.
Because earlier you said something about being in a relationship longer than what it needs to be.
Well, I did learn that I can leave. I can definitely get out of there if it's not my time to be with that person. I also learned that just because somebody makes a little more money than you doesn't make it okay for them to talk down, condescending to you. Because he really thought he was hot. Excuse me. He thought he was hot shit because he makes a little bit more money than I did. So it was a very, very much like talking down, like I'm kind of beneath you and you're trying to form and mold me. No one will ever get the chance to do that again. He thought he was better than me. And I learned, so what I learned from that last relationship is no person is better than me. I am the best. That's it.
Can I piggyback? when I was trying to motivate the guy, he was like, "You're not better than me." I said, "I never was. I'm trying to better us or make sure that when we go." So what I learned from that was from that was how to. I was like, I said, "Did I come down on you?" I said, "Or was it your ego?" And he got mad. And I was like, "No." I said, "It's not a judgment." I said, "Did me saying that to you, like, stop, like, you got money to smoke, but you can't pay, you know?" I said, "Was that demeaning?" I said, "Because I hated myself. I did not like that from my father. So if I gave that to you, please let me." I was open to that. And then literally in our conversation 4.5 years later, he was just like, "No, it was me."
So what did you learn from that experience?
It's too much. I don't, honestly, not one thing. Not say not one thing that I can honestly say right now. Like it was a whole bunch of other things that I didn't know I learned until I experienced it.
I would ask,
what would you do different?
We might not have lived together. That's possibly it.
I would ask that you take some time to explore that relationship and talk about it a little bit more, around the dinner table and stuff. Because if you do not extract any lessons from that, you are doomed to repeat it.
Yep. I get it. I understand that, and that's why I said, like, to be put on the spot, say, "What did you learn?" I couldn't tell you right now.
I want to say
something. But
if
you look at it, the next man that you are in a relationship with, are you going to move him into your house in 3 months?
No, probably not.
Probably. That right there, that's what you are.
The thing with Nomi, because I know her, the thing with Nomi is Nomi's heart is it's so big, right? There's a lot of naivete with her too. She's very green, and she believes in her heart that this is the way people act when they like you. This is the way it feels when they like you. So she is unaware, as y'all heard, of the finesse. She's unaware of that. She can't even conceive of that. We had certain situations that to everyone looked like, and to her, it didn't look like that. I don't know what that thing is that she has that doesn't allow her to peek around it and see it. I don't know if her upbringing, because I've known Nomi for a long time, but I didn't really meet her parents. I can't, we was cool, but we ain't been as cool as we were since the last 10 years. But I didn't really see what her influences are. And I can tell that they ain't what mine are, because I am hood and educated. Nomi is kind of on the greener side of that. You understand? The hood thing to me, it still ain't caught up with her. She feel like it has, but it ain't really caught up with her. And she vicariously gets hood dumb from the niggas that she date. And a lot of times, to her, it looks like it through them. I see that they not. She doesn't see that. And as big as her heart is, y'all can talk to her, and her brain, that was okay. However, because you heard the word she said, probably, and maybe, and may not have. It is nothing definite, because like I said earlier, in my opinion, she didn't see nothing wrong with that. I seen everything wrong with it, because that's her daddy's house. You don't know this nigga like that. This is your father. You don't bring people into your home that you don't know. You don't expose your family. But that was her. You know what I'm saying? She felt comfortable enough to do it. She talked to her family about it, and her family said what they said, and that's how she rolled with it. So
and I didn't bring him into my dad's house and without the conversation with my family.
And the fact that her family,
the families gave me
that we are the world.
Yes. They come, and if you talk to Nomi, you don't get that. But that is her basis. Her subframe is what y'all hear. That's her subframe.
And the reason why I was asking her that, because I too was finessed.
Okay.
So, and we have all been finessed.
Yes.
So that's why I'm asking, not to attack, not to judge, and then I've been there as well. You know what I mean? And that's something that we need to recognize and heal from, and as we move forward, how are we going to move differently? You know what I mean?
If you look at her friends, right? Because me and Nomi are friends. That pure thing that she had, I ain't got it. She gives that to me. That finessing, that showing her whatever, blah, blah, I have to give that to her because she ain't got it.
and it's taken a while to kind of catch up. She's better than she used to be.
That's the small group of friends like I have. I have one that, you know, can be, well, I am that one. I'm the 100, you know,
Yeah.
100 or whatever.
Yeah.
But like I said, my girls pull me up on my stuff too. So
too.
just like you were saying that you saw what was going on with her, my girl was saying what was going on with me, but I didn't want to hear it either. You know,
I didn't even want to hear it, I just didn't see it.
Exactly.
So,
we didn't see
Everyone
it.
thinks
because
that
we were so
she's
busy being
stubborn.
finessed.
If she don't see it, it ain't happening. You could,
Exactly.
It can smell like everything you to everybody else. If she don't smell it, it's not happening. So I, as her friend, I have to sit by and wait until an aha moment hits her. And then I tell her, we have those conversations and we speak. And I say, you know what? And she said, you know what, Kiki? Something you said, she will go back. But during that moment, in her true Leodom, if it ain't her, it ain't coming from her most of the time, you can't tell her. I learned.
She is probably looking at a situation you've been in. And she probably looking at a situation and trying to tell you, but you're not trying to hear it.
Well, I'm gonna tell you
We do it
something.
to each
One
other.
thing about me, and this is truthful. I ain't trying to do this. I do a hard self-reflection. She talks me out of being so hard because I see everything from the negative side. That's why I said that heart that she had, I ain't got it. So it takes her to say, no, Key, because everything to me is gonna look like girl. You know? And she and my best friend T Mac, they are that positive soft side because I don't never see stuff. Everything to me is something. Everything.
Suspicious.
And she said, no. She has to help me with that side. So people generally don't finesse me. They generally don't. I see it coming, and if I decide to stay, I tell her why. I will tell her why.
I don't think you finesse proof.
Who? I didn't say I was finesse proof. I haven't been finesse though. I haven't been. And I'm gonna tell you something. No, I have not been finessed by nobody. And anybody who knows me know the situation. Because I only had 3 relationships. Your daddy didn't finesse me. I knew exactly who he was when I came. I was 17. I knew exactly what it was when I came here. I didn't expect to get pregnant, but I knew exactly what it was. Your other daddy, he didn't finesse me. I kind of liked what I liked. He was what I was checking for because I was a visual person at the time. And guess what? I moved him in knowing that we was gonna fuck. I moved him in my mother's house. My mother said he could come there. He didn't finesse shit. He got put out. My mother said, that's the father of your baby. I know y'all doing whatever. And guess what? When I started to realize my mother was looking at me differently because she didn't raise me like that to be shacking up with no nigga, I asked him to leave and I got my own place. He didn't finesse me. The problem that I have with people or myself is certain situations that I know that's not right for me, I don't ask the right questions because I like what's going on and I'm being honest about that. There are people who give me what I'm looking for, that's enough for me. So in the end of it, when I found out certain things that I find out, I never asked.
Question.
Yeah, because I have to change what I'm doing. If I ask the right question and the answers don't line up, I gotta stop what I'm doing. I ain't ready. That's me.
So that, and is it safe to say that you might finesse yourself?
If that's what you just got out of what I said.
No, I'm asking. I'm asking because you say
I don't finesse myself. At the time, whatever I'm looking for is what I'm getting.
Question, how you know my definition of finesse myself if I never told you my definition?
You asked me a question without giving me an example.
I wasn't finished. I was about to ask.
You keep saying you're not finished, but
I'm
when
not.
the question mark comes up, that's the pause. And
It's not the pause. The finesse, when I say finessing yourself, because you just said that you see things and you don't question, do you think that the not questioning part is that you finessing yourself?
No, I answered you. No, it's not. I like what's going on, and I know for a fact that if I ask the proper questions, what I'm liking right now about the situation is going to end. Because in the back of my mind, I know shit ain't right. But right now, it's what I want. So I'm not finessing myself.
You're displaying the red flags that you know that are possibly there.
That's finessing.
I know that they there. How is it finessing me? How am I finessing myself? That's what maybe I don't understand.
The fact that you know they're there. The fact that you know that's a no. That's another no. And you stay.
But she's getting what she wanted.
That's what I'm saying. So that's the self-finesse.
You just accept
that's finessing yourself that is
to me, I'm gonna tell you why it's worth it, right? Okay, pure example. me and you together, Funk, and the bulk of what I need, you're giving me, right? I don't want nothing more, nothing less than what you're giving me. So for real, whatever's in the background that I might feel might be there, I don't give a fuck about until you fall short. If you fall short on what me and your agreement is, then I gotta go. I don't care nothing about what's going on, because honestly, what you're here for is what I need. I don't need to know nothing else. If I start asking questions, then the self-enjoyment that I'm getting, or the self-enjoyment, or whatever these dinners, or whatever I'm getting, is going to end. I'm not ready for it to end right now.
What was she at doing street
Say it up, say it so I can hear you.
I'm sorry, absolutely.
So I don't think that people finesse me. I knew something was going on, but I got to the point where I ain't even asking, because right now, what's going on is what I
and that was y'all definition of self-finesse.
That's what I'm saying.
And you are so good at what you did, they didn't even know you were doing. I thought that's what finessing was.
That's what I thought it was.
So then what would I be finessing myself out of?
Wait, so finessing yourself would be to recognize that he's doing this.
But
and rock it with it anyway.
But when you get finessed, you were oblivious.
Yeah.
So if I know what's going on, I just accept it.
But not asking the questions that are making yourself oblivious. I'm trying to get a better understanding.
No, I'm not asking. I'm not asking the questions because I know what the answer is. It's like that phone is right there. I can go through it, but if I go through it, I know what I'm gonna find.
Be prepared.
So that's me knowing. Okay,
no,
great.
Suspecting.
Now I'm not. Okay, suspecting.
Use another example.
But again, okay. Well, past all that, what I said was that finessing means it's
you smoothing me.
I got over on you.
To me, finessing and being oblivious is about the same thing.
Yes.
If you get finessed, you were oblivious to what they were putting on that show behind that curtain. And you get finessed to that. So how would I be finessing myself if I can see there's some problems, I just don't want to address these problems because I like all the other good stuff. I know there's problems, but I'm still dealing with you because I want to take that. That's accepting that. I'm not being finessed, and no one's finessing me.
And I don't want no more from this. If I wanted more from something, then I would have to delve into it, and then I do whatever. But to me,
I don't even consider that a relationship type of.
And never said it was a relationship. I never said it was one, and that's what I was being. When I called that nigga, he came. If I this and that, blah blah blah. It was the relationship aspect. I didn't have it. I wasn't looking for it. And I'm gonna tell you something. This is real spit, right? If you and I are together, Will, and you are married, I'm gonna give that an example. And you married, right? You giving me, but hold on, you giving me what I need, and I'm straight over here. To do all this and look around, I don't want you as my nigga, because you are, what I would want, you already have. If I take this, so what's the point in picking out and going through your laundry and discussing your laundry? For what?
On that pretext, it's fine.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? If just a exercise partner, so to speak, you know what I'm saying? And or somebody who I can boo up with when I need to be booed up with, then fuck that.
And whatever it is that my heart was desiring, those desires were met. That's it. I never said, and for real, and everybody who know with this finessing, the thing I'm talking about, we never went out. Bing! I could have been mad about that. I never was mad. We never done nothing outside of whatever we done it for. Bing! That would have been a red flag, but I never was mad because I didn't care nothing about none of that.
You had to go to work.
I got to be right. And the desires of my heart were met. That's it, and that's all. Now, a relationship where I'm in it, and you mine, and I'm yours, and the world knows, and we committed, blah, 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 those things will not fly. Those things will not fly. And if you finesse me in a relationship, I'm probably going to catch a charge, and that's real. I'm not saying that I'm above being finessed, but it's going to take a lot for me, because I'm in it. I'm in that thing. What's that?
Very observant.
I'm very observant. And I got a spirit of discernment. I really do. And a lot of things, I don't do self-harm. I don't cause myself pain. So I don't really get into situations, honestly, that will cause me harm, knowingly. You understand? So that situation, when it worked for me, I didn't do none of this because I'm straight. It's none of my business.
It's none of my business.
Until you fall short over here, then it's, what's up?
Now you messing up.
My relationship is don't see the person who they really are. Don't be, because for me, I was in love with a 16-year-old. him my first love, not realizing he had life experiences later in his life, and kind of through that wrenching, my 16-year-old, I'm in love, instead of the reality that I'm 30 years old. And it's not the same person. So I learned that from it.
Is I should be getting at least as much as I get. If I'm the one who's always doing everything and reaching out and this, that, and the other thing, the effort's not there. And number 3 is when people show you who they are.
Believe them. Come on. Hello. Ding, 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 ding. Right. Yes. That's TKO right there.
Right, real. Brutus. You think I'm Spirit and Delta?
I love it when you a bad one. Some honest shit, man. I learned that for my thing, it was always financial progress, because I married somebody who I could build with.
Okay.
And the building got bigger than the relationship. And because I was getting what I wanted, there were other things that I overlooked. Because I was getting what I wanted, not necessarily what I needed, but what I wanted from the individual. I also learned that a high-powered woman doesn't necessarily mean that she's going to have the balance or the other end that we need. So her having 1,000 degrees does not mean that she can cook a meal, right? Or her being able to litigate these high-powered cases does not mean that she can fuck me the way I want to be. You understand? Or that she knew how to navigate the things of life outside of her degree. You understand what I'm saying? So there was not a fullness of understanding. So that kills the education piece. I'm educated. I have a doctorate. It kills that. Absolutely. So I learned more so of what I needed. And I also learned that it is very unfair to marry someone when you don't look for or institute those things in the marriage. You know what I'm saying? When you're just in a marriage, like I was you, but I married her. You know what I'm saying? I got what I wanted, but I married her, as opposed to just finessing it for a while. You know what I'm saying? And then, so that's what I learned. I learned how devastating it can be to do that to a woman. Devastating. I learned the major responsibility we have when we take that route, or when we even begin to talk that route. I want to marry you, and all that. How serious it is, and not to do it if you are not ready to embrace both sides of that coin, of that spectrum. If you're not ready to nurture to the fact that she can't cook, or she can't fuck, whatever the case may be, and if you're not in a position where you feel like teaching her how to handle a Scorpio and all that, don't feel like all that, then you shouldn't open her up in that fashion to lead towards marriage. I realize that marriage is very serious. It is not for kids. Marriage is a spiritual union that will change your psyche and your spirit forever. And all the things that we learned as men growing up, if we learn things, it does not apply. There's a whole new avenue of yielding and understanding and patience and tolerance and understanding and understanding and understanding. That you have to embark upon when you get married. I also realized that 30 is different than 35. 35 is different than 40. 50 is different than them all. And as a man, you are going to change. There are things about yourself that you will discover as you hit those numbers. You know what I'm saying? You have to be as transparent as possible with those changes to your woman. She will help you to get through them. If you are not transparent and vulnerable as you go through them, you will go and try to find it out there without recognizing that that is what you are doing. So that's what I've learned. The thing that I'm so happy about concerning you, even though I really don't know you that well, you know, I still feel like you're my niece because you're your mom. You know what I'm saying? Right. You know, I only met you physically like one time at your house. Do you remember that? No.
You were. Yes.
I'm the hunter that just popped up in there.
I remember.
So, the blessing of y'all union, or upcoming union, is that y'all have a plethora of people. You know what I'm saying? That if y'all will allow it, y'all will have that anchor. You feel what I'm saying? And that's not easy for us to do as men. You know what I'm saying? But if y'all will allow that, y'all should be good through it all. You know what I'm saying?
The village, man.
Yes. That's what we as black people, we don't do that.
Yeah.
We go off in our car, we try to handle things on our own.
Needing the money hit.
Come on, Mr. Coleman.
Three things. First thing is, last relationship that I was in, this person wasn't really a friend. It was like a new person that I met. And I would say the thing that I learned is that starting off, especially with a new person that you met, get to the talking stage, make sure that your structure is strong enough to build a house or go through a storm. A lot of things, it was very unorthodox, and I didn't pay attention, and we didn't focus on the building part from the building the foundation. You ever build a house? Supposed to be the strongest parts of the house is that foundation. We never built the foundation. We even talked about never building the foundation, and we realized it really hurt us. So I feel like if I was to ever date someone and it's someone new, I don't know you for years and anything like that, I would definitely have to build a foundation. I would have to build that comfort level, that openness, so I can be able to talk to you like how I need to talk to you. That's one. The second thing will be trust your gut. Sometimes that statement of I'm going to learn how to like you, I'm gonna learn how to love you, I'm gonna learn how to. Usually when you get to that phase, this shit's dead. You know what I'm saying? And we convince ourselves that we can learn to do the love. You know, and for a phase like that, because the relationship wasn't a long-term relationship, it was maybe almost a year. You have to trust your gut. If the things ain't feeling right, sometimes it's okay. Just build that confidence with yourself to say it's okay. It's time for me to split. The third thing is, and it's the biggest thing, I have to be with somebody that I can be able to communicate with. I think my biggest failure, and this might not be this is not her fault. It's just that I chose to be with somebody that I couldn't communicate with. I couldn't open up with. And instead of me looking myself in the mirror saying, I got her open, and now I can't communicate with a woman I got open, I should have held those brakes. I should have realized what I was dealing with from the beginning. So that's just self-reflect. Like, if I know moving forward, if I can't talk to you, we can't have a communication, we can't have a discussion, we can't talk about rights, wrongs without attitudes and stuff like that, then it's not going to work. It's not going to work at all.
You want to get married?
Do I want to get married? Eventually.
Like when?
Eventually.
Ish. 40, 45.
I mean, to throw a number out, I'm 35.
35. 45.
I guess. I mean, I've seen 50-year-olds, 60-year-olds get married. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes love happens when there's no timetable on love. There's no timetable on love. My uncles have the best marriage in their life, and they've been living their life all their years, and they finally found that woman, or they finally got married. You know what I'm saying? So, to throw a number out there to answer your question, though, maybe within 10 years, 5 to 10 years. Hopefully I can find a wife.
Yeah, true.
I don't have any children, so hopefully I can have a child.
You want to have your first child at 40?
Yeah. 40 plus 18 is 58. I could be 58 after graduation.
Hey. What?
You train with your students?
With the kids? Yeah. I do.
Cardio.
Yep. You're gonna need that.
Well, I gotta get married before I turn 40 because my husband said I'm gonna have to wear a suit and a wedding dress. So I don't wanna have to wear a suit, so I gotta find
How many years is that?
So if you get married beyond 40, you gotta wear a suit.
I'm gonna keep dressed.
Which one did you eat?
Don't eat the green.
Which one did you eat?
Which one did you eat? The chocolate. Come on, right here. What I've learned, I make a habit of making a fearless self-inventory. My last relationship, I learned to be more. I learned that I should be more present. The ideas of my grandparents are not my ideas. You know, the evolution happens, and this ain't the 60s, and I don't know that I did not impose those ideas of a relationship on to the relationship that I had. I am like Brittany. I need someone that will accept me for me. I've always had relationships where people just like Black Widow. They just liked Kiki. And they were satisfied with whatever show I was putting on or whatever. But when it came down to getting to know me and my intellect, they couldn't handle it. I don't like to use the term alpha. I'm a strong personality. And when it comes to men, the respect that I give them, I usually am not given because of that thing. You know what I'm saying? So I realized, I've learned that I cannot be with a person who cannot accept my strengths, because I will no longer table it to be with the next person. I will no longer do it, and I've done that. I did it out of hearing my dad. I became my mother at that moment. That's what I thought. I learned I ain't her. She's a part of me, but I'm an evolution of her, which means those parts that I took from her I can have, but that ain't how I base my relationship. I learned that strongly, and it took a long lesson. What I've learned, the third thing that I've learned is I can no longer burn my candles on both ends if I want to have a relationship. Somewhere in time I have to make a decision about how much I'm working and how much I'm not and how much I'm, because that.
No, that's me saying hallelujah.
Oh yeah, that's not gonna work. And I usually tell people it is what it is. Like, unless you come over here and what you got on it, all that stuff. You know, see that right?
I do that too.
Look, yeah, I have to find my medium, which is why I don't take relationships right now, because I ain't in a relationship taking space. I am still working job to job. I do have the show happening. I do have this going on. I have a lot going on. So I am respectful of that, and not it won't bamboozle somebody.
Why isn't Coleman in a relationship?
Why is it what?
Why isn't Coleman in a relationship?
Mr. Coleman? Can I answer that? My opinion?
We just real talk uncensored.
No,
That's
it
why I
is,
asked
it
you, but
is.
he gave me the Facebook answer. I'm asking you straight.
Didn't ask me why I wasn't in a relationship.
I believe Mr. Coleman is not in a relationship currently because
Come on.
Well.
okay. You give me permission.
I
know. Listen. I'm going to say this because I got on him about this, right? The last person that he was with, I think he quit early. I was not aware of everything that was going on. So some of the stuff that he's saying, I know who he's talking about. Am I wrong to assume that's who you're talking about? So I felt in my spirit when they was together, they was dope, and I thought this and I thought that. I thought it was him. I just thought he hard on the nigga. He hard on the nigga, and I think that he was hard. And I think from that growth though, there's something that, like the cicadas be shedding and shit. I think he's shedding now. I think he's shedding, and I think the space that he's shedding, I think he don't need to be in something. I think that's probably why he's not in something, because I think there's a shedding and there's a growth that's going on. And he's becoming something different than he was last year. I see it, you understand? And I see why he's that.
I think Mr. Coleman is a very deep black man. I love depth. You know, no homo.
Some homo. Me too.
I love a brother who is intellectual and artistic. What? And can put it together and express it out to the world.
Well done.
How deep is that? India Ivory says that she can yield to a man who loves music, a man who loves art, respects the spirit world, and thinks with his heart. When I think of that man, every time I listen to that record, not every time, I'm being a little dramatic, but the majority of times I listen to that record, because I do often, next thing you know, I see one of your posts, right? I'm gonna tell you something, young man. That next level, that plateau that you're trying to get to, I knew you're trying to get there, right? I see it. I see it when I listen to your content. I feel that dark man when I hear your content. You ain't gonna get there until you get that woman. It's 52 years old, man. I'm telling you. When you yield to her, it's gonna take you there. And that gonna come along with it. That paper gonna come. From that artistic content ability alone.
I'm listening.
So if I leave here, if I check out of here before that happens, I want you to remember that I'm telling you this, man. Real talk.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
So how much your hotline is so I can call and try no while.
Because you went out by Delta. But I love it. So that's all I got, y'all.
I think Silk, Reggie, Crazy, Breeze is gone, Funk, Batman, and PJ. I thank all of y'all because I say this all the time, women are from Venus and men are from Mars. A lot of stuff that you guys do in the female world or the lady or the woman world, girl world, it's always interpreted as this.
I think in the man world, boy world, homie, male world, the way we perceive your actions are, it's usually, from us, it means one thing. You guys provide another lane for that thinking. You guys help us to understand that all the time that don't mean this. Because for real, I was satisfied with whatever this behavior being some fuck shit. I was satisfied with that because that's all I've ever heard it was until one of you all in either a session have said, nah, this is the way it is. And then another person said, yeah, that's how we are. Another person said, yeah. And it made me take another look, find the dimension for my thinking and try to understand y'all. So I appreciate that because a lot of people, a lot of men won't come in here and give us this because they think it's game or you don't really want women to have it up, blah, blah, blah. So the courage that y'all showing and the willingness to be as honest and open as I perceive you guys to be, I can never repay you for that. I thank y'all because it is helping me. It's helping me because there's in the age ranges, y'all 20, 30, 40s, and 50s. It's just a lot of the same. And we have to understand that. She has to understand what 30 looked like for her and 40 looked like for her, and I have to understand what 50 is going to look like, and it's a lot of the same. So you kind of give us out by coming in here, and not that I make my moves or thoughts based upon what y'all say, but it does provide another lane in my thinking. And for that, I'm so grateful. Thank y'all.
So, that would have been a perfect ending for the show, but I'm gonna edit it to make it the perfect ending.